and we see what you have on your screen. It's not full screen yet.
Okay, I will start the full screen.
Perfect.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, Renee, for that kind introduction. And thank you, Dr. Rao, for the invitation to speak to all of you. Oh, we have some feedback. Okay. All right. We'll continue. Let's begin, shall we, with the problem. So the mainstream environmental organizations have now come to recognize the negative ecological impacts of meat and dairy production.
Scott Steele, you're muted.
Feedback is coming from here. Are you muted? Muted.
Online, can you hear me now?
If you are muted, could you start from the top and then we can?
Yes, now we can hear you, but we didn't hear you for quite a while.
Feedback.
It would be great.
I think, is this microphone? Is it not going through the microphone right now?
If there's feedback, you can turn off the sound of the computer so that it doesn't.
Right. Oh, all right, how about now? Are we good?
Yes.
Would it be possible to start from the top then?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
That's all right.
your 45 minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let's begin with the problem. The mainstream environmental movement has come to recognize the negative ecological impacts of meat and dairy production. But as soon as this comes up, it's met with rejoinders like Jay Michelson's statement that individual behavior change isn't action, it's distraction. Or perhaps more kindly, Naomi Klein's statement that we need more than just earnest urbanites doing everything they can to reduce their carbon footprint. Now, there are some weird assumptions in these sort of statements. First of all, they tend to assume that food system change can only ever happen through individual dietary change, and that veganism can only ever operate as individual voluntary action, and that individual action is not scalable. So in other words, embedded within this is an idea that veganism is not and can't ever be a social justice movement. So instead, the assumption is that veganism is just virtue signaling. And also, there's an assumption that behavior change and system change are at odds. Now, to be fair, these concerns do have some weight to them. As we know, the mainstream environmental or mainstream animal rights organizations, I should say, have really focused on person-to-person dietary change. And as we know, this model of influencing people around us, well, one, it's slow, and two, the people around us are often the slowest to change. The effort to reach out to people and convert them can, to an unpracticed eye, look a little bit like religion. And then also within a capitalist system, people exercise their agency by their buying choices. And so there's a lot of resistance to telling people what they quote unquote should and should not consume. And yet, if we accept this idea that voluntary action, that behavior change is at odds with systemic change, well, then we're in a situation where we have to sit and wait for the government and the corporations to sort out the problem. And these are the very people who created the problem. So we're left relying on the goodwill of the problem causers to find the solution. In addition, given how ubiquitous animal exploitation is, moving towards a more compassionate food system would be a huge systemic change. So this is a really central problem, I think, in environmental conversations right now. But fortunately, Climate Healers has a rebuttal to this. So, as Dr. Rao has said, and I'm paraphrasing, anyone who thinks that you can't get a bunch of people to take voluntary action at once is not thinking about Mohandas Gandhi and what he accomplished with the Swadeshi movement. So, quick moment to define some key terms. So we're talking about the Indian independence movement, the move to break from colonialism and establish a separate nation state, an independent nation state. The term Swaraj means home rule. Swadeshi literally means one's own country, but in this context, it means the boycotting of foreign goods and what we'd now call a boycott of local goods. And then Khadi is the homespun cloth that was the basis for this campaign. And we'll get into the details about this in a moment. So my goal in this talk is both simple and probably a little bit ambitious. And it's to address the following questions. So how specifically did Mohandas Gandhi mobilize behavior change to support a movement powerful enough to challenge the British Empire? What does this tell us about movement building? And what can the movement for earth and animal liberation learn about social justice building from this example? So I've got some big goals here. I hope that through conversations like these, we can start to shift the conversation around veganism, where we put forward the idea that veganism is not just a lifestyle choice, but that it's an explicit boycott of an unjust system. I'd like to shift conversations so that we can understand veganism as a tool for building a new, more just food system. And so that we can think about veganism not as an end in itself necessarily, but as part of a social justice movement focused on social, cultural, political, and economic change toward a more compassionate, more environmentally friendly, and more just food system. So just to be absolutely clear here, I am not comparing imperialism and animal exploitation, nor am I saying that Indian nationalism and the movement for earth and animal freedom are the same, or that colonized people and non-human animals are the same. My goal here is to look at one movement structurally, one highly successful movement, and see how it worked as a set of tactics and strategies, and then to determine how its tactics might be generalized for the benefit of other movements. So let's talk a little bit about the Khadi movement and about how behavior change was central to the movement for Indian independence. So first of all, what is Khadi? Khadi is hand spun and hand woven cotton cloth. It is, and particularly was in the early 20th century, is a very, yes, Dr. Rao is wearing an example of Khadi. It is a coarse cotton cloth. It originally came in very neutral colors. Now you can get Khadi in all sorts of markets in India, and it's very, some of it is very vibrant looking and very bright colors, and some of it is finely textured. But originally it was like what you see on the screen, very neutral colors, brown, white, beige, light blue. It was turned into fairly simple attire. And it was absolutely central to the boycott of English produced cotton. So we tend to think of colonialism now as political, or we tend to think of it almost metaphorically as oppressing people based on their assumed inferiority. But we should remember that colonialism in its origins was explicitly an economic endeavor. Right? So what the British colonizers did is they extracted raw materials from colonies. They grew cotton in the colonies, They brought it to the mills of Manchester and other places in England, produced it, and they sold it back to the colonies at a profit. So that's what the whole thing rested on. And so what Mohandas Gandhi and the other Indian nationalists figured out is if we could get people to move away from buying the Indian cotton, we would bring the mills of Manchester to a halt. And that is indeed what happened. And khadi went from being seen as this very rudimentary, crude kind of material to being the uniform of the Indian nationalist movement. Just to touch on this briefly, because one of the things when we start talking about this, there's an obvious difference between Indian nationalism and the movement for earth and animal liberation, which is that the representation of a nation might seem pretty self-evident. But it's important to keep in mind that India is an incredibly diverse country. The Indian subcontinent is incredibly diverse, multilingual, multi-religious, multicultural, very, very different communities based on the lines of caste and class. So there's a couple of really important considerations here. One is that it took a great deal of effort to unite all of these diverse peoples into a movement for liberation, and that happened mostly in the 19th century. Another important point is that British colonialism in India lasted for over 300 years, and it was dismantled in 60. So change can happen relatively quickly. So overall, my slideshow is not working. Apologies. Technical difficulties, please stand by. It's not advancing.
Here we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Apologies for that. Okay. So overall, the point here is that boycott was absolutely central to the Indian nationalist movement. So let's talk about some similarities between the movement for earth and animal liberation and the Swadeshi movement. So one is the scale of what we're up against is actually pretty similar. We're up against multinational corporate power. So the British East India Company was one of the first multinational corporations. It was actually the Dutch East India Company was probably the first. There was also a real sense of inevitability to colonialism. The sun never sets on the British Empire was metaphorical as well as literal. There was this idea that it was eternal. And we see this a lot in the movement for earth and animal liberation, that humans have always exploited animals, and we always will. Both movements are based around voluntary individual action. We're asking people to give something up or to shift something in our consumption habits. Both movements are based around the rejection of particular commodities. Interestingly, both are also confront this obstacle around the perceived expense. So we've probably all heard this, right? Veganism is too expensive, right? Vegan products are too expensive. Interestingly, khadi, even though it was this humble material, it was made by hand, it was actually more expensive in the early 20th century. And then both of these movements are based around intentional sacrifice. And I think it's really important to linger on this because when we talk about veganism as a social justice effort, very often the pushback is, well, I don't want to be told what to do and I don't want to give up the things I love. Right? And maybe when we think about the khadi movement and we think about clothing, it seems like that would be easier to give up. But let's just take a moment to linger on this and to reflect on it. So if you look at one set of photos, you see these beautiful brocaded saris with all of this detail. And I know it's black and white, but you can still probably tell that there's this mix of colors and there's all this inlaid detail. And it's just, and it's fine. And the material is soft. And then you see like the men wearing these like dapper Western suits, right? And those are also very finely crafted and very finely tailored. And then you can see on the other side, these women wearing these very simple saris. A lot of them are white or they're dark colored. They don't have any brocade on them. They don't have a lot of detail work. And you can see men wearing the Congress Party caps and this sort of loose flowing clothing. And it's all in these really basic colors. So to ask people, the people who could afford it, the people who could afford those sort of beautiful brocaded saris and jackets, to ask them to give that up is really quite significant. And when you think about it, clothing is like food, where it's linked to self-expression and it's linked to community identity, right? And in a capitalist system, we exchange our labor for the right to choose things that express who we are. And food and clothing are two really big ways of doing that. But let's talk about some differences, right? I think in the animal liberation movement, we don't talk enough about veganism as economic, right? Whereas Khadi was explicitly economic. It was a boycott, and also it was based around economic self-empowerment. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. The Khadi movement had very clear and specific political aims, right? It was about the Quit India movement. Swadeshi was a movement run by those who were affected by British colonialism. And this, I think, is really important, and I think we just have to grapple with it. The movement for earth and animal liberation is a movement made up by allies. If we're advocating on behalf of the planet, and if we're advocating on behalf of the animals, we are speaking for someone else. And generally, social justice movements have more credibility when they're run by those who are affected and supported by allies. But that's something we just can't get around. We just have to contend with that. And then the Khadi movement was part of a larger movement to build loyalty to the nation and to argue for British independence. Hey, I'm having problems with the slideshow again. My apologies. Did I get some tech help here? So in addition to differences that where we're not ahead of the game, we can also think about differences. I'm not sure why it's doing that. It's just hanging. Okay.
Start that sentence.
Yes. Okay. So let's think about another set of differences where we're ahead of the game. Now, Khadi moves in and out of fashion in India, and it moves in and out of trends. It's commonly worn by politicians. It comes now in a wide array of colors. But in the early 20th century, Khadi was very rudimentary, as we saw from those photographs. When it comes to vegan food, look at this wide array of options that we already have. We have all sorts of options for taste and texture and flavor sensation, from the simple taste of produce to legumes, spiced in all sorts of wonderful ways, to things like tofu, tempeh, jackfruit. So we're already well on our way to having food that is appealing. We're not even on our way. It's there. We have food that's appealing. Right. The other thing that is kind of interesting, I think, is that Khadi in the early 20th century was generally considered a dying art. Most people didn't know how to spin cotton themselves. They didn't know how to weave it. And so it had to be resurrected and retaught to people. Whereas we already have all these food traditions that are already, if not plant-based, plant-forward. And I think it would behoove us to really emphasize that. So even as the push to include meat in places like China and India has increased, we still have this wonderful array of plant-based food traditions. So what can we learn? What can the earth and animal liberation movement learn from Swadeshi? The Swadeshi movement did not underestimate what it was up against. Expected pushback and challenging the British Empire. There's going to be pushback. I think because there's a paradox that when we wake up to the crisis of animal exploitation, it's so obvious that we just expect everyone to know and to understand. And as soon as you tell them, everything will change. We know that that doesn't happen, but I do think we underestimate the potential for pushback. The Khadi movement welcomed people who were aspiring. They welcomed imperfect adherence. Gandhi actually talked about accepting and welcoming in the poor who couldn't afford khadi. So here I'm not talking about welcoming those who are unashamed about their consumption of animal products or who are trolls or anything like that, but rather it means accepting people who are in the right direction, moving in the right direction. Maybe welcoming those who are struggling, whether that's for economic or for personal reasons. Not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, in other words. Another thing we could consider learning is to make our political, economic, and institutional demands specific and explicit. We can accept the idea that we are asking for, to quote Gandhi, a revolution of one's tastes. We are asking people to celebrate beauty in the humble. Another thing we can do is we can focus on building community intentionally, because that is what the Khadi movement focused on, is creating communities of people who would come together and weave Khadi and learn how to do it together. The Khadi movement focused on how as well as why. How to do this thing that was going to contribute to the boycott, as well as why it was important to do that. The Khadi movement focused on economic self-empowerment efforts. So there was a real intention not just to ask people to boycott, but to teach people how to generate revenue for their communities through this boycott. So the boycott wasn't just a loss, but a gain. And the Khadi movement really focused on working in coalition. So as part of the Khadi movement, the nationalists reached out to impoverished communities. They reached out to undercast communities. They worked with feminist groups. They really welcomed in people who were marginal and excluded. So let's apply this. Let's get into some details here and talk about what this might really mean. So we can think about economic, political, and institutional demands. So what are some good ways to do that in the earth and animal liberation movements? Well, we can advocate to change the Farm Bill. That's pretty big. It's debated, it's being debated now. We can ask for a change in the subsidy system. We subsidize animal products to an incredible degree, and most plant crops are considered specialty crops. So they're ineligible for subsidy. And actually, a lot of animal products are actually double subsidized. So the commodity crops are subsidized, and then the animal products themselves are subsidized. We can change the lobbying system. We can engage in counter lobbying. So a lot of lobbying is done in the halls of Congress on behalf of the large operations that are producing animal products. And we could introduce counter lobbying. In fact, as we'll talk about, there are organizations that are already doing that. We can appeal to institutions, school boards, asking for more vegan options, asking them to adopt Green Mondays or Green Fridays, movements to either get rid of milk in public schools or make it so it's optional. We can ask colleges and universities to shift to default veg menus or greener by default. We can look at ways of reorganizing menus, reorganizing cafeterias so the plant-based option comes first. We can ask corporations to do the same thing with their menus. We can look to New York City and the wonderful example of having the plant-based option be the default in hospitals. We can think much more actively about economic and other forms of self-empowerment and about mutual aid happening in a vegan vein. So we have wonderful examples of things like the Unity Stew, which involves sharing food in public spaces, sharing healthy plant-based food in public spaces. But what other opportunities are there to create self-empowerment in the vegan spaces, in vegan food systems. What about creating employment opportunities? Creating and supporting plant-based economies? And what about programs to assist transitions at the labor level? As we'll talk about, we have wonderful ventures to help people get out of animal agriculture at the farm level, but not so much at the labor level. And most people who are working in animal agriculture at the labor level, they don't want to be doing that work. They would rather be doing something else. So one of the things the Swadeshi movement was good at was celebrating pre-existing tradition, not for its own sake, not to say that because something is traditional, it's inherently good, but rather to say that there's a model for what we're asking for. And so in the movement for earth and animal liberation, we do have some examples of this, of organizations that are celebrating plant-based traditions. So for example, Food Empowerment Project has these wonderful collections like vegan Mexican food, vegan Filipino food. We have publications like Decolonize Your Diet. And then recently, the National Congress of American Indians passed a resolution on the need to support plant-based nutrition. And part of their argument was that a lot of indigenous cuisine has historically and is plant-based, despite the emphasis that's often given to hunting. What are some ways in which we're already making our institutional demands explicit? Well, we have the plant-based treaty featured here. We have organizations like Greener by Default, organizing for menu change. We have the move towards plant-based school lunches. Again, big shout out to New York City. We also have some wonderful things going on in California. Friends of the Earth has recently produced a study about that. And then we do already, as we've seen from New York City, have some plant-based menu options in hospitals. Other options other instances where institutional demands are already being made apparent are the efforts to change the USDA dietary guidelines. The USDA dietary guidelines are debated periodically. They generally favor animal products, and we can advocate to change that. Organizations like Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine are involved in that. The Agriculture Fairness Alliance is working towards counter-lobbying, to lobbying for subsidies for plant-based foods within our federal government. We have a lot of wonderful things going on at the level of economic self-empowerment already. We have organizations like Liberation Farm that are focused on growing vegetables, growing vegetable products organically, and are also focused on empowering African-American farmers. We have the Rancher Advocacy program, which Renee runs, which is assisting ranchers who want to move towards plant-forward food systems. We have Mercy for Animals Transformation, which helps farmers transition out of animal agriculture and towards plant agriculture. We have the Los Angeles-based organization Supermarch that sets up produce stands in underserved communities and is also opening the first organic market in South LA. We also have another category of activity here that's a little different from the Khadi movement, which is what I'm calling earth self-empowerment. So efforts to take land from animal agriculture, land that has been degraded by animal agriculture, and return it to the earth via rewilding and reforestation. So huge shout out to the vegan land movement in the UK. They are doing wonderful work with buying up degraded dairy land and giving it back to nature, allowing wildlife to come back and allowing the plant life to come back. They actually have done a wonderful job of connecting plots of land. So now there are wildlife corridors in areas that had once been completely degraded by animal agriculture. Organizations like the Eden Reforestation Project that is dedicated to rewilding and to the planting of native trees. And then, of course, probably familiar to climate healers is Sadhana Forest in South India, which grows fruit trees and also devotes land to rewilding. In the plant-based movement, I think we are already well on our way to celebrating beauty in the humble. There's a wonderful quote from a food critic who was reviewing the Rancho Gordo farms. They grow heirloom beans. And the food critic, who, by the way, is not that I know of vegan, said, we hear all this talk about cultured meat and about raising insects for protein. And when you cook a vat of Rancho Gordo beans and you see how good it is, you have to wonder what the fuss is about. And I think that kind of says a lot about how we can celebrate the beauty in the humble, and we shouldn't be ashamed of that. What the Kadi movement shows us is we shouldn't be ashamed of that. Another quote from Moby was, "The humble bean is so perfect. It is a food that is also a seed. You plant it, it grows into a plant that sucks carbon out of the atmosphere, and it produces more of the same wonderful food." Right? So there's a lot to be embraced about finding beauty in the humble. We are already doing, to some extent, what the Kadi movement did, with emphasizing the how as well as the why. The why is incredibly important when we're talking about animal ethics, when we're talking about saving the planet, but people still know how to do what we're asking them to do. And so things like vegan cooking classes, that, like, for example, Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicines, Food for Life program is incredibly important. Also, veganic farming and vegan permaculture, right? Because we've all heard that idea of like, oh, well, we can't get rid of the animals that are being exploited because we need the manure to grow the crops. And these sort of organizations and these training systems that focus on veganic farming are incredibly important to counter that narrative and to show people how it can be done. We already have examples of working in coalition and welcoming the excluded. So again, big shout out to climate healers and to food healers for food distribution, particularly in underserved communities. Chili's on Wheels is doing a wonderful job of reaching out to the underserved and to marginal populations, providing them with a hot vegan meal. And then we also have Vegans of LA Food Bank, where they have a fully plant-based food bank of 1 day a month. Other examples of welcoming the excluded are food empowerment projects work with the children of day laborers and making sure that they have school supplies. And then Brave New Life projects efforts to find employment for people who are working on the labor level and looking to get out of animal agriculture, particularly people working in slaughterhouses. So what I hope to have demonstrated is that we are already doing a lot, but there's a lot more that we could be doing. And there's a lot more that we can learn from the Kadi movement. Very often in social movements generally, we're told to look to the civil rights movement and to the Indian independence movement for examples of nonviolent civil disobedience. But we don't tend to look a little more deeply and ask how specifically can we learn from these sort of justice movements? So in the interest of doing that, I have some questions to put forward to you, to us, that if we have time, we can discuss them now, or we can just carry it forward as something to think about for this morning, for the rest of this day. So how specifically can we identify clear political and economic demands? How can we make them more apparent, and how can we direct them to the right institutions? How, within the earth and animal liberation movement, how can we signal consistently that veganism is a social justice movement, that it's not just a lifestyle choice? How do we intentionally create community without turning veganism into an exclusive club? How can we create opportunities for economic self-empowerment through veganism, through plant-based food systems? And how can we best support the work being done already in marginal communities towards self-empowerment, as well as towards earth and animal liberation? Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Will you check the mic over there? Okay, if you'll take your computer, right?
And while we're doing this before,
Start
it's
asking
okay
the
to
chat.
use your speech on Unchained TV and related, is that okay?
Yes, it is, that's okay. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
And we'll get your PowerPoint from you later.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. My goodness. Thank you so much for that. And we are going to now, I'm Rebecca Allen with Climate Healers. And I am honored to be able to introduce to you the person who will lead vegan superpower yoga and meditation, manifesting a compassionate world by 2026, Renee King Sonnen. She has a 1,000-hour certified, she is a 1,000-hour certified yoga teacher with nearly 4 decades of teaching experience. As a founder of the Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, the first cattle ranch in the country to transition to a vegan sanctuary, Renee blends her expertise in yoga, meditation, and activism to inspire compassion and conscious living. Her practice extends beyond the mat to the world of animal liberation, empowering students to align their inner peace with external action for the planet and all beings. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Well, I'm so excited to be able to lead you guys in a meditative and fun yoga practice that's going to be so empowering for all of you. I hope that it is anyway. But the very first thing we're going to do is just get quiet. I want to move over there. Can we do that? Yeah, because I need to be in the center of the room here to do the yoga. All right, so first of all, I just want everybody to stand. Go ahead and stand. Go ahead, stand and take a minute. I want you to be able to feel the earth. So if it's easy for you to take off your shoes, take off your shoes. If it isn't, you need to ground and feel the earth beneath you. Real important if you can do that. We spend so much time in shoes and whatnot. Just take a moment and imagine for a moment that the bottoms of your feet are going down into the earth. Feel the roots growing down into Mother Earth. Feel your connection to our mother, the mother of all of us. And notice that your shoulders naturally want to relax and your body naturally wants to be supported by our mother. We are all family. We are all family here. The whole planet, including the animals and all beings in it, have a connection to the earth. Feel it. Pull it up into your veins, into your subtle energy bodies. Feel that energy move up into your heart and notice your heart open, your throat open. Notice your eyes and the eyes behind the eyes, that third eye, that is so powerful. Feel the energy of the earth magnifying in that third eye. Notice behind that eye, the power of projection from behind the eye. And feel yourself penetrating the power of the planet, the intention of the planet through that third eye as you connect powerfully to the roots that ground you to our mother. And then feel a wellspring of energy moving and surging up through the feet, all the way through the body and showering you out through the top of the head. And feel it like a vortex going in opposite directions, all the way through the center of your being, aligning each and every chakra of your body. Notice it, feel it, vibrate it, create the vortex. And then feel that vortex of energy permeating out from the space around you into each other. Wherever you are on the planet here, Notice that energy going out of you and into the collective, all of us, and feel that vortex of energy magnifying, rooting and grounding down, and pulling up. Feel the power that you all have. We all have this incredible power. We must root, we must ground, we must pull it in, we must magnify, we must keep our bodies in all clear of all poisons, all toxins, all death. We must keep our bodies, minds, souls, spirits clear so that we can magnify and project who we are meant to be into our mother's visions for each of us. Now, take your arms and inhale, bring them up overhead. And as you exhale, assume a star position, a star position. Extend your right hand up powerfully, your left hand, both of them at the same time. Ground through your feet. Extend through your fingers. Feel yourself projecting and magnifying like a star. Become the star you know you are. You are already a star. We forget who we are because of all of the stuff that embodies and embroils us as we mature. This is your moment to remember, bring it all back together. Extend, ground, and then bring both feet together. Inhale overhead, up powerfully. Pull in all the energy of the earth above you. We're manifesting power, up, and pull it like a ball into your hands. Right here, magnify it. Feel how powerful that ball is. Create the power and pull it down, bring it into the belly, Inhale it in, pull it in, exhale, push it out through the mouth, pull it in again, exhale, out through the mouth like a lion, inhale, exhale. Also, bring both feet together, relax. Notice, feel your body, feel your presence, feel everything inside of you, feel all of your cells, all the permeation, all the vibration of these frequencies. Notice it. And now take a moment. You're going to just stand back and forth like this. You're going to just begin to go back and forth. And imagine that you're in a tribe. Imagine the old days, like when we were members of tribes. We're still in a tribe. But imagine now you're in one. And you're going to start working it out. That's it. Both hands, both feet. Work in it. That's right. You remember, how in a tribe in the old days, or even now, because, look what we've done. We like pushed all the real energy out of the world, right? We pushed all the real tribes, all the ones really making a difference off this planet. But here we are manifesting this power now. Do it. Yes. Push it out. Mm-hmm. I know, right? Share that power. We got the power, right? We're going to do that again. We're going to do that one more time. And this time on the end, I want you to push it out. You got me? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah, push it out. Oh, my. Oh, yeah, it feels good. And then you get bigger. Now we're going to swing it. We're going to take all that power and we're going to swing it. Here we go. Swinging, just as swinging. Y'all remember that song? Just as swinging, yeah. Okay, then just start kind of like being with your own thing here, right? This is freestyle yoga. This is what we're doing because we don't really have mat, can't get on the floor. So I meditated this morning, and this is what was up. Okay, now then we're going to ground our feet. We're going to push down. We're birthing. We're birthing. We're birthing. We're birthing. And what are we birthing? Huh? We are birthing a vegan world. A vegan world. Huh. 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 Ground down. Huh. Push it down. Take your hands to the ground. Do whatever you can. Push it down. Push it down. Push it down. Push it down. And then stop right here. Feel yourself receiving the power of the mother up through the palms, up through the bottoms of the feet. You're giving birth. Do your breathing. If you're able, only if you're able, come to your knees and pray. Put your head to the floor, arms out. Let it all out. Whatever grief, whatever you've been bearing, whatever you've been holding on to that's keeping you from being that superpower for the animals, let it go here. Let it go. Then push down again and come up. Inhale overhead. And then just start moving very slowly, moving very slowly, moving very slowly. Notice the feeling, notice the power. Create the movement. The sensuous. What attracts? You know, we got to be a movement that attracts the masses. We have to have the power of attraction. It's not enough to just tell people to go vegan. We have to emit this power with everything in us. We have to be the power of veganism on this planet. We have to be it. It isn't so much about doing anything. It's about being the power that the animals need in order for us to become the vegan movement we are meant to be. God's blessings on you. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Adgadename, Jigadgadename, Satgadename, Siddhigurudev, Vename, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Woo! Here we are. Oh my God. I don't know what just happened, but anyway, here we are. Am I the MC now? All right, where's my thing? Okay, here we go. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. You want what I'm drinking? Is that what you said? All right, so next up is the role of vegan education to advocate for plant-based growth, compassion, and animal rights. We have CC Mike and Rebecca Allen that's going to be speaking on this topic. All right, UCC Mike, he is a dedicated vegan educator, author, speaker, and activist. UCC Mike promotes compassion and sustainability in plant-based living with expertise in social mobilization and a background in agricultural business. He is currently pursuing a degree in leadership management and governance as director of Love for All Ugandhi Foundation an Atlas vegan community, School Uganda, Healing's initiatives in education, community building, and empowerment. He also organizes Uganda's annual 3-day vegan festival, and as an effective altruist, works tirelessly to create a just, equitable, and sustainable world for all beings. And Rebecca Allen, climate healer and activist, will interview Musisi after his presentation. Please welcome Musisi Mike on Zoom. And Rebecca Allen will be joining him in just a bit to do the Q&A. Thank you.
This lady. Hold on. Oh, where is she? Her back. Yeah. Okay, so he'll be up with us here in just a moment. So just embody all that power we all just created, you know. We are manifesting a vegan world, you know, by 2026. And remember, it's not always about doing anything. It's really about being the presence, being the magnificent star we already are. So years ago, a long time ago, back when I used to perform a lot, back in the day, I had a school called Become the Star You Know You Are. And that was what we did, is we taught very, very powerful exercises to teach people how to, you know, become their magnificence, you know. So we're going to bring all that into the vegan movement. That's what we have to do. We have to bring the power of projection into the vegan movement. It's about projecting that power so that we can free these beings. Yes, it is. Yay. Yes, it is. Is Mike ready? Okay, how about any questions about what we just did on in the superpower manifestation? Yes, you got a question? Come on, Kim.
Yeah. I love that. Where can I do that in LA? I mean, what is that called? Whatever it was you were doing, we were all doing. I mean,
Oh, well, it was a manifestation on the spot. It was a, you know, I have a, yeah, it's called bringing in your superpower, mama.
we need that. We need
Oh,
that.
it's called bringing in the superpower. Yes, yeah, just, well, anytime. Let's just create a Zoom room and,
Yeah, tell us about it. Can you tell us so we can put it in context? What was that?
well, when I was performing years ago, I used to perform with a band. I had my own band show on the road. And I always had people asking me how I projected, how I did what I did as a performer. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. So after several years of being on the road, I started a school in Houston near the Galleria. And it was called Renee King School of Performing Stars. And the program was Become the Star You Know You Are. And what I did was I designed practices using the elements, using the earth, the air, the fire, water, ether. I used symbols. I used all sorts of things like that to create a way for people to access and connect to their power, because that's really what our power is. Our power is the elements. We are all made of stardust, all of us. We're made of what the earth is made of. We're made of what the universe, as above, so below. Dr. Rao puts it so eloquently. It's the microcosm and the macrocosm. You know, here we are, but we are a reflection of the macrocosm. And so I create these exercises, and I have a whole book full of them, but they're not in, it was before the internet. And I have all these exercises to help people become their power, become radiant, to be able to express themselves in public, on stage, which as a vegan advocate, we all need that superpower in order to be the kind of activists that we need to be to really make a difference, to really project, right? And so that's what it is, you know. And one of the exercises is where you become a projector. And so I was using that one a lot today, and also the tornado, the energy of the tornado. I didn't tell y'all all these things because I was just bringing it to be. But the projector is when you imagine you're sitting in a theater, and you imagine you're sitting in a theater and you're watching a very passionate movie, a lot of drama. And yet when you're watching the movie, you're not in the movie with them, but you actually might feel joy, you might cry, all the things, right? So is that really happening? No, but you are feeling it. And so what's really happening is it's being projected onto the screen. So if you can imagine when you're talking like I'm doing right now, that there's a projector behind me, even though this camera is here, you can't be intimidated by cameras. What you've got to remember is that the big picture is behind you and behind that third eye. The third eye is the projector. And if you live in a state of projection, no matter what you're doing, when you get up in the morning to the time you go to bed, even when you're sleeping, if you live as a projector, you will always project the big picture, what you want people to see. Whatever you're projecting is what people see. And so, yeah. I mean, I could teach a whole class on it, you know, but it's, yeah. Anyway, is Mike here? Oh, the video is ready to go. Okay, here we go. Thank you.
All the pictures. Yeah, I know. We gotta cover it. Yeah, let's just hold that for a second. Yeah, hold the first one quick. Thank you so much. Cover this one. Yeah, cover that one. That's beautiful, beautiful. Wait, that way.
Welcome, Musisi Mike. Take it away.
Way better, right? Yeah, it's sweating a lot. Thank you.
I'm so grateful to be part of this amazing event. And by name is Musisi Mike from Uganda, the founder Love for All Uganda Foundation and the Atlas Vegan Community Schools.
That one's better because it's wide.
I'm an advocate, author, and vegan in particular. So I welcome you everyone who is here on this event. We're going to be talking about the role of education in an advocate. So the role of education to advocate for plant-based growth, compassion, and animal rights. As is on your screen, my name is Musisi Mike Chibirige, Director for Uganda and Atlas Vegan School. Next. Yeah, you see the picture showing that go vegan, stop cruelty. As we are trying to educate young generation how they can go their compassion to animals, also teach them to love animals, being compassionate, being kind to animals, not only animals, but to every living thing on the world. So we try to convert them that this is the only thing they can go if they want to change their generation into an important generation in time to come. So we tell them to go vegan, stop cruelty. Next, pardon. Yeah, that's the small structure at our vegan community school. The school we formed after seeing that we need to educate the young generation how to go far on vegan, plant-based, climate and environment. So we decided to start up a school which is mainly vegan oriented and is focusly on to change the young generation to see that we save our mother earth. Second, yeah, as you see that we in the community educating young children how they can love animals, how they can stop hurting animals in any way. Because we told them that as you have blood, also animals have blood. As you eat, also animal eats. So you have to treat them the way you treat yourself. And it's the only way we can save our mother earth. So this way in Chaseta, a small place in Kasana district, trying to elevate young children into veganism and loving and into plant-based lifestyle, and giving them the tricks how they can be part of the compassion, love for all, and kindness to the all living things. Second, introduction to education. We have different ways of educating the communities about how to go vegan, how to go plant-based, how to fight for animal rights, animal welfare, and so on. The first is from education, where we go and educate young children, maybe in schools, primary schools, secondary schools, and universities. We open up schools. You can open up a school in your community and focus on educating those young children how to go for veganism, plant-based, animal rights, and promoting compassion to all. We use training in the communities. We train youth, all men and women, how to understand how to go into veganism as a way of introducing education to the communities, which is vegan oriented. We do workshops. Which also help on add-on to see that the community learns a lot from what we are trying to teach them about veganism and so on. Receipts we do, like when we give them out some eatables and so on, which is vegan oriented, which is plant-based. It's also bringing people together to learn more about the climate, veganism, plant-based, and so on. Second, informal education. Here is the ways how you can communicate to the public so that the public understand what you are trying to bring to them. Through vlogs, we pass our messages through vlogs, through music, fictional movies, stage performance. All of these help us to inspire more generation to enter into the vegan community and learning more about plant-based, how to conserve the environment, but when you're using these methods of communication. Pardon? Next. When we talk about veganism or education education on veganism, this is where we welcome to the Advanced Vegan Community School and Training Institute, where we educate. And in the future, I want to start up educational training where people will be doing research about veganism, doing research about environment, about seafood, and so on. So we educate. It is only a form of way how we can bring people together to understand what we are trying to mean. Second, level of education. This pairing means about vegan diets, foster research to find vegan-based solution, e.g. creation of new vegan shapes. A lot of education helps us to disprove people the way they think about veganism. If you go to the communities and you educate them, they'll get to understand that veganism is not just about maybe homosexual or another thing, but it's only a way we can save our lives as a younger generation. Fostering research, it helps people to do more research about vegan diets, about vegan flexibility, and so on. So it is only a way when you go into education, you can understand that veganism is not a snob, but it's the reality to some of us, maybe in Africa. Next. A lot of education. We are still on education. Can introduce new vegan programs to the world, like animal law, nutrition, etc. Schools, nature activists, and vegan advocates through clubs, associations, and related programs. Documentaries contribute to the global perception of veganism reality. As you see that I was in the community trying to educate women in the association about veganism laws and plant-based laws and environment protection. I was trying to educate those women about that. So that's the role of education in the veganism community. Second, institutions that respect diversity, equity, and inclusion that help to nurture global citizens in all human identities, including vegans. In the veganism community, education helps us not to discriminate individual or discriminate communities because of their gender, because of their color, because of whatever. We call on people to be united in their differences, but we join them together when we are on the mission of vegan community. So education brings that in a vegan community, that people come together beside their differences, but they come together to learn more ideas, to learn how plant-based is good, to learn how climate, to learn how they can conserve the environment, and so on. Second, way forward, support local vegan think tanks and organizations, invest in vegan schools and educating programs, invite policymakers during local events, advocate for policy reforms in schools and community, always translate vegan literature to fit the local communities, make noise on all vegan achievements using social media. This is the only way we can achieve what we want to achieve. You know, when we are in a revolution of anything, we need to, education is a pillar to everything. So to make this possible, we need to support our local think tanks, the organizations which are working in the vegan community. We want to support them, to empower them so that they get resources to do what they are doing. We want to invest us in schools. Yeah, we encourage many people, many donors, or many people who are strong enough to invest in education as a way of achieving what we are trying to achieve, like open up schools, trainings, and so on. Invite policymakers during local events. Yeah, it's good to involve policymakers whenever you organize any event, because it helps the community to understand more and deeply the policies which are helping the animal rights, animal welfare, and plant-based diets in the world or in Africa. Advocate for policy reforms in the schools and communities. Yes, it is good to advocate for policies which help the schools to engage in a plant-based vegan life and animal rights. So when you enforce them into press, it helps the vegan community to grow. Always translate vegan literature to fit the local communities. Yes, it is good to translate books or all resources into local languages so that people get to understand what is really good to go vegan or good to environment. When they read their own language, it gets better for them to understand more than using other languages like English, because not everyone that understands English. So it is good to translate their books into local language so that people get understand very well, and they read by themselves. As you see Bibles, people are Christians nowadays, they understand Christian more than because the Bible was translated into local languages. Lastly, make noise on all vegan achievements using social media. It is good if you have an achievement, if you have done an achievement in anything, it is good to shout, it's good to take action. Because all of us, what we need is to take action. If you take action, that means that if you do something, you need the community to know that you have done something good. So it is good to you to browse it so that everyone get to know. And after people get to know that vegan community is doing something, that means that the community will get together and join you and join your work together. Next. Yeah, thank you for your conversation. I'm so grateful.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm grateful to be here today with Musisi Mike. We have just seen his presentation, and we may not be able to ask him in person or online, so I'm going to ask him some questions that I think you might want to know and might want to ask him about once you've seen the presentation. And so we know that, Mike, you're in Musisi, you are in Uganda, and you have helped start a school, and I know that you must have had quite a few challenges there at first. And so I wonder if you could tell us about how you got through the challenges, because I would think as when people are new to veganism, they might reject it, and I wonder how you managed to persevere. Welcome.
Oh, yes. It is amazing to be here again. So, as I had an idea and my team of starting up a vegan school in Uganda. It wasn't very easy, but we believed in ourselves that we can make it. At first, mainly with the government officials, when I reached to them with my proposal to start up a school, they asked me many questions. One, for them, they thought that I'm going to spread homosexual to the younger children, because the word veganism, it is a new word to the people, and maybe in Africa, they don't understand what is veganism means. So when I came with the name at a vegan community school, they only picked one name or picked one word, vegan, and they asked many questions about it. So it was a bit a challenging thing, but I thought with them, I explained to them, I tasked them to do more research on veganism and how veganism is important to the world and to the younger generation. Also, we had a challenge in our community whereby the parents will not understand what the veganism means, and they are not conversed with the idea of teaching their children how to respect animals, loving them, living with them in harmony. So it took us time to convert these parents to understand what we are trying to do is right to their children. So we started up workshops, trainings towards the parents, and right now we are moving forward with them, and they're loving what we are doing. So it is a bit challenging to start something new in an area where people are rigged, literacy, and educated, and so on. So, but we try our level best because we believe that we can make it, and we are doing what is right.
That's so wonderful, Musisi. I remember that you were having challenges there. There were many requirements, fences, playground equipment, so many things that you have overcome. About how many students would you say now come to the school, and in what other ways are you reaching the children?
Yeah, at the start we had a number of children who were coming to school, like 200 in the number. Mainly we are still having a challenge of long distances. Our school, it is in a rural area with we near poor road system. We near I think the areas where young children cannot traverse from their home to our school. So we find that challenging that we're limited by the road, the distances, so the children don't made up to the number when they come to school. So we usually get 100, 80, depending on the day. But like maybe in the future, when we get the motorcycle, or when we get the car or the school van, or when we construct a school and we get hostels or homes for the children at school, maybe the number will increase. But right now, the number go down and go up because of the situation we're facing. Yeah, but we are happy that the parents, they now bring their children by their own, and we have those who want to bring their children from Kenya, Tanzania, but because we don't have hostels where they can stay, that's the biggest challenge you're still having.
I see. My goodness. That's you have come a long way with that progress. And I noticed that you have been traveling some. Have you been able to get any grants or help from other outside organizations?
Grants, many of the grantees, they focus mainly on plant-based transition. They focus mainly on farm agriculture, animal rights, and so on. A few focused on education, in particularly. So we don't get grants for education in particular, but we get people who can support in those. Like last time we had Viva. Viva donated us as a fence, a school fence, with other friends who donated to get a gate and so on. So we get those passionate people who donate to get what we want. Like you yourself, Rebecca, you donated us tanks, play materials, and so on. So you get individuals who are willing to the education, who knew that when there's education, the revolution can be done or can be accomplished. So that those people can do what they can to make the school moving.
That's wonderful. And isn't there a big event coming up in December, a vegan festival? Or did
Yeah, of course. Yeah, every year we organize, like we started up last year. I have an idea of where I organize a 3-day vegan festival where people come together, they share ideas, they do activities, they learn a lot from different people. So we do it in different regions. In Uganda, we have 4 regions. We have Central, we have Eastern, we have Western, and then we have North. And then my idea is to traverse all the regions. Each year we go to another region so that we bring people closer. And the last year, yes, the last year we were in Central. This year we are in Eastern, in Ginger. Next year we should be in Western, and then in North. So we are trying to bring people together and training them, teaching them, doing workshops and so on, so that they understand what our cause is.
That's wonderful. Now, you had mentioned donations. How would you like people to get in touch with you? Would you like for them to follow you on Facebook, message you on Facebook, or do you have a way that, in case people would like to reach out to you?
Yeah, when people really want to reach out to Love for Uganda Foundation and Atlas Vegan Community School, we have a website which is www.loveforuganda.org. But we are trying to change that website soon, and we were trying to structure it so that it comes on the level that everyone's interested in it. So, but you can reach for us for a moment on that www.loveforuganda.com, or you can write for me directly, mike@loveforuganda.org, or you can reach me on LinkedIn, Mrs. Mike, Facebook, Mrs. Mike, and those who are willing to chat to me, they can contact you directly. You can bring the message to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be glad to do that.
because you're part of Love for Uganda Foundation and you've been there for us, so people can reach out at you, then you bring for us any message. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Love for all Uganda. Thank you so much. Is there a final thing you would like to share with us? We're all so grateful for the work that you do.
Yeah, I'm so grateful to be part of this COP of 224, and I thank you to appreciate my work in Africa. We are trying to do our level best, but mostly we encourage people to understand that if there is no education, the cause will not be somewhere. We need to focus on much on education, because education opens people's minds, create awareness, and brings things closer to people, to the communities. Because the power of the people, the power of the animals, all of them they're opened by education. And right now we are trying to open up a political party which is called National Animal Welfare Party, which will push our cause to the mainly on policies, because as organizations we cannot push policies, but when you are when we are a political party, things become easier for you to push a policy and can be amended or can be put in place. So we are trying our level best to do what we can, and we request you to put more effort with us. Do support us. It's the only way you can push a cause to support a cause. If you don't support a cause, then you're doing nothing. So I call upon your attention, your donation, your donation, uh, sharing ideas with us, uh, give us opportunities. So that's what I can say.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to hear you say that you've got so many areas that you're working on. Well, thank you again, and I'm looking forward to sharing this video. Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so glad that you got to hear from Musisi Mike. He had challenges that he did not tell you about, and they're very serious challenges. It's illegal to be homosexual in Uganda. And when you don't know the word vegan and people start saying it's homosexual, then they start chasing you. And so there were some very hard times there, and people pulled through. Friends of mine donated money for part of a school, and many people did. So we just want to say thank you so much. We're getting that on there. Right here. Oh, okay, here I am. And so I'm just really glad to have gotten this chance to meet him and know him and to share him with you. Love for all Uganda. Thank you.
You know that was asking Wendy.
No, it's for you to introduce Renee.
We have 5 minutes.
Oh, we have 5 minutes. Oh, my goodness. So if we have any, oh, I think we ready to.
Oh, Q&A, 5 minutes.
Okay, so if we have any questions for me, because I talked with him a lot. I mean, we're messaging all the time with Musisi Mike. Yes.
Do you have evidence that he's working with other African countries?
She asked if I have evidence that he's been working with other African countries. No, I don't have any evidence of other African countries. I know that he has, that people have helped support him and go to China to talk about what he's doing. And to, I don't remember if it was Denmark. He's also been up in, so he's working with other vegan organizations. And the 2 other African organizations that I'm familiar with, one is in Ethiopia. It's not an organization, but it's a group of people working there for people to have unity stew. And there's another country, Ghana, and I don't know if they're in touch. So I don't know about the African organizations, but I know vegan organizations are working with him. Pardon?
What Rescue Foundation?
What rescue foundations? I can't remember those names. I can't remember the names of the organizations. Podiska Foundation. Thank you. Podiska Foundation. Thank you.
So we have Dash on the call.
Oh, good. Dash is one of the people. Yes, if y'all will put a Dash on the screen, then I'll go off the screen.
That's a good spot right there. Set.
But then we really only have a minute because we're getting ready to start our next thing, and Dr. Rao's going to do the introduction for the next one. So I didn't realize Dash was there. Hello, Dash.
Hello.
Say hello.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, spotlight him.
Hello.
Dash, can you come on camera so we can spotlight you?
Okay, give me a minute. Coming in a few.
We can't hear him.
Can you see me? Let me have some lights. The power bank has some lights. On the laptop. Sorry. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Dash.
Perfect. Yes, please. Okay. First of all, I want to thank each and everyone for making this possible. Yeah, just to second on, just introduce myself a bit. My name is Dash, and I'm the founder of Podoshka Foundation. We are based in Uganda, and we have a variety of activities that we do to ensure the animal rights and apprehend veganism. Most of our tools that we use humane education as a tool, and we have been in universities. We have been in 3 universities here in Uganda. We have been in over 70 schools, and we have had about so many meals that we have given out in our past 4 years. We came in existence in 2019, and we do our advocacy through various projects. Yes, I've met with Mike, and I've been to his school that he's trying to set up. And yes, that's what I can say. We basically use humane education as the basic tool for our work, because we are trying to inform the generation. So by humane education, that takes workshops. We have had about, this year, we have had about 8 workshops. Today itself, we were doing a live demonstration against the cruelty of animals. We have had schools, like I've said, been to school. We hosted the very first quiz, international schools, where we had schools compete on basis of veganism, on basis of health, animal agriculture, and wildlife. That was the first kind of quiz in the whole country. We also hosted the very first freshers debates at the universities. That was animal right themed. So yeah, and also recently we had the very first march in the country on animal rights that we commemorated for the World Vegan Day. Yes, we are trying to work together with a lot of people, a lot of beneficiaries, to ensure that veganism comes to light. And apparently we are the leading #1 vegan advocates in the country, and actually in East Africa as well. So thank you so much for this opportunity, Another.
Thank you very much, Dash. We're so glad you came on. And now we have, now we're gonna have, we're gonna have our next introducer, who is somebody you know, and I don't need to introduce, and somebody that you actually probably came to this conference for, not other people. Yeah, peek on in here.
That's not true. Anyway, it's my pleasure to introduce Renee King Sonnen. She's going to be talking about her journey from cattle rancher to sanctuary founder, a 10-year epic journey. Congratulations on your 10-year anniversary. Renee King Sonnen, founder and executive director of Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, became a leading voice in animal rights activism after rescuing her husband's Texas cattle herd from slaughter. She shares their journey from ranchers to vegans at events worldwide. After their story went viral on CBS Evening News in 2016, Renee won Veg News' Vegan Rookie of the Year. Is that even a thing? And gained international recognition. Featured in podcasts, documentaries, and media outlets, Renee appears in the documentary Rowdy Girl, which premiered at Hot Docs in 2023, and is now screening nationwide. It's an amazing documentary. Please don't miss it. Her memoir, Secret Diary of a Cattle Rancher's Wife, is represented by Amy McConnell, a literary agent known for working with best-selling authors and shaping award-winning books. For screening dates, visit rowdygirlfilm.com. Welcome, Renee.
Thank you. Here.
Yeah, if you hold it right here, it's better.
Hold it right there. And do I need to hold this one too? I do, don't I? Huh?
Getting a little too low volume.
Okay.
I can hold both. All right, we're getting there. I just want to make sure, since I know I'm going to try to get through this. It's so good to be here with all of you. And the transition to a cattle ranch, from a cattle ranch to a sanctuary, has been one of immense awakening, suffering. I know that what happened to me is that I had a spiritual awakening on a cattle ranch. The transition, for those of you that don't know my story, you can get on our website, radicalsanctuary.org, and you can find those, the CBS Evening News story, you can find ABC, you can find all of the things. We were recently, you know, there's just so many stories. I'm so humbled and honored that that's happened. But for the sake of what I'm going to talk about, because we are in our 10th year, I went vegan October 31st, 2014. And that started the time bomb ticking for my husband, who eventually made the journey himself. On May 2nd, 2015, he went vegan. Yeah. So on Halloween Day, though, it was quite interesting. You know, Halloween's always been one of my favorite holidays. And so the powers that be were very, they had a very good sense of humor to pick that day for me to go vegan. Because it was like a horror movie the day I walked into my mother-in-law's house and she was serving beef stew. I had just watched Dr. Melanie Joy's dissertation on carnism, where she told the story of a family enjoying beef stew around a kitchen table. And they were all loving the beef stew. And one of them said, "What's the recipe? This is so good." And when she said that, somebody, the lady of the house said, "Oh, you know, thank you for asking. You start off with a pound of very young golden retriever." Well, as a cattle rancher, I had been watching slaughterhouse videos for several months, probably almost a year. Because like I said, it was a spiritual awakening. It looks like I went vegan overnight, but it really took me years because of the oppression that I, along with many, many others, are subjected to in the cattle ranching industry. You know, you don't go vegan on a cattle ranch. That's not something, you know, you do. And so when I was at my mother-in-law's house, I had just watched this dissertation, and when Dr. Melanie Joy said, you start off with a pound of very young golden retriever, I lost it, along with all the people there on screen. All the people on screen wanted to spit their food out. I was like, oh my God. And the next thing you know, my husband's coming in. Renee, we got to get ready. We got to go to my mother's house. You know, we have a big Halloween event over there. And so I listened to the rest of it, and she said, "Just kidding, it's really a cow." But unfortunately, nobody could resume eating because they thought they were eating a puppy dog. So what was the difference? It was just the dead flesh, right? So when I was on my way to my mother-in-law's house, now, you have to picture this moment. For the last 4 or 5 years, I had been, unbeknownst to me, transitioning. I didn't do it on purpose. Rowdy Girl was my vegan advocate. And I was like in a state of horror and shock over what I had just seen, because I had watched slaughterhouse videos for about a year leading up to this moment, because I was trying to figure out how to do the wrong thing the right way. I spent a long time trying to do that. The humane way, all those humane lies, I really believed them. I was trying to figure out how to crack that code, to be humane. I was that person as a cattle rancher trying to be humane in all of it. And I couldn't figure it out. Every time I turned around, I was beating my head up another door, where, the eggs, I thought, well, eggs, but no, the baby chicks are macerated, the male chicks. And well, milk, what's wrong with milk? Well, comes to find out all those calves are either killed on the spot or they're put in, wheel crates. And, I just couldn't figure it out. I tried, y'all. I tried really, really hard to do the right thing the wrong way. So on my way to my mom-in-law's house,
I was in a trance over all those slaughterhouse videos, and then particularly the one by Dr. Melanie Joy. I walked into my mother-in-law's house, and all the kids were there in their costumes. They're having a good time. Everybody's talking, and my mother-in-law comes out with a pot of beef. You don't make this up. Okay, this is like on Halloween day. And my heart started beating. My eyes started like rolling back in my head. I was like, can't eat that. There's no way I can't eat that. And my mother-in-law, her name was Effie, God rest her soul. She said, well, why not, Renee? I said, because it's got floating dead, hacked up animal bodies in it. And I can't eat that. Just like that. I said that. Everybody in the room, deathly quiet. All the kids, all the grown-ups, everybody looked at me like, and I was like, what? And my mother-in-law was like, what did you say? I said, it's got floating dead, hacked up animal bodies in it, and I can't eat that. And my mother-in-law was like, oh, well, you can pick it out. And I was like, no, there ain't no more picking it out for me. I slid down that vegan rabbit hole. At that moment, I didn't know I was going vegan, but on Halloween day, I made the plunge. And from that moment on, it was her story. But forget history. Okay. It was her story. Yeah. So I started challenging everything about my husband's business of cattle ranching. I started challenging all of it. And so if you can imagine going from that moment to being in the truck with my husband, here I am. I didn't know I was going vegan, y'all. I never planned to go vegan. It wasn't like, I think I'll go vegan on Halloween and screw my husband's life up today. It was like all those years. My husband and I remarried in 2010 for the second time. And from 2010 to 2014, I was gradually going vegan, not knowing it, because I was having an awakening on a cattle ranch. So when I went home that day, Tommy was furious with me. Renee, I said, and all I could say was, you're not eating any meat in this house anymore. There's no more meat. There's no more cheese. There's no more dairy. And I got home and I started taking it all out. I said, by God, we're going to have a funeral for all these deer heads. You get them deer heads off of, I mean, we had deer heads everywhere. I mean, you talk about deer heads, you talk about mule heads, moose heads, whatever kind of heads we had all kind of heads in our house. We even had a hallway I called the Horny Hall, affectionately, but it was full of horns. It had horns everywhere. And I used to be like, oh, it's the Horny Hall, you know. And I was like, all I could see when I walked in my house that day was suffering. I ducked my head and I went through the house because all of a sudden my insides were on my outsides. It was as if everything I had ever been holding down and didn't know I was holding down was suddenly rebirthed on the outside of me. And I could not stop it. I couldn't stop the feelings. I couldn't stop the sadness. I couldn't stop the depression. I couldn't stop the anger. I was overwhelmed with so much emotion. I know all of you out there that understand this feeling know what I'm talking about. It's like once you go vegan for the animals, really ethically, there ain't no going back. You don't, yeah. You don't one day, wake up and go, well, I think I'm going to eat some cheese today. I'm having some protein deficiency. Or what? No, you figure it out. You call PCRM. I mean, there's all kind of ways to eat vegan and be healthy. And so anyway, so that day I made my husband, I live in hell, May 2nd, 2015, y'all. He went vegan. Between October, though, and May, what happened was at one point, I think it was in December, I believe, when I talked to Howard Lyman, who is a freaking powerhouse vegan that had a cattle ranch. He had a cattle operation. He didn't turn it vegan, but he sold everything, got out of business, and became, one of the world leaders in our movement. And what I didn't know, though, was how hard he was going to be to get a hold of. On Christmas Eve, I was determined to get a hold of him. I'd been trying and trying and trying and trying. And finally, he answered the phone when I was cooking my first vegan Christmas. And he said, hello, this must be Rowdy Girl. And I was like, how did you know? He was like, well, you only called me about 6 or 7 times. And I feel like on Christmas Eve, it must have been urgent So I'm answering the phone. And so I went into this long spiel about how horrible my husband was and everything. And he listened to me go on and on and on. I was calling him a murderer, all the things. And bless Howard Lyman, he's such a jewel. He, after about 6 or 7 minutes, he said, "Are you finished?" And I said, "Yes." I was waiting for him to just tell me how right I was. He didn't. He was like, "Well, don't you think you ought to be giving your husband the same love and compassion that you're giving them animals?" You could have heard a pin drop from me. I was like, "Oh, whoa," but he said, "No, you be an example." And I was like, oh, I mean, I swallowed hard, you know? And he was my very first example of the way I needed to be as a vegan. Jeannie Westfall is my first vegan friend. I met her on November 1st because I got online and I began searching frantically the day after I went vegan for vegan friends. I didn't have a vegan friend except for Rowdy Girl. And I was like, well, so I found a vegan registry. It's called the Global Vegan Registry. It really is out there. It's a thing. And I found it, and Jeannie Westfall, God bless her, she was up at like, I don't know, it's like 2 or 3 in the morning. I was like, I couldn't sleep, nothing. I was buzzing. And she was on there and we started chatting. Next thing you know, she gave me her phone number and I'm crying. I'm like on the phone crying to this woman I did not know. And she had been vegan like 20 years. And she was listening to everything. And she says, "Renee, oh my God, I feel like I'm witnessing history." And she was, I didn't know that. And she started giving me all these videos to watch, all this stuff to show my husband. And she said, "You need to start a blog." And so I blogged. So that is when Secret Diary of a Cattle Rancher's Wife was actually thought up. That's been in there. So I started this secret journal on Facebook. Tommy didn't know. And on that journal, I was like frantically trying to figure out how I was going to buy my husband's cows, how I was going to save them all from slaughter, you know, and everybody on the vegan movement, all of a sudden, they all just started coming on, you know, vegans everywhere were coming on this page. And I was like, all of a sudden, I went from being a cattle rancher to having vegan friends. And they were trying to figure out how to help me. Kip Anderson was one of them. Y'all, Kip Anderson, you know, the founder of Cowspiracy and Christspiracy and all the spiracies, you know, What the Health and Seaspiracy. And now, you know, he joined our board, you know, 10 years ago. He's been on our board ever since. But back then, I didn't know him. He was just Kip. You know, I didn't know Kip. And anyway, he contacted me. He heard about what I was trying to do. He contacts me and he says, "Can you tell me more about what you're trying to do?" And I told him everything. And he said, "Okay, this is what I want you to do. I want you to get on Indiegogo. And I want you to do like I did, and you buy them your husband's cows using Indiegogo. And this is how you're going to do it. This is how I did it to fund Cowspiracy." And so I did what he told me. And I had another host of friends helping me too. And in less than 4 months, I bought my husband's cows. Woo! Yeah. The vegan movement helped me buy my husband's cows. In fact, my next door neighbors didn't even know I was doing what I was doing. California did. Hawaii did. You know, Canada did. But my next door neighbors, none of the cattle ranchers around me knew at the time what we were doing. But everybody else out there did. But during that process, before I went vegan, I told my husband, "You take them cows up the road one more time." I did this out in the middle of the pasture. "I will follow you. I will take your credit card. I'll go up to that sale barn and I'll buy them all back with your credit card. I promise." And he looked at me. He took his hat. He stumped it down on there. "Renee, you get out of my business." And I was like, this is no longer a business. These cows are my family and you will not over my dead body. And I was serious. And I mean, I became that activist that he would absolutely, the ones that, you know, are your worst nightmare. I became that person for my husband. And y'all, and so, you know, and on May 2nd, 2015, it became official. That's when I bought my husband's cows. So that is the actual date of the actual date of our nonprofit is February 20th, 2015. It took a little bit for the paperwork to catch up to the actual event. And then From there, going forward, we've endured 3 major floods. We've endured what we call the Memorial Day flood in 2016, the Tax Day flood in 2015, the Tax Day flood in 2016, and then 2017, the flood of Hurricane Harvey, which ultimately forced us to move our sanctuary to Welder, Texas. During those 3 epic floods, we became what my friend Jane Velez Mitchell coined for me, climate change refugees. I had never, ever heard that term before, but that is what we were. For 3 floods, I had to figure out how to evacuate animals before I could take care of myself. And I'm not talking about a few cats and dogs. I'm talking about big beasts like cows that weigh 1,500 to 2,000 pounds, lots of them. I think the first one we had like, I don't remember, 40 or 50. And, you know, ultimately, you know, we had, you know, eventually we had to evacuate 60 something cows, all chickens, goats, pigs, you name it, before we could ever even think of ourselves. And somehow in the midst of all these trials, I used the very techniques I was showing y'all earlier today, the power of being, not doing. I used the power of being. I knew that my higher power didn't bring me all this way to do this work I was doing, to drop me on my face. I was very upset with God during that 3rd flood, because the 2nd flood, I said, God, don't you ever put me through one of those again. I talked to him just like that, or her. I talked to him, her, it, all of it. I talked to all the things that make God, and I said, don't you ever, I cannot do it again. I will end up in the hospital. Well, guess what? I should have never said that, because that 3rd flood, I couldn't believe it. We just bought that property in Welder, not even a month prior. We were going to plan and stage the move. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. I got on my knees that day when I realized we were going to go through another evacuation. And I heard from my higher power, Renee, it's no longer in the moment for you. There's no more one day at a time for you. It's between the seconds. I learned to live my life between the seconds. That 3rd flood, when we had to not only evacuate, but move our entire operation, was something I didn't think I could ever do. But you know what? I didn't do it. None of us are doing any damn thing. We are manifestors and we are being. I found that power in me, and by golly, I moved forward every half a second into that power to save these animals, to save us, and to move Rowdy Girl Sanctuary into our next evolution, which was now in Welder. So that's where we are today. We are in Welder, Texas. And then while we were there, that's when Jason Goldman, the Rowdy Girl the Rowdy Girl documentary director, contacted me, and he began filming the Rowdy Girl documentary. He began filming the Rowdy Girl documentary on the tail end of all of that trauma for me. When you watch the documentary, you will see me at probably my worst physically. I am so glad that captured in time in the Rowdy Girl documentary is who I was physically during that time. It was hard on me, but I made it through. And that documentary is doing really good stuff. In fact, we'll be at Texas A&M next week, next Friday, with Allied Scholars for Animal Protection, Dr. Faraz Harsini's awesome nonprofit. And we'll be presenting the documentary there. And my husband, the cattle rancher, gone vegan, will be there with me. At Texas A&M. Y'all, I have a whole story about Texas A&M that I can't even go into at this moment. But that's about the documentary. You can go to rowdygirlfilm.com and learn more about that. And also 3 years ago, we started our medical treatment facility fundraiser. It's called Time to Thrive. And for 2 years in a row, we have exceeded our goal to build one of the greatest state-of-the-art medical treatment facilities for aging bovine or cows, period. We are determined to have a facility where we do not have to take cows in a trailer to large animal vet hospitals that all their departments, food departments. I am done taking my animals to food departments. I'm so sick of having to train vets inside their facility that our animals are not food. They're our friends. And so the medical treatment facility is in its third phase this year. We are going to be building the lab. We are going to be building all the gates, all the chutes, all the things it's going to take to reroute, all of the animals. And then ultimately we'll be putting in a hydraulic squeeze chute next year. So many things going on to really help build the kind of enthusiasm that we need in the vegan community. So, because there's a lot of vets out there that are going vegan, and we want them to have a place where they can come and take care of aging bovine until the day they naturally die, not until they're 6 months and ready to eat. So, that's going on. So y'all stay tuned, subscribe to our newsletter, to learn more about that. And then, of course, Rowdy Girl's extensive media coverage. Our transformation has captured national and international media attention, from CBS Evening News, Veg News. We've established our voice in the movement through all of this publicity. I never once asked for it. I never once picked up the phone or sent out an email and said, hey, will you cover this story? The story, when you are in the flow of what you are supposed to be doing, a power greater than you will make it not only possible, but it is inevitable that power is going to be on the other side to grab your intention and your passion and push it out into the world. It's not even a crapshoot. It will happen that way. And that is what's happened. Our story has been translated in I don't know how many languages. It's been catapulted into all kinds of places in the media. I'm constantly contacted now for this, that, and the other on a blog. I can't do them all, podcast. I can't do them all anymore. I just can't, I have a whole social media team now. I have a marketing department. I have development consultant. I have staff. I didn't have all that when I started. It was Tommy and I. It was only us two. And this movement has grown into that. And then also, we, like I said, we're celebrating our 10th anniversary. We have the 2025 calendar back there. If you'd like to be part of that and take one of those home with you, let me know. And yeah, so I'm asked to speak all over on behalf of the animals. And we are building a community of supporters through our Rowdy Club. Our Rowdy Club right now has about 760 members. Of which Dr. Rao, Rebecca, Jane, I think Kim is a member. I don't know who else. You're about, yeah, Danny's a member. Who else is a member? I don't know. If you're not a member, join us. You can join for as little as $5 a month, whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter what it is. Just join the herd. We are more powerful in numbers. And our sanctuary is not just a sanctuary. We have become a movement. Join us. Join the Rowdy herd. And finally, I just want to say that I'm very honored to be on the tail end of my book, Secret Diary of a Cattle Rancher's Wife, and of which Jane, who's behind the camera over here, was my muse, honestly. She heard every single chapter. I read it to her word for word. I think the only thing she didn't hear was maybe the ending or something, but I actually called her every single time because I was so nervous. She told me back when I was trying to write my book with a ghostwriter, it failed miserably. She said, Renee, you need to write that book. And I was like, me, I can write a song, I can write on social media, but a book. And she said, yes, you write that book. So, and she said, when you're finished with the first chapter, call me, go start writing right now. And that's how she talked to me. She would tell me every time I talked to her about something, go write about that and call me. And that's how this book came to be. So anyway, right now I have a great agent. Her name is Amy McConnell. If you look her up, you will see her credentials. It's unbelievable, that girl. And also we are negotiating with a publisher at this moment. It's pretty exciting. So y'all stay tuned, join the Rowdy Club, subscribe to our newsletter, and thank you so much, Dr. Rao, for inviting me to be part of this impactful conference. Thank you. Question? Oh, okay. Danny said there's a question.
We have a question from the chat from Michael. How was your husband's journey
veganism different and similar to your own journey?
Repeat the question.
Oh, yeah, how was my husband's journey similar or different than my own journey to veganism? Well, Tommy's a cattle rancher, multi-generational cattle rancher. You know, his family had slaughterhouses. His family, you know, moved cows from San Antonio back in the late 1800s, you know, to Houston and to Alvin. They had the brands, you know, they were real bona fide cattle ranching family. I married into it, you know, and so I was the yoga teacher. I was always studying yoga. I knew about ahimsa. I'd even had a raw diet in the past, which I am raw now, but at that time, years ago, I'd practiced all these different things. So I was more receptive to the idea of ahimsa. And so when I started having my relationship with Rowdy Girl, the calf, she became like my child. And I started seeing Rowdy Girl like my dog and cat. And Tommy was a rough and tough cattle rancher. Even though he loved the animals, believe me, he loved them and killed them. That's the difference. Tommy Sonnen was the type of person that, you know, he went vegan because my evolution to veganism was so profound. We had already been married once. Here we are in our second marriage. We didn't think anything was going to break us up. And me going vegan was, you know, worse than having an affair. Honestly, I think he'd have preferred that. But I know, right? But I'm serious. It's that kind of betrayal. And so for Tommy, going vegan was betraying his family, was betraying tradition, it was an act of betrayal. So, but he did it, y'all. But he didn't do it at first for the animals. He did it for his health. Dr. T. Colin Campbell in Forks Over Knives is the one that turned that boy around. And now I'm here to tell you, on the outside looking in, I wish I had a camera over me all the time, watching my husband love these animals. Yeah. Yes.
Can you describe being out in the field and what that was like when you communed with the cows and the moment of awakening? Can you repeat that question?
When I was out in the field communing with the cows, what was that like on my when I had that spiritual awakening, when I finally started waking up, the process of the awakening? You know, Rowdy Girl, I acquired Rowdy Girl for $300. And the reason I bought Rowdy Girl was so that I could become a good cattle rancher. Tommy wanted me to be part of the ranching business. And so he manipulated me into buying Rowdy Girl because I don't have any kids of my own. And I thought when I heard him say there was a baby calf that needed a mama, I was like, oh. And so I went to see this calf, and there was not only one, but there was two. And I bought them, brought them home. So the difference is I really began to see the herd through Rowdy Girl's eyes. My husband just saw a herd. Most people just see a herd of cattle. They just see a herd. It's meant that way. We're programmed to see herds, not individuals. The way I went vegan, the way I started waking up is I started seeing them as individuals. I really, through Rowdy Girl, started seeing them one by one. I started naming them. And I'd come home, my husband would say, you know, Renee, you got to stop naming them cows, you know, because I'd come home saying, you know, here's, you know, Brownie, here's, you know, Red, you know, I had all these names for the cows, and he didn't like me naming the cows. So the real difference is that I started seeing them as individuals. It took him a while to do that. Yeah. Any other questions? Oh, time. All right. Well, if you do have any other questions out there, please email me at renee@rowdygirlsanctuary.org. I'm very responsive. Follow me on all the social media, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook.
One more question so I can get a wide shot, because I have no wide shots of this. 1 second. 1 second.
Okay, we're going to do one more question. Unchained TV wants to do one more question so she can get a wide shot. So is there one more question? Dr. Rao.
Yes. So why does Tommy say that veganism got shoved down the throat?
So, yeah. So Dr. Rao asked me, he says, why did Tommy say that veganism got shoved down his throat? Well, what he says actually is veganism was shoved down my throat. I chewed it up and I liked it. That's what Tommy says. I even made a t-shirt like that. And the reason he said that is because he loved me so much, y'all. We are really soulmates. But that man, to his credit, he listened to and watched every documentary I put in front of him. He watched Cowspiracy. He watched Forks Over Knives. He watched Vegucated. He watched Food Matters. He watched Howard Brown's Peaceable Kingdom. He watched Speciesism. And ultimately, y'all, that man couldn't get through Earthlings. He could not get through it. And so he says veganism was shoved down his throat because I was relentless. Yes.
Just real quick, could you, your contact info, I'd like to put it in the chat. Renee at
rowdygirlsanctuary.org. Yeah, .org. Yeah, so that's really the gist of it. You know, I don't really recommend that everybody be the kind of person I was toward their husband or their wife. It was the magic ingredient for us, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the magic ingredient for you. I always want to qualify that because I don't want people running out of here, going home and telling your husband you're a murderer. I mean, I was that person, you know, that's why it was shoved down his throat. But anyway, thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, great.
That's good.
Okay. Wait, not yet. Just give me bio break. Keep it going.
All right, here we go. All right, so our next speaker, I'm transitioning to MC. Thank God for my Gemini moon. Yeah, our next speaker is going to be the amazing friend of mine, Paige Parsons
LaRoche.
Paige Parsons Roche, which she is a very, very good friend of mine. And I love her dearly. And she's going to be doing a talk on upcycle and repurpose for goodness sakes. A little bit about Paige. Paige Roche delivers interactive presentations with eco tips on upcycling, repurposing, and composting for a healthier planet. A vegan for 4.5 years, Paige adopted eco-veganism after watching Cowspiracy and learning the environmental impact of animal agriculture. Inspired by her daughter, Caitlin, who went vegan for the animals, Paige became active with LA Animal Save and other animal rights groups. Now a contributor and producer for Unchained TV, Paige covers animal rights events, protests, and conferences. She also books and co-hosts shows like Lunch Break Live, PlantBased in the Burbs, and The Laws That Matter. Please help me welcome Paige Parsons Roche.
Thank you so much. I love it. Thank you so much. And that's a little bit old. I've been vegan now for 9 years.
Oh,
and I've accomplished multiple things, extra things. Okay, I'd like to make a loud entrance. I love it. Hello, everyone. How excited are we that we are here together in person and hybrid? This is no accident. So if you're in the room or you are online, there is no accident that you're here because you purposefully are spending your time with us. So thank you so much. Just a little history. In 2018, we were in person. 2019, we were in person, drove out from Los Angeles to Arizona. And what is it, 5 years later, here we are in Arizona again, in person. So welcome everyone again to Climate Healers, VCOP, the Vegan Convergence of the People. This is number 19. Wait, what happened between the two in person and now? Oh, we decided to put them on Zoom. And then we produced those four times a year. So we did them once a quarter. And many of you participated who are here and watching. And some of you have no idea, and that's fine. It's all documented. It's Trelloed. You can find the content, okay? So just to give you a little teeny bit of upkeep to where we are now with my resume, so to speak. I'm now working on the plant-based treaty, Eat Plants, Plant Trees, in the Los Angeles area on that campaign. I have worked with Unchained TV for 7 years, very proud of the work. and supporting the production of many different things, including co-hosting Plant-Based in the Burbs, which is a cooking show. Now, if you're just tuning in and you have no idea what Unchained TV is, download the app. That's all you need to know. Just go in your app store, download the app, and you'll be privy to thousands of incredibly entertaining and educational videos. Okay, so with that, there's something that's come up on here. If anybody wants to come and take a look at the screen, there's a little something up here. All right, so just not sure if it's, oh, it's saying open rooms and add rooms and create rooms. I'm just not sure how that works. So hold on a moment while we just adjust something on the screen and we'll get right back to it. Okay. Also, what has happened since, we'll move the little cursors. Okay. Also, what's happened in the few past years is I now need glasses. So here we go. I want to tell you about, you're wondering, when is she going to get to this whole boring conversation about repurposing, right? Trust me, I pop around all over the place because I like to be entertained, don't you? So this is not going to be a boring conversation. It's actually going to be very participatory. But one thing I wanted to start with is Dr. Sailesh Rao's book, The Pinky Promise. And if you don't have this yet, you can get it on Amazon, get it now, buy 5 copies, give them to everybody over the holidays or gifts, because it's a fabulous book and it's small. You can see it's tiny. Kamaya and others illustrated. Who's Kamaya? Dr. Sailesh Rao's granddaughter. Okay. Now he made a pinky promise with her that he would do his darndest, do his job, so to speak, right, to bring about a vegan world by 2026. When I heard this and my daughter came home at 13 and said she was vegan, so this was a few years after, I said, wait, what? Okay, mic's off. Okay, oh, we're back on. Okay, good. Okay, wow, I need to know a little bit more about this person and what he's up to and who's this Kamaya person. And wow, and then when I met her, I just knew I had to do everything possible to do the same thing to create a vegan world by 2026. I just knew it became my life. Every step that every move I make, y'all know this, I live and breathe it, I dream it. How are we doing this? How can we possibly? So with that, I'm going to continue on with what this talk is about. But it is about us being present to the next generations. Okay, and I do put plural there. And I know a lot of climate anxious young people who maybe don't, I'm sorry, this is so moving, maybe don't have a lot of hope for our future. And this is something we all need to grapple with. So straight from the book, were humans the only species that don't belong on Earth? Straight from the book. If we take humans out, the planet thrives. When humans are added to the mix and lead their ordinary lives, the planet dies. Right there. So just sit with that for a moment. Okay, because I'm speaking to you humans, as well as myself, that what we do impacts everything we do. Everything we do. And some people say, okay, you're vegan, but you drive a car. I got that. Okay. So I do make my driving very purposeful. But you fly on a plane. Okay. I've definitely reduced. It's very minimal that I'll fly. Okay. What about plastic straws? Oh yeah. I helped ban those in the state of California. And I carry this with me. I'm sustainable, right? With the straws and everything. And it's not about me patting myself on the back about what I am doing. It's about us really grappling with where can we make the changes in our lives? And so many of us are reducing and recycling and repurposing already. So I want to remind us, let's take it up a notch, a big notch. Because if we're talking about 2026, it's 2024 and it's almost 25. The time is seriously ticking, right? And not to depress everyone. This is not about that. It's to motivate and inspire us. What else can we do? Okay, I'm going to mention this now. I got a download that I need to make a film happen. So I'm making a film happen. It's a short film featuring 4 climate activists and their journey and their struggles. And we're going to be screening that across college campuses. Okay, do I want to be directing a film? Have I ever done this before? Did I go to film school? No, I'm a communications major featuring public relations and communications, right? And uplifting brands and so forth. That's what I do for a living. But the download came, I'm working on it. Is it struggling and challenging? Oh, heck yeah. Am I on the skinny branches? Yes, I am. So maybe there's something out there that you're not feeling that you could necessarily do, but this motivates you and inspires you and makes you think about, oh, wait a minute, I got to download, but you know, I could never do that. Do it. Get with the people in this room, with Climate Healers, with Unchained TV, with other amazing groups that are out there, right? We know so many of them that are doing incredible things, but maybe you're the one that's going to bring that message, that's going to make that difference with that person who's sitting in their chair. When I watched Cowspiracy, within 10 minutes, I realized the amount of water that I was concerned about turning off the shower on my son, who was in high school, and saying, you're taking too long of a shower. When I realized the food, like the ice cream cone that I was eating, was using way more because that big old mama cow needs to be given water. And I know when I was nursing my babies, I was thirsty. I was very thirsty. So those mama cows are thirsty and they're drinking a lot of water. So my ice cream cone or my bite of cheese, just a little bit once a week, or all that adds up with billions of people on the planet. So again, we have the opportunity. We are the ones. If you're listening to this, guess what? You're the one. You woke up today, you brushed your hair, you brushed your teeth, you showed up, you're the one. So don't think someone else is going to do it. We've already learned that with our governments around the world. Many of them are not doing or disenfranchised by what's happening, right? And we expect more from our political leaders, but expect more from ourselves is what I'm saying. Okay. Did you know? I'm just going to read you a little statistic because this shocked me. 63 million, approximately, probably more, of food waste, which includes food scraps and digestible food, is wasted on the planet. 63 million tons. I know it's billions though. This must have been dated. 170 million tons. That's 170 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And we're always talking about as vegans, reducing methane, right? I mean, Aaron's mom, Jane. We're always talking about that, right? Okay, so what can you do with your food scraps? So we are going to talk about that. Reducing and preventing food waste can increase food security. Think about it. Promote conservation and decrease climate-related issues. Okay? So we're going to talk about something very quickly here. What is this? These are food scraps. Yeah, food scraps. We all either cook or eat, don't we? We either make our own food or we buy food. And you're not going to necessarily eat the apple core and the seeds or the banana peel. Am I right? And there's other things we don't eat, like watermelon rinds and all kinds of things, right? So what do we do with those food scraps? What do we do with them? You tell me. What do you do with them? What do you do? Think about it. Jane composts, but years ago, Jane didn't compost. And then we brought a short video to Unchained TV and she got motivated and now she composts. So how do you do that? Well, first of all, you don't put this into the trash. Think about the landfill. What's happening on the landfill? You probably don't even know this. Tons and tons and billions of trash waste is in there. So think about a diaper, baby diaper, used baby diaper with a banana peel and now couch cover. Methane gets created, stinky gas. Why do you think you have stinky trash? Stinky gas, stinky trash, right? So take the food scraps out. Then you get to figure out the next step. What am I going to do with those food scraps? Where am I going to put them? Where are they going to go? That's the next step. In the state of California, where I live, we have a green bin. We put them in the green bin. They take them to a mass place and they're making soil. In my backyard, we're making soil as well. Not everybody can do that, right? So my homework for you is to figure out what you can do with your food scraps. You don't need me to tell you that. You're going to figure out what's right for you because there's lots of steps. So I invite you to go Google it up, find out where you can. But this is simple. Get a jar. There you go. There's like a week's worth of food scraps for you. All right. Did you know I brought my little pumpkin? Did you know pumpkins are food waste that we can throw into the compost bin? Yeah. We can also toss this out to animals and they love it. So if you have an animal sanctuary near you, those food scraps are very important for them. Talk to them about, can you give the food scraps to them? Can you bring it to them? And many of the animal sanctuaries that exist have composting set up and farms near you. If there's a small farm near you, ask them, can you be part of their composting cycle? Okay. Some of this might be like, I live so remote. What is she talking about? Well, again, you get to look it up. We can put it in a Ziploc bag, freeze them, and then find some nature. Don't go 6 feet below. Put it near the top so the microbes can get to them. Okay, that's like nuts and boltsy. Those of you that miss my basket, I have a new basket with lots of sustainables in it. So, get your pictures now. Just kidding. I used to walk around before I was vegan with a basket full of sustainable items. All right, and in there are things that you can use and reuse. So a jar, always bring a jar with you because you never know if you're going to have leftovers. I suppose this can also be something to have a sip of kombucha. Okay, hang on. We're making soil here with our compost, by the way. So I'm an educator out of the state of California, and we show kids how to do it. We take them through the cycle, and they make their own soil. Isn't that cool? And then they grow plants with the soil. This is like a broken wheel. We've talked about this so much. Please bring your own bags, big bags, small bags, vegetable bags. Let's reduce the plastic waste. Okay. Oh, this is huge. Did you know those compostable utensils and compostable bags only can be composted in a compost system that is not even set up in the state of California and many of these countries that these things are being sold? I'm sorry, it's greenwashing. So the best thing to do is to bring your own. I know, it's sad. It's going to do better in the landfill, 75 years from now. But because plastics, the thing about plastics, everybody, every single plastic, anything that's oil. Those are fossil fuels. That's what makes our plastic bags and our plastics utensils. Still exists on this planet. There's no going away. The plastic does not go away with the trash person coming and picking it up. So every teeny piece of plastic, every micro piece of plastic is still on the planet. That blows my mind. Does that blow your mind? I mean, that just is concerning. All right. Well, napkin. They have them in a lot of like a vintage shop or a secondhand store. Bring your own napkin places. Why not? Be that person that's making that impact. Keep a basket of things in your car that then you can have it on hand. Bring 2, bring 3. Dr. Rao's flashing his. He's so proud about that. Let's see what else we have in here. Oh, we do have some seeds. So Renee's flashing hers too. Renee was telling me that she's actually starting a seed bank. That is what we also need to do, right? Because this is packaging, but if we can exchange seeds and we can learn how, if we're growing something, to save those seeds and give them to our friends to grow things, right? Start a seed exchange in your neighborhood. Now, some of you maybe have a couch that you're no longer using, right? But you don't want to toss it out. It's a good couch. There are a lot of organizations now that have this free exchange. Put it up on the web. You probably know about it if it's something that exists in your city. Start this. How cool would that be to have like a swap day, clothing swap, couch pillows, blanket, all the things you might want to swap out, right? Can I get a time mark? I don't know how much time I have left because I want to hear from you all what you're doing. Oh, just so you know, brown paper is compostable. Brown paper. Break it up into smaller pieces so you can work with it. Oh, I have a new puppy, and guess what she loves? These. It's the best toy ever. So some of your items around your home that become quote unquote trash can become purposeful for something else. My dear friend Vanessa Merceau wasn't able to be here, turns these into earring hangers. She decorates them and then gives them away as gifts. So there's lots of things that you can do, but I want to hear from you, anyone out there who would like to share any way that you repurpose something. So let's hear from you. Raise your hand. Anyone? Come on, Kim, you were at the workshop. Yes, come on up. Because Kim, we just did this workshop recently. She had a lot to say. So come on over, Kim. Tell us about it.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I love I love this whole thing that you do. Thank you so much, Paige, for spreading the good word. One thing that I do, you know how you go, speaking of napkins, I do use napkins. And when you go to restaurants or anywhere and they're giving you all these napkins, and then if you leave them on the table, the waiter or the cleaners, they're just going to throw them away, right? They can't put them back in the pile because they might be contaminated, or maybe you just you used it very little. So I grab all those, I bring them home, and I have them in a bag in my kitchen. And when I have a little spot on the floor, you know, my cats make a little mess or whatever, I grab one of those and I repurpose it, and I clean the floor with it pretty much. Anyway, that's one of the things I do. I wanted to share because, yeah, whenever you go to a restaurant or anywhere, grab those napkins, put them in your purse or your pocket or whatever. Thank you.
You remind me of, if you have a favorite sheet that's soft and everything, you can cut it up into little squares and it becomes your tissue, right? Or your paper towel, because we need to stop buying paper towels and tissues, and people might be grossed out by that, but just throw it in your laundry. All right, who else? Anybody online putting in what their repurpose option is, or what they do as an action? So come on in.
Okay, so we have my brother started giving us as gifts, cloth napkins now, we all use them. And then during COVID, he got a bidet, and so we all have bidets.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, because of the waste, I mean,
Yes.
the toilet paper,
Yes.
right? So we all are really working hard there. And I just want to say that I saw the Story of Stuff on YouTube.
Oh,
And wait, I'm not sure if I'm getting this right, but only 3% of things get used after 6 months. Is that, or is there some astronomical percentage?
I believe
So
you.
it's scary. That really impacted me, and I stopped buying all this junk. And now I said, for Christmas, I don't want anything, right? I'm looking around the house. What can I do? Go to thrift stores, get things and repurpose, because it's outrageous. You know, I mean, I see all these trinkets at people's houses and things that are not necessary. And I feel sick walking through the grocery store and seeing all these little knickknacks and thinking that's going to end up in the landfill.
Thank you so much for bringing that up, because regifting should be something that's honored. You should be grateful that you're getting a gift that someone's regifting to you. Are we wrapping up? Oh, Rebecca has something she wants to share. Come on over.
Well, thank you. One of the things I heard about was getting a paint can, emptying it out, maybe get a new one, and then put a roll of toilet paper in it and pour some alcohol in it, and then put the lid on it. And then if it gets very cold and the electricity goes out, you can take that off and burn it, and it has a low flame, but it can keep you warm. So that's one way to use but it maybe you may have to make sure that doesn't have any paint left in there.
Careful. Be careful with that one, y'all.
Okay, maybe
at your own risk.
I just have to say,
That's awesome.
I haven't
though.
tried it though, so.
But you're reminding me that also my friend Vanessa is big on making her own candles.
Oh.
So you can use old containers that you had candles in and make a special candle, put the wick in and pour the wax. Do you have something, Renee? Come on over.
Yeah, I've been inspired. So one of the things I do at home is I have this big plastic like container, and let me see your glass one again. Where's your glass one?
In here.
Yeah, so I mean that's like one day for me. You said 1 week. No, the big.
Oh,
this
yeah,
one.
the compost.
Yeah, so I have like, I mean, that's one meal for me, you know, this, okay? And so
she's a fruity.
And so I put all of this in a big plastic bin, and it goes in my refrigerator and as it builds up, I have a great big plastic tub, like what we feed our cows. I mean, like what we give our cows water out of, like the ones that get holes in them, like the one that get holes in them. And I dump all of that waste in there every day. At the end of the day, it's huge. I mean, and then, you know, you wouldn't believe the butterflies and the insects and all of the creatures that love that waste. It's a great way to compost, you know. So that's one of the things I'm doing, other than carrying my napkins around everywhere. I carry my own fork. I learned that going to California and seeing all of y'all do it. So yeah.
Thank you, Renee. And you know, we want to be welcome those microbes and macros. So the worms and the little critters and the protozoas and the fungi. Okay, Jane, come on in. You got one?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got
we're gonna
one.
wrap it up. Like, go ahead.
Okay, well, first of all, I years ago saw a news report that said you could save like $1,500 a year by just getting rid of paper towels. And I just got rid of them. And I have like I've got a big bunch of rags at Costco and I've been using them for like a decade. And you do save a lot of money. And also I see people, you know, people say they're struggling, and then I see their cart, they've got paper towels and water in plastic bottles. It's like both of those are 100% unnecessary and horrible for the environment. But just from a financial perspective, you can save so much money. And something else I do, but I can't remember. Oh, I was going to say, for those watching, I do get something that I urge everybody to do. And that is, and I hope my neighbors aren't watching this, but I do get roasted peanuts in a giant thing like this. And for the crows and the squirrels and all the other animals, even if you're in an urban area, when I walk my dogs, I have them there, I see them. And then if the people see me, I'm like, oh, I'm on my phone. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm very stealth because people get angry. But the wildlife needs us. They need us in urban areas. And is it bad to say I get it on Amazon? But I do a giant thing of peanuts like this. They should be roasted though. They should not be raw. Sorry, Renee. No, I was saying about the raw. But it's an investment. It's like $90, but when you get rid of the paper towels, you'll be saving that money. And get the peanuts, and please feed your squirrels and your crows and all the other animals in the area.
Thank you, because they're part of our ecosystem. Yes. Okay, so we have, oh, one more comment. Okay, great.
Comment in the chat, it says he uses old candle wax.
Old candle
melts it in the bathroom to fill in the crack.
Whoa, I love that. Okay, so Amit melts old candle wax and fills in cracks in the bathroom. That's brilliant. Instead of caulk. Instead of like the bathroom caulk. Did everybody hear that? I love that. Okay, before we show a quick video, it's like very short. I just want to say, if you have climate anxiety, which should be everyone, you should all be anxious right now, please go to the plant-based treaty and sign and endorse for system changes. Okay, right now you can do it. If you're part of a government in any officialness, please reach out, because we'll help you get and make big changes. Okay, so we're going to show a quick video, and while it's queuing up, we're just going to, it's short, it's super short. It's over here. Don't worry, Danny has it all set up. But we're going to sing a quick song while she's queuing up, and if you break me off, that's fine. It goes, we're going to take the food scraps out of the trash. We're going to take the food scraps out of the trash. Boom, boom, boom. Food scraps out of the trash. Take the food scraps out of the trash. Boom, boom. Wait, scraps out of the trash. Don't worry, Jane, I can do it again. Food scraps out of the trash. Boom, boom, boom. Food scraps out of the trash. Take the food scraps out of the trash. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, now. One more time, take the food scraps out of the trash. Boom, boom, boom. Take food scraps out of the trash. The food scraps out of the trash. Boom, boom, boom. Food scraps out of the trash. Take the food scraps out of the trash. Woo!
Compost. Don't throw away the food, let's make it compost. What to do with that apple core? Be compost. Eat it and just put it where it all goes. Back to earth and nutrient-rich compost. Don't throw away that food, let's make it compost. What to do with that apple core? Be compost. Eat it and just put it where it all goes. Compost. What you gonna do with that banana peel? You had a meal and now you have a slimy peel. You have to deal. Put it in the trash bin like other packages, but once it's in the trash and then the landfill, what happens then?
In the landfill, it doesn't get oxygen, cause non-organic trash is piled on top of it. So as it decomposes, it releases methane, a gas that's bad for noses and increases climate change.
But what if you could rearrange the molecules of matter that are left inside your apple cores and peels of your bananas, and turn them into something you can use again and scatter into soil for the plants so that their fruit gets even fatter?
If you mix your rotting food with dried up woods and leaves, it gives worms and microbes a tasty thing to eat. And when they eat it, they digest it, and it all goes back into the soil, and we call that soil compost.
Compost. Don't throw away that wormy. The pieces that you wouldn't eat, the worms eat in a hurry. Give the worms a home, poke tiny holes inside a bucket, but not too big of holes, so it won't let the bugs in.
Or if you have a backyard, it isn't that hard to put your scraps in piles up in layers like a stack of cards. And if you have no backyard or live in an apartment, you can save it in your freezer, then donate it to a garden.
Your food waste isn't waste, it actually makes wealth, cause everything is made from what was left from something else.
The health of all depends on how a small thing decomposes. Don't throw it all away, let it live again, compost it.
Consistently talking about cycles, microbial life will leave us with a brighter future that is. Just nurture the kids. I'm talking about macro and micro organisms feed on the browns and greens. Another way to say this is carbon or nitrogen, or maybe even dead. Try it with alive, but to get this black hole, just no ratios must be divine. From mesophilic to thermophilic, cooling then the cure step. It takes 4 stages to get compost just perfect. As we watch the heat and temperatures rise, we know our pile is working. The bugs, bacteria, and fungi work together, that's for certain. Compost means community, so move is one unit. We all have a part to play, interdependence is the movement, and we move it cause we don't want no stinky smell. Anaerobic conditions prevent us from composting well. One thing I'll leave you with so that you know that you can do it too. First step is not to trash, but separate your scraps, stay food.
Compost, don't throw away that food waste, make it compost. What to do with that apple core, be compost. Eat it and just put it where it all goes, back to earth and nutrient rich compost. Don't throw away that food waste, make it compost. What to do with that apple core, be compost. Eat it and just put it where it all goes.
Thank you, everyone.
Save your scraps, save your scraps. Don't put them in the trash. Save your scraps, save your scraps. To the earth they go right back. Save your scraps, save your scraps. And put them in a pile. If that's a no-go, then go to a food scrap drop off site and smile.
So grateful you were here today with us, and we'll see you next time, okay?
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. We recycle. Can we get this? All right, here we go. All right. I love the little, yeah, that was awesome. We all need to know how to do that. Woo! All right. All right. So next up, we have Annette Hathaway. She's going to be joining us online with a presentation called Dialoguing with Animals. Annette, after earning her Animal and Nature 1-year certification with Dr. Maya Kincaid, she realized her call was to teach animal communication. She invited people from Nepal to join Dr. Kincaid's classes, but challenges like unstable internet and power outages made participation difficult. This inspired her to focus on teaching animal and nature communication in rural areas where wild animals and captive elephants often reach out to humans who haven't yet learned to listen. Since 2021, she has expanded her teaching to children and aims to share this innate ability with learners worldwide. She also continues to practice and study captive elephant foot care. Would you please help me welcome Annette Hathaway? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Renee. That compost song's going to be stuck in my head. It was really fun. Thank you, Paige. Could you take me off the spotlight and return to gallery view? Because we're all going to participate and I'll be able to see more people. I might need help if people raise their hands and I don't see them on their screen. But we're going to learn how to dialogue with animals today. And we do have a short amount of time, and I do want everybody that has interest and that wants to ask questions after the conference, please feel free to email me. You can reach me through my website, AnnetteHathaway.com. And also, it might be handy to have something to write with and a piece of paper, or if you type in your phones, that's cool too. The animals share with us that we all have the innate ability to communicate in this way, to dialogue with them. they also shared with us many times in class that it's time we humans realize who we are and what we are capable of, and that our existence is all about love. And, you know, maybe you might think of somebody you know, friend, family member, or maybe you're thinking about somebody that you just met or you just know as an acquaintance. And then a couple minutes later, you might receive a text or a phone call from that person. That's an example of telepathy. And think of animal communication as speaking with a human on a mobile. You don't have to be there right with them in the physical. In fact, the first animal that we're going to communicate with is a friend of mine named Fulmaya Kali, and she's a captive working elephant in Nepal. So does anybody have any experience with animal communication that they'd like to share before we get started, or have any questions?
I'll share. I'm Danny from Climate Healers, and I actually trained in animal communications some time ago. Had a lot of success with it. It was a lot of fun, and now I feel like I don't even need to process to connect, but I really enjoy it. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. It is a lot of fun. I can remember when I was first starting, and I would just like try so hard, and I'd be like, tell me a story. And nothing, I wouldn't hear anything. And the animals do encourage us to not take ourselves so seriously, have some fun with it, maybe make it a game. And so I totally have experienced what you shared, Danny. Brittany, do you have a question or a comment?
I could say my interactions with animals with communication. Wait, can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, sometimes if there's like spiders like in my room or something, instead of killing them, which is what most people do, I'll like kind of lead them and help them to where they need to get to and on their journey. And I'll kind of like point in the right direction for them if they need to.
That's
Nowhere.
awesome.
Yeah, there you go.
I encourage you next time you're doing a spider rescue to say hi and notice what you notice. You might hear words back. You might see a picture, or you might just have a knowing. Communication can come to us in different ways, and typically those three ways. If you're brushing your teeth and you think of an animal, if one just comes to mind, say, hi, how are you? I'm sitting here brushing my teeth. Just start having conversation, and then stop to listen and notice what you notice. Animal communication comes very quickly. The animals share with us that they know what questions we're going to ask before we get them out of our mouths. They are masters at telepathic communication. They've been doing this a very long time. They communicate with each other all around the world, with all beings of nature. And it can be very effortless if we don't try so hard. Does anybody else have any questions or anything they'd like to share?
So,
go ahead.
Brittany, I'm sorry. We have a comment from Amit in the chat who said he'd like to learn how to connect with animals, particularly with his house mouse. That he's kept food, so to let them know that he's kept food for them, so they stop chewing on the partition board under the sink.
Well, there's one thing, just because we can communicate with animals doesn't mean we can tell them what to do. And sometimes negotiations can be successful and sometimes not. But you can typically find out by dialoguing with that being why they're doing that behavior. In class, you know, we talk to like fleas or ticks, you know, nuisances that ants in the house, you know, will you go away? But actually dialoguing with them and having communication with them, you can maybe understand why they're doing the behavior. Maybe there's things you could do to stop the behavior, or else maybe we can learn to live in coexistence with all beings of nature. And I'm sorry, I'm pet sitting and I have a cat that normally doesn't want to engage, and Wolfie wants to engage right now, which doesn't surprise me since we're doing animal communication. So does anybody else have any questions before we jump in and talk with our first animal? Brittany?
I was just gonna say that sometimes with the spiders, I'll wave hi, and if they wave back, then I know the communication went through.
That's so cool. Hi, PJ.
Hi. Annette, it's good to see you. I wonder about how do I know that I'm not just thinking about what I think the animal is saying to me and whether it's really the animal saying to me, because I open up, I feel love for the animal, or I'm asking, where are you from? Or how old are you? To the little possum that I found and that sort of thing. And if I, you know, I got the impression this was a young possum and I found out later it was an old possum. So I really messed up. Maybe I wasn't in a place of asking. I don't know.
Or maybe that possum thinks of themselves as young. You might not have messed up at all. I learned that I assumed a lot of things about animals before I started talking with them. And that's a really good question. I do want to share that I asked that question to Dr. Kincaid when I first started. Lots of people in class asked that question. How do I tell the difference between my voice and the animal's voice? But you know, I've taught dozens of children and not one child asks that question. And I find that really interesting. And we are given tools to clarify by just asking more questions. If you're not sure, you could say, did I hear you right? Okay, you seem younger, but you look older. Maybe ask a yes or no question at first. And so you're just waiting to hear yes or no. And then ask another yes or no question and another yes or no question. And have fun with it. You know, I'm hearing this right now, and it might seem silly, but or it's like you could sing a song, like ask question in a song, make it fun, make it a game. Did I answer that question okay?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Gabriella, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah. Okay, so I live in British Columbia, Canada, and our native birds around me are crows and stellar jays. They're like blue jays, but we call them stellar jays here. And I feed them every day. I mean, I've been feeding them for years on my balcony. I have learned not to throw it close to the street now because the squirrels get them and they run across the street. But anyway, my question is, I know that they're regular birds that come and visit me, but they still seem to be scared of me. They fly away when I come around, even though I say, okay, I'm coming out now, I'm going to feed you. And they're still scared of me. And I don't know why they don't feel the love that I have for them. Is there an answer to that, or?
Well, each being is different, so we would need to ask them what's seeming them to be scared. And that's something that we would have to ask them individually. You know, just like, and you could do that and see what you hear. Like, just ask them like you asked me next time you're in their presence, or even if you don't see them, you could say, hey, why does it seem like you're scared when I come to you? I had a really wonderful experience with physical engagement, and not all the times animals are going to physically engage with you, or like, you know, you and I are talking now and we have facial expressions, because and then, you know, like I know that you're hearing me or listening to me, and you know you because you're nodding your head. Some animals won't do that, but sometimes animals will. So try not to be put off by that, or even just ask them a question and like, why don't you engage physically with me? And they might explain why. So it's all about asking questions.
I will try it.
Every being is different as well. So I couldn't speak for all beings, just with the experiences I've had with individual beings of nature.
Okay, thank you.
Renee, did you have a question?
Well, yes. Thank you. I love this talk. I started communicating with animals at a very young age. And I remember one time my cat got really, really sick, and I just knew that if I put my hands on him that he would be well. And he was like really, really bad. He couldn't move. And when I touched him and I was a child. I was probably 6. And the cat, I could feel the energy coming back in his body, and he got up and walked off. And I just kind of like, oh, that's what's supposed to happen. And I didn't think anything of it, didn't think it was special or nothing. And then, you know, as I began to communicate with animals all through my life, and then Rowdy Girl, the calf, it became real obvious to me that there was a connection going on that was, because I was an adult. And there was a real connection because she was communicating to me so that I could see all the animals individually. And then later, she was the one that told me about the first flood. Rowdy Girl and I have a real connection, like even like right now, I can just in a moment communicate through Rowdy Girl, and I become her channel all the time. And so I just really am glad that you're bringing this up, and I just want to continue to manifest, you know, the fact that we're all animal. We can all access that animal communication, you know, through us. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Renee. And that's what the animals share with us, that it's nothing that we have to do, that we're all connected, and at any moment, at any time. In fact, you don't need pictures, you don't have to meditate. In fact, when I started learning, I forced myself to practice animal communication in the most chaotic, noisy places, restaurants, diners, festivals, just so I could just do it at any moment. Donna, do you have a question? Would you like to share something?
Yes, thank you. I fascinated when you said you could try to communicate with the animals when they're not there. And I'm wondering if it's anything like communicating with people who have passed. Is that similar to that, or is that unrelated?
Nope, it's all related. We can talk to beings that have transitioned, animals, and people too. A couple weeks into class, I had that same thought. I'm like, well, if we can do this with animals, can we do this with people? And I asked that question out loud, and I'm like, yep. And then, so yeah, it's really fun. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you.
Let's see. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay. Let's jump in and speak with our first animal. And her name is Fulmaya Kali. In Nepal, when we're talking about female elephants, they say the word Callie after the first name. So her name's Fulmaya, and just reach out to her in your inside voice, your reading voice, and just notice what you notice about her personality. And maybe just write down the first words or few words or whatever you hear when you first reach out and say hi. Like, I encourage you to say, hi, Fulmaya. Thanks for coming today. Whatever you want to share. And what kinds of feelings or personality traits when you're with Fulmaya. And if you don't hear anything right away, it's okay. If you don't, you might see a picture, or you might have a knowing. I was teaching a group of children in India, and I noticed one young boy in class, he wasn't participating, and I noticed him kind of looking frustrated and withdrawn. So I asked him if I could work with him one-on-one, if he was comfortable with that with the group. And he's like, sure. And he goes, teacher, I can't hear what the rest of the children hear. And I go, well, they might show you a picture, or you might have a knowing. And then he interrupted me. He goes, that elephant had shown me a picture. And he was so excited, and he participated through the rest of the workshop. So it can, and you can also, if you feel like you're not getting anything or hearing anything, you can say, can you please speak louder? I remember so many times I would ask animals, 5 or 10 times, or if I get have some fear about a certain situation, I'm talking to an animal about my fear. I'm like, are you sure? And I'll ask them so many times, and they don't mind. They've told me they don't mind. I'm like, are you annoyed at me that I'm asking you so many times? Like, ask me as many times as you want. I've learned through my experience that animals have so much love for us. They want to have us succeed. They know we can get through this time. And just think of how the world would be changed if everybody knew their natural ability to communicate with animals. And animals actually would like a seat at the table. They would like to be consulted with, like, how can we work through this? They do want to engage with us. They tell us that they're talking to us all the time. And when I started learning animal communication, I was like, oh my gosh, I've been doing this my whole life. I just didn't realize it until now. And I hear my students say that again and again and again. In fact, I was recently in Sri Lanka, and I was gifted the opportunity to speak to a village that's experiencing human-elephant conflict, lots of human-elephant deaths. And I was teaching animal communication to them, and I wasn't with them that long, maybe 90 minutes. And I was teaching, they didn't speak a lick of English. They all spoke Sinhala. And the monk that invited me to his temple, which they all came to worship, he was translating. And before I left, he said, they want me to tell you something, that they realized through this class that they've been doing this all along, but it took them till this class to realize that they could communicate in this way. And so I'm excited for you all's journey into animal communication. So would anybody like to share anything that they are experiencing of Fulmaya? Like, does she have, does anybody want to share a personality trait that you heard or saw, or you just know? Like, is she outgoing, withdrawn, bossy, happy, sassy?
I'll share something.
Sure.
So, do I need to turn this on? Okay. So when you first asked me that, I immediately connected with her, and it was as if my belly
and her spine, like, it was an image of my belly on her spine from inside of her. She was like showing me that she was able to like be whatever I needed to be. All I had to do is imagine my being, the front part of my body, all the lineup of the chakras on her spine from her insides. I don't know what that means. I just know I saw it and I felt it. That's it.
Thank you for sharing, Renee. It sounds like you might have gotten a new friend. You can ask her now or later, you know, if you like, were you showing me like a chakras, or what were you trying to tell me, or whatever you can think to start dialoguing back and forth with her about that experience. Allison, would you like to share?
Yes, Annette. I wanted to share with you, you had requested earlier about the possibility of having an ongoing conversation after this session. And so we did come up with a solution for anyone who's interested in continuing this conversation with Annette later on. And we wondered if this will work for you, Annette. In just a couple of minutes, we have another speaker who also is interested in having a breakout room. So how would it be if in 30 minutes after Brittany Bunk speaks, that we open up 2 breakout rooms that people can select from, or they can just be in other words, there will be 3 options. Go to your breakout room, go to Brittany Bunk's breakout room, or be in the general group. That would be 30 minutes from now. Do you like that idea?
Sure.
Okay, good. So everyone who's here, in about 30 minutes, you'll be given a choice to join Annette's breakout room, and you'll be able to, well, tell us what people would do in the breakout room, Annette.
We would just talk to different animals for about a half an hour, and just so you can experience the different personalities, ask any questions, get to know some other animals all around the world. And just practice. That's all it takes, is just some practice to build confidence. And also you can ask me any questions you have.
Okay, good. So I'm glad that works for you. So
and thank you everybody for having interest in coming today. And it's really exciting. More and more people are waking up to the possibilities of communicating with nature, and I really appreciate everyone.
Thank you, Annette.
Thank you so much. That was so amazing. I love this conversation. I'd love to connect with you after, next week. So much, much appreciated. All right. Next up, we've got Brittany Bunk. She is going to be talking about shifting to a vegan economy. And Brittany Bunk is an extropian transhumanist and optimistic altruist, committed to helping others discover veganism when they are ready. Focused on education and timing, they aim to empower individuals with the knowledge and resources needed to transition to a vegan lifestyle. I think that what's going to happen here is breakout rooms. Is that correct? No?
We need to start talking first.
No.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna welcome Brittany to the online presentation. We were so encouraged about your talk, and then afterwards during lunch there will be breakout rooms. Thank you.
Awesome. I believe everyone can hear me and see my screen. So here's my presentation. So we're talking about the vegan economy. I won't unfortunately have time after this presentation to speak. I have to go somewhere, but I'll do the presentation and then everyone could talk about it afterwards. Anyway, so I won't talk about everything, but we'll get through a lot. So I believe a vegan economy is going to be in the end like an appreciation based economy where we're going to try to appreciate the life that we have around us, and that the economy that we've had got us this far. I don't think it's all bad. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel. I just feel like we're gonna make a few tweaks and then we'll be in the right direction, and we'll just grow that from there and just continue on from wherever we started with it.
Brittany,
Yeah.
Brittany,
Yes.
hi, this is Rebecca. Your screen share is not working, so we're just seeing a
It's
picture.
not?
No, we just see that you are sharing, but we don't see it big. We see it in the middle of another screen. Maybe you
Huh.
can get big.
Yeah, I did increase the size. I just I did
No.
click present.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's
and
not.
After you click on present, you have to select what you want to present.
Yeah, because I did it, but I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. It's gonna
There it
say the
is.
same.
There it
Yeah, you
is.
can see it now?
Yes.
And you can see it big?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, good. Yeah, so it was this one. So yeah, I feel like we're going to make it certain tweaks and then we'll be good. And I feel like a lot of people started with individual actions, but eventually it'll be systemic, and the systemic actions will be a lot greater than the sum of its part, than each individual person on their own. It'll be collected together and be synergistic. So the goal is to cut down, like, the steps are going to be slow transitions to cut down on animal exploitation without majorly creating disruptions in everyone's life, so that things can progress without anyone really knowing, or if they like it then they can contribute to it, but we're going to try to not have as many problems with it, and more good, because then people are going to like it and latch onto it more. So the greatest productivity, the least resistance is the goal. And so yeah, I believe in the baby steps because it's easier to go slowly. It's easy to do things immediately for individuals, but at a societal level, it's going to be a lot harder because there's just too many moving pieces and not everyone's going to get up on board at the same time. There's like an adoption curve. So if it's slower, it's going to be more understood, and more permanent too. It's a lot harder to go back if it takes too long to do so. If you already did all the work so far, people are going to be like, might as well just stay. So here are the stages. The first one's going to be the change in the supply, because supply is just whatever anyone else wants. Then it's going to be the demand. And we need to start getting more vegan items out there so people have options. And then with the demand, people are going to choose. And if they don't know what to choose, people will help each other out. And then people make decisions. And then one day we'll get to that vegan society that contains a vegan economy, along with other aspects that make up a vegan society. So the first one is going to be not noticeable by consumers because it's going to be in the background, but it's going to be about increasing efficiency in ways that anyone would approve of. It doesn't matter if you're a carnist or a vegan. It's going to be desired. So stuff like reducing food waste, making, repurposing, upcycling all the materials, make up an animal. So then you're going to have fewer animals needing to be put into existence just for an output of what we get by the time it gets to a store. And as that's happening, we're going to switch out subsidies away from animal agriculture and more towards veganism. So that could be through transformations and rewilding, but there's many other examples. So, so if you want to, so the choices for the consumers is going to, well, the vegan choices will be added in specific scenarios for based off of the type of decisions that they can make. One of them would be where there's no decisions that no choices that someone has, like in prison. There's others where it doesn't really matter, like the elderly. They might have caretakers, or they might not be able to really know what's going on in their life anyway, or might not live much longer, so it wouldn't matter if it's going to be vegan or not. Then there's everyday life examples where it could be anything. So it might as well be vegan, like banking or clothing. I know some of them it's like for people care about that, but for most clothes, people aren't going to matter too much. And then sometimes there's a lack of choices. So to expand the vegan choices would be like in schools that there's a lot more where they're adding vegan options in, and then students can take up upon it. And then there's also hospitals, like what happened in New York City, where they made it the default, and then vegan choices might be added in when they're decided upon by laws where people voted in, or through government representation, like meetings and offerings at public centers. Um, and it would make government look better, that they're going in a more positive direction to help out the common good. Then there's help through community building. So if someone doesn't know what decisions to make that are vegan, that's okay. You know, everyone has a starting place. I don't think it makes sense to judge if people don't know but are willing to try. You know, I think the starting place will be working with people who are receptive and open and want to go vegan, because once they could do it, then so can everyone else, and everyone else will follow. And then you know, you kind of encourage that. So that would be through education and support. So you don't just tell someone to do something and then leave them on their own to fend for themselves, because uh if something goes wrong, where are you going to be to fix it? You know, you you have to make sure everything goes right. um or maybe if someone really doesn't know, they start making decisions on their own, and it doesn't work, because they might choose the wrong thing and think they're doing right until they realize they're not. So yeah, you want to educate people. If someone has a problem, you give them a vegan solution. If there's, you know, if they start working on it, you see how it goes, and try to, um, you know, tweak it as necessary. You might even financially support them, or help them with whatever they're working on, because the more people are freed up from carnism or whatever they're doing, the more they're going to be mentally open and able to go in the vegan direction. So that's why you want to give people options and help to kind of move things along. And then eventually, you know, these stages just get more and more restrictive, and it seems restrictive from our point of view because we're kind of at the first stage, but by the time it gets to these stages, they're not restrictive, but rather you know, regular. And it's just going to, instead of be what you're taking away from, it's what you're adding. So so we're just focusing how we can add as we move away, rather than focusing on what we take, because as you move forward, you're naturally moving away from something. So you don't have to look back if you're moving forward. So what are we going to put in as we're taking out? We might do we're going to build the vegan infrastructure, and these we'll fill it in with loans, indices like in the stock market, vegan currencies, politicians, resources, innovation, mutual funds, a vegan stock market, stores, and these need to be like fully vegan if we're going to create a real vegan economy. Scholarships, real estate, banks, credit unions, crowdsourcing platforms. You know, there's like Vevolution is one of the vegan ones. Social services, like various resources, and then with the government, it'd be schools, various buildings, subsidies. This is how you build the vegan economy, by putting things in place that are vegan, so that people are, you know, living the vegan life economically. Oops. So then at the end, society is going to make a choice. Either veganism will have to be imposed upon them because the worst has happened. All the, you know, climate change took over the whole world and everything's destroyed, and you can't consume animals anymore because there are none left. And so then all that's left are plants, and then you have to consume plants, because it's kind of like the movie Interstellar, where it just you know, it was everyone's undoing that they contributed to. Or we could take the other direction, where we've made steps and we put everything in place to go right, so that there are no problems, so that we have a world that we can live in with options and abundance, and we know what we're doing. And we would, by that time, by the time we finished being proactive and predicting everything and acting upon it, to where we have that vegan economy, then we might start criminalizing carnism to keep it out. And we would also, you know, create laws to say it's not allowed in certain places. And we would just work on also prevention, just putting everything in place so that carnism just never really comes back. So yeah, here's some resources. This PowerPoint's going to be on my website for anyone to look at them later. So yeah, you can always fund your own ideas. You can create gardens, plant sanctuaries, vertical farms, pay for others' ideas, go on vegan vacations. I mean, whatever you dream is possible. You can make it a reality, you know, a vegan dream come true, you know. And here's you'll be able to click on those. There's vegan currency meetings with climate healers that they put on, and they're trying to work on, I guess, it's called Aquarius. I heard it's also in a Hemsa coin. And oh, sorry, I had one last slide left, if it lets me. Anyway, here we go. So yeah, money is green for plants, and this is what the vegan economy is gonna look like. It's just gonna grow until we have one big economic plant that's taking in all the abundance of the coin in the sky, the sun. There you go. That's our vegan coin right there. And yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. Any questions?
Yay!
Thank you.
So
So much. We
We
appreciate that so
much,
much,
Brittany. Thank you for your awesome presentation.
And
now we've got our
lunch
time. No, breakout.
Oh, do
Oh,
we
do we
have
have
questions?
questions?
None?
Okay, good, you're right.
So we are breaking for lunch, and I think
during the lunch or the people online having breakout rooms, is that correct? And having your lunch, so we will see you back here at 2 o'clock Mountain Time, where we will begin with the spirituality of Lisa Levinson.
So we'll see you back at 2 o'clock Mountain. Have a good lunch.
Renee? Renee?
Yes, they don't hear from you. Thank you.
I don't think she can hear you. What's going on?
Yes, we're going to start 2 breakout rooms, one for you for the next 15 minutes and the other for Annette Hadaway. Yours will be called Vegan Economy and Annette's will be called Dialoguing with Animals. And people can select which breakout group they'd like to be in. It's on your screen where you can choose. And if you don't choose either one of those, I think you'll just stay in the general group where we hope to have Rebecca Allen walking around with a cell phone, just showing what's going on and interviewing people for 1 hour until lunch is over.
Am I in room 3?
No, you would be in.
Oh, I found it. So I
Yeah.
just join it?
Yep, join that one.
Okay,
and
I'll join
anyone
it
else-
for the
and
next
anyone
10
else who
minutes.
wants to join you will join that room.
Thanks.
So if anyone wants to join the breakout room, just look on your toolbar for breakout rooms, click on that, and it'll give you the choice and just choose which one you want to go to.
I don't know how to get into the breakout room. Could somebody help me?
Who was talking?
Annette?
Oh, Annette. Yeah, all you should, do you see at the bottom on your toolbar? It says breakout rooms. If you don't see it, click on more,
Okay.
and then you should see it.
And then I clicked on breakout rooms, but where do I go after that?
Okay, you should see the rooms now. And it says dialogue with animals, room 1.
I just see breakout rooms in progress, rooms 2, participants 28.
All right, well, I'll just assign you then.
Okay. Thanks for your help.
I can do that. Thank you. Here.
Oh, look what's happening. Yeah, they do.
There you are. Now I see you, Shankar. Give me 1 second. There you go. Okay, and if you can just make me co-host again. Okay, thanks, Shankar.
Welcome. Dr. Rao, we can see you.
Help yourself. Cilantro, some parsley. Yeah, or not if you want a bigger bowl.
Help yourself. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's great food. It looks like rice and artichokes.
Oh, that's
My
good.
favorite, so.
What is it?
Rice and artichokes. I don't know how it's flavored yet. I haven't tasted it yet, but it's scrumptious and I think it is gonna be.
Wonderful. Thank you. Excuse me. Can you hear me? I can see you, Shankar. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So what do you have there, Lisa?
It's delicious. There's paella and a yummy soup.
Wonderful. Oh, what do you have, Paige?
It's like coconutty turmeric soup with cilantro on top.
Oh, I love cilantro. Oh my gosh, a paella. And here's our Dr. Rao. How are you doing? Oh, good, good. There's the paella. And so tell us the name of the restaurant that you're with.
Oh, actually, so we have some food from Vegan Taste today, and I am just a private caterer. So my name's Austin, and I have a little project I call the Arcana Kitchen down in Chandler. But it's really just a private meal service. I don't have any socials or any really business contact right now, but it's a lot of fun. And you know, everybody needs more vegan food, right?
You bet.
People tell me all the time that they could eat vegan full time if only somebody cooked for them, or if I just made all their meals day and night, then that would be fine. But you know,
wonderful.
We're all for the do-it-yourselfers.
You bet. Well, thank you, Chef. And your name again is
Austin.
Chef Austin. I should remember that. I live near that. Yeah, thank
so
you.
much.
And so why don't you tell us about okay, we're going to ask him to tell us about some of the food. Does that sound good? Okay, good. I can see you online, Shankar, so I can see when you get me messages that way. Good. Okay. So tell us about this soup.
So we the pea soup that's kind of inspired by the Ethiopian yakik. That's just onion, garlic, and ginger with the yellow split peas, some broth, and turmeric and black pepper. And then creamed it up with a little coconut cream and, you know, just a little salt to taste. We're serving it with cilantro and some bread if that, you know, make it a little heartier. So
excellent.
Nice warm soup when Arizona gets cold.
Great, great.
Yeah.
Oops. And we have some, is this sourdough bread?
It is. Yeah, this is a sourdough baguette. So a nice little yeah.
Okay, and this?
And then a paella from Vegan Taste. I don't know everything about this, but I know we've got mushrooms and artichoke hearts, looks like some garbanzo beans, and then of course it's like short grain rice, and it's all seasoned up really good. So
oh yeah.
Very, very tasty.
Yes, and put that cilantro on there for those who like it, and I'm one of them.
Good.
Okay, and so is this is more of the paella down here?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
And this is?
That is the full-blown paella. So
Oh,
that we can
that's
really see the garbanzo beans and the mushrooms and the artichoke hearts.
Okay, thank you so much. And then we have very little left of this. I think this was looks like macaroni. Well, thank you.
Salad.
Pasta
Yeah.
salad, yeah. Pasta salad. Okay, and there's Dakota, our good climate healer friend, helping us out in the back there. All right, I'll see if any. Oh, and this is James, and we're so glad that you're here today. Thank you. Okay, so now here's our little room. Shall I'm not sure if people want to be filmed eating, but here we are. Here's what we have, my friends. Fun. And we have some people who've stepped out, but they'll be back in. Okay, so I think that's it. Unless you have something else. I think it's good that we have this. See, we have camera up there. This is our setup. I'll show you that too. So we have the two podiums, the speaker podium and ours. And then we had a camera back there, a monitor back there, so they could see the online audience, but it has not worked. But everything else is doing really well. I'm not happy about that. Oh, look at the back of his shirt. Look at the back of James's shirt.
Good, good.
Don't eat the homies. Okay, and there they are cooking away. So if you want to, we could replay a video that we already have, or y'all can do some discussions. I'm afraid I can't hear anything, so.
Together.
Okay.
The spring rolls out.
Hello? Okay, here I am. I'm going to Rebecca Allen, I'm live right now, and I want people wanted to hear from people if they like the food. How's it going? And I said,
So good.
it's good. All right. And if anybody wants to say anything, I know people are so hungry and want to eat right now, but yeah. So, anybody, you're good right now. I know, I'm just going to show you, Renee, because you've got this beautiful salad here that
My raw salad, everything's raw, all the things.
you bet, you bet.
And I'm loving every bit of it. I'm loving the conference and enjoying meeting all these wonderful people and being part of such a outstanding special event.
Thank you, Renee. All right. And so we've got people eating away there. Hello, Peter. Peter, can I ask you a question before you go? Okay, so you're live on TV.
Yes.
Okay, this is Peter Goldstein, and I'm asking him, do you like that? You look good.
I look okay. I don't have food on my mustache.
There you go. Okay, so how was it? What's the food? You enjoying the food today?
Loving the food. Yes. The soup is amazing. It's so tasty. It's beautiful. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. We're glad you're here. And we're glad about the vegan community too.
Well, thank you very
Yes,
much.
I hope people sign up for it. Look at it. They look at it, vegancommunity.org.
.com.
.com. Okay.
Vegancommunity.com. And our mission is to unite the vegan world. So we can provide a platform for the vegan curious and the curious vegans. So someplace we can invite a nice home to invite people who are curious, to welcome them to grow the vegan movement.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Peter. Okay.
James, you want some spring rolls? They're nice and hot.
Yeah.
Can we pass some spring rolls to you?
Okay, who would like to say a few things online? We've got somebody, Marikita, could you tell us how the food is and tell the audience how you're liking the conference?
It's delightful and I'm learning a lot about composting, how to really take things up a notch. Awareness about other cultures and how we have other cultures have created movements and we can do it, right? We don't have to be stuck in this helplessness, but also we all have to come together and let go of judgment There's no perfect vegan. And once we do that, we can really create a powerful movement. We spend a lot of time fighting. All that energy could go to being a voice for animals without judging, but loving the human animal.
I love that. Thank you so much. And you like the food?
I love it.
That's great. All right. Can I ask you before you take a bite? Sure. Jay, how is it going? How's this conference going for you?
Conference has been really wonderful, and there's a great sense of community both here and online. The presentations have been extremely informative and have really focused on many different angles from which we can approach the movement for a more just and environmentally beneficial food system. And we're eating this wonderful lunch of split pea soup and
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Glad you're here. It's so nice to meet you. Okay, I'm going to see. We've talked with him. We're going to go over and talk with Kim. Kim, in a minute, I want to talk with you. So finish that bite. And I'll be back to you. James, we are doing live interviews here just to check and see what the food's like. And you're eating right now, and that's fine. So I'm going to show some other people eating. Would you like to say anything about the conference in a minute? Okay. Oh my goodness. I tell you, I don't want to be intrusive, but I tell you, there is a warm feeling here of love and, you know, to be around vegans that we haven't seen in a long time or that we've never met. And, it just feels really good. And I'm wondering if you like the soup.
This is just excuse my voice. I'm just getting over a cold, but yeah, this is just very inspirational and educational. And like I heard you say, it's there's love here in the room, right? Because everyone has the same goals and inspirations. Yeah, so I love this because we're teaching what we're learning this, and it's going out to the world.
Yes.
And, yeah,
That's good. That's good. And do you love having the food there too?
yeah, it's really fabulous.
That's good. And it looks like Jane is busy. I don't want to interrupt her. She always has something wonderful to say. Would you, Kim Delgado here, and how is the food today, Kim?
Oh my God, I love it. I was a little scared at first when someone called it split pea soup because I don't like peas. I don't like green peas. But apparently split pea is more like a lentil, which I love. So it's kind of like a dal, and I love it. Such perfect flavor. I want a huge pot of it.
That's great.
That's the way.
And are you? And what are
Oh,
you going to
God.
say about it? Go ahead on live. There we go.
There's still a lot in that.
Oh, they're still on. Okay, well, I'm going to go get some pretty soon. I know it. I am.
Don't want to miss out on that.
Yeah. Anything about the conference you want to say?
Oh, the conference is so enlightening, and I'm so glad to be here, and I'm learning so much. And thank you for having me.
All right,
and thank you for the great work that you two do, obviously together, and you're a great duo.
Thank you. Thank you. We got a great team and a lot of good volunteers too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darmida, would you like to say anything? Oh, she's just now taking a bite, so I don't want to intrude there. I'm going to go see if Dakota will. Let's see, let y'all look. We have another guest here. You've met Krista. Can I ask you about the food online? All right. You look great. Yeah, this is Dakota, one of our climate healers, million vegan grandmothers. Yeah, so tell us, how is the food today?
The Vegan Coalition. It's wonderful, it's delicious, and it feels so good to eat healthy, wholesome, delicious food where you know no one was harmed and the earth is here for you. It just makes you feel.
It makes you feel good. It does. And you mentioned the group that I didn't say, which was the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. Yeah, that's what a heartfelt group. I tell you, it's so beautiful.
People sharing together. And
yes, it is.
Animals planting each other.
Yes, that's right. That's great. Okay. And Lisa's working away there, getting away. Is there anything you just want to say? Hey?
So nice to be sharing the love and compassion. And maybe conceptually a little bit about the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and I think and I soda for doing the
opening ceremony. All of the opening and closing ceremonies during this event have been put together by the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. So it's our gift to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. What a gift that is. Thank you so much. And Danny, yeah, Danny.
To say, hey, it's for horses.
Danny is one of our climate healers that is so passionate about this, and she always wants to put some fun in it when me especially when I start getting too serious. So we're having a great time. Let's see, I wanted to see if James wanted to say anything. So I may get him in a minute here from his mother. So I won't get in their conversations, but we'll see. All right, my gosh. And I see there's some rolls. It looks like maybe they were egg rolls or something on his plate. I saw some over there. I think, oh, here they are, right over here. Take a look at these. Would you like to say anything on camera about how you're doing? No, not right now. Oh, all righty. That's quite all right. James, before you take that bite, may I ask you, we're live, and if you don't mind being live, tell us about what you think of this conference so far.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's
if I can use one word, yeah. It's amazing, you know, amazing people, like-minded people, people that are here to do what they can to help the earth, you know, love that. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here. Yeah.
It's wonderful. And the food's pretty good too?
The food is delicious. Absolutely. I've got to get this plant-based food in you. I'm telling you. It makes you feel good too. You know, it doesn't just taste good.
Yeah, it's healthy food. Yes,
James
Kate.
just completed a certification, a plant-based certification. Yeah. And I'm speaking for him because he's eating now, you know, taking a break in between. He's hungry. And he also watched What the Hell, and then like 10 minutes decided that he wanted to dive more.
Congratulations on that certificate also.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fun to have those things, and it means something to people when you're talking to them, that credibility. Yeah, it's fantastic.
He wants to be a health coach.
Well, very good. And that's a need out there. So
One day, yeah.
you bet. It'll be soon, I bet. All right. Thank you so much. Anybody else before I move on?
Be sure and tag, don't eat the homie.
Yeah.
Be sure and tag, don't eat the homie. Don't eat the homie.
Oh, yeah. Don't eat the homie.
Oh.
Yeah, we got to tag now.
Stop doing that. It's weird. And it's
Weird.
It's not good
It's
for
weird.
you.
Eating the homies is
Eating
weird.
the homies is very weird. It's not cool. It's not nice. If you love animals, don't eat them. That's it.
That's it. That's right. Very good. Okay, my friends, enjoy.
Are you gonna get some food too?
In a few minutes, or
We can put that on a tripod.
oh, maybe that would be a good idea. Okay, so we'll talk in techie stuff here or something. Don't know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then we have our little table. See, have snacks that are healthy. So, okay, so I guess I will get my bowl. Right? I'm Rebecca Allen. I've been vegan 12 years. I started as a vegetarian. And oh, let me show something. I guess I could do screen turnaround. Okay, bear with me for a minute while I get this. Well, I don't know how to turn it around. I'm going to turn it around this way for a minute. I'm Rebecca Allen. I've been a vegan 12 years. I was vegetarian before that. And then I was so stressed in the world that I quit being a vegetarian for about a year or 2 years. I don't remember. And then I got so sick eating food that I started looking into it. And I read the book, Joel Furman's book, Eat to Live. And so I was thinking, oh, I'm plant-based. I'm feeling really good now. And then one of my friends online, I had just met online. We didn't even see each other visually because we were doing messaging. And her mother went to a church that my mother went to, etc. And she said, why aren't you vegan? Why are you saying you're plant-based? And I thought about it and I thought, well, actually, it's just because I don't know very much about it. And I may be intimidated by the word, maybe not intimidated, but I know that it brings different, it's a different vibe than plant-based. It's safer. And when she said that, after a while, the same day, I just, well, I'm going to be vegan then. I'm going to be vegan because it is about the animals. So she was helping me make that connection. And so I said, okay, I claim to be vegan. And so then I learned. And so if somebody said, do vegans eat honey? I would say, I don't know, but I'm not going to eat any just in case. So if I didn't know, I wasn't going to eat it. If it wasn't from a plant, I wasn't sure, I just wouldn't eat it. So that's a little bit about my journey. Okay, now we'll look at what I've served up for myself. I made a little bit of a mess. And I think I'll sprinkle some cilantro on there. And I may come back for this beautiful paella. That looks so good, but we'll see. And then I don't know, we didn't talk about what kind of rolls these were. Okay, my friends, I feel like I'm about ready to go offline. And I can't see you now, Shankar, so I can't see if that's okay.
Thank you, BJ. Thank you. Amazing. Thanks for the wonderful tour.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
My heart and stomach is full. Both of them.
Well, we wish you could all be there, and it's such a wonderful thing to be together. You know how it is, even online, you just feel so full of love with people online. And so both groups are feeling it for each other too. So thank you to all the people online for being here with us. We love it. Now I'm going to try to find a way to get off camera.
Okay.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It says turn up volume over there.
You shush.
Awesome. It says turn up volume over here. You want to look and see? Rebecca over here on mine. Just come look at this way and make sure.
We hear you. We hear you fine.
Echo. Just turn up the volume. No, it says not hearing anything. Is that what that means?
Just being louder.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, y'all. I hope you had a great lunch, and I hope everybody is inspired by their breakouts and what you learned in your workshops. We are going to be digesting a great lunch that was provided here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that amazing lunch. And right now we're going to be bringing to the stage Lisa Levinson. She's going to be speaking on vegan spirituality. A little bit about Lisa. Lisa Levinson directs In Defense of Animals Sustainable Activism Campaign, offering emotional and spiritual resources for animal activists, and co-directs the Wild Animals Campaign, advocating for wild animals. He founded Vegan Spirituality, exploring veganism as a spiritual practice, and co-founded the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, providing resources for faith-based vegan advocacy. Would you please help me give a warm welcome to Lisa Levinson? Lisa.
Oh, well, I'm very honored to be here among such esteemed guests and dear friends, and I'm happy to share that I was promoted since the last time I talked. So I'm now the campaigns director for In Defense of Animals, and I also I co-founded the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and founded Vegan Spirituality. So with all of that, that's what I'm here to share about today, and it's really a delight and pleasure to be here.
We can't hear.
You can't hear?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. All right.
Just right there.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay, I may have some, I need an extra.
No,
hand. I
just
only have
these two together.
these two together?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Just don't wiggle them all the time.
Don't
It
wiggle.
crackles. Yeah, just keep them right like that. Right like
Right
that.
like that. Okay. All righty. No wiggling, no crackling. I will do my very best. First, I'm going to get this. I think it may need to be connected somehow.
Hey, they're having problems here.
I have it plugged in. I think we need to connect it to what anything else. Oh, I don't think I've done anything except for get. So, is there? Let's see.
Wait a second. Here's my fear. You know what I think? You could get this one. I'm afraid that I'm going to be running out of a chip spaces. So it's on here and you grab.
And what's it doing this from?
I'm okay here. Guess what? Here. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, you can unmute yourself now. And now you'll be able to share your screen. They have to let her record. Are you on there as Lisa? You on there as IDA? IDA revenue.
I have to change the name, but I can't change the name.
Problem, we have to get rid of this and now. This one.
Okay. Testing. Can everybody hear me all right? Yay, fantastic. How nice. Okay. So next thing is, first of all, I'm just delighted to be here at BCOP. It's really an honor and it's so fun to be here in person because the last time I was here in person was a few years ago and all the energy from that time is come back into this time. We're really enjoying it here. So thanks to everyone who's here in person and also people who are joined virtually. It's really such a pleasure to be with everyone. And I do have a little presentation, so I'm going to cue that up. Take two.
Well, it's just easy. Yeah, but we can cut the video. It's easier. Because you start talking and this first sentence or the first word.
Hi, everybody. All right, so today I'm here to talk a little bit about vegan spirituality and also about the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. So both of these are projects of In Defense of Animals. So vegan spirituality, it's a special spiritual practice. And the way I like to think of it is that we find inner peace when we recognize that all life is sacred and practice compassion for all living beings. Animal liberation and world peace come from this deep spiritual practice. So I thought I'd bring in an animal blessing, and this one is by Reverend Carol Saunders. And she says, I bless all animals in the world today, knowing that divine intentions for them is life, joy, and freedom. May all beings be free, joy-filled, and alive to live their own purpose. So the Interfaith Vegan Coalition is a team of religious and spiritual vegans who want to bring vegan values to people of faith, and we welcome all faith. Since the last time I've talked with all of you, we had about 40 member organizations, and now we have 60 member organizations. So we are growing by leaps and bounds. It's very exciting. We have all sorts of groups. from green Islam to, we've got groups that are pagan, we have Jewish groups, we have groups from all over the world. If you're connected to a group, please reach out to us. You can contact us at interfaith@idausa.org. So if there's a group you think that would be in alignment with us, we would like to find out more. So our declaration is that we declare that all life is sacred and interconnected. And our mission is to work with all faith and secular wisdom traditions to end human-caused violence, domination, and exploitation toward all beings. And to do this, we've put together some faith-based vegan advocacy tools. One of our favorites is we have these advocacy kits that are religion-specific. So if you are practicing Christianity, for example, you can look at the Christian kit, which we have on our website, interfaithvegancoalition.org. And you can find in there all kinds of great tools like stories, blessings, like the one that I just shared. There will be also different like religious hymns and also poems and stories about activists from each tradition. So it's a wealth of information. And if you are a person who goes to a certain tradition, to a place of worship, you can look up the religion-specific advocacy kit that we have and then bring this to your place of worship and talk to people about these things. Like, here's a great event that we could host. Here's something that we could do. Here's a movie that we could watch. And we also, speaking of movies, A Prayer for Compassion is a great tool that we have that was put together by Thomas Jackson. And this film goes through all the different traditions and looks at how animals are portrayed and interviews some really prominent vegan clergy. One of the things that we also have, actually coming up right here in the next slide, is actually a traveling exhibit. And it's put together by Dr. Lisa Kemmerer, who is a professor of world religions. And so these are panels, exhibits, and they're also flags, banners. And we brought these to the Parliament of the World's Religions and showed these on display. And people walk by and they have an opportunity to really interact with the text. And they can see, oh, hey, I didn't know in my own tradition that there are all of these wonderful proverbs that have to do with kindness to animals. Or I didn't know that in a tradition that I'm not familiar with, that they also have at their core kindness and compassion for animals. So that's the intention of this exhibit. And we bring it in these images are right off the I guess cutting edge. We were just at the SoCal Veg Fest a couple weeks ago, and these people were looking at the panels there. So we try to bring them around to different locations. We do some tabling. This is an example of us at the Parliament of the World's Religions, really having an opportunity to engage and talk and share more with people of all different faiths. And we had our banner there, which says, "Vegan is love, the future is vegan." So there's also, we do, as a coalition with our 60 members, we do come together and try to sponsor and support other events. And this event was a community-based event through one of our coalition members called the Committee of Consciousness. They also put together the Black Vegan Experience. And we worked directly with them so that they could host this block party and be able to share about vegan values with the people in the neighborhood. Another sponsorship coming up that we're going to be doing is one of our members, the group is the Charity Doings Foundation. And this is put together by the founder, Altamush Saeed, and he is doing incredible work in Pakistan. And he's going to be hosting the very first ever animal rights conference in Pakistan. And we're going to sponsor that, our coalition, so that we can help support his work and bring more of this awareness about animals and compassion for animals to people in the country. we do collaborative campaigns. One of them that is happening at this very moment is the Episcopal Network for Animal Welfare. They're called ENA, and we've been working with them for a few years to stop lobster boil fundraisers. And so yesterday was a giant lobster boil fundraiser, and we sent over thousands of letters to them. We sent this an alert. It's like a petition, and it was about we're urging people to send letters so that the church would reconsider, instead of having this lobster boil fundraiser, that they could use our compassionate fundraising toolkit. And from there, they could find other ways to raise funds and to do this without killing the lobsters. So we sent this out. We sent a letter to the Bishop of Alabama, because this church is in Alabama. And we also have sent by mail all the petitions. So the church actually, I think a couple of days ago, received thousands of letters from all of the In Defense of Animal supporters and Interfaith Vegan Coalition members. And so they know that we're out here. They know that we're asking them to think and to behave more kindly towards the animals. However, they did go ahead with this fundraiser, I think it was yesterday, which they ordered 2,000 lobsters from Maine to do this. So this is what happens. And they raise like $30,000 every year for something like this. So what we're trying to do is reach out and do advocacy through the coalition to reach out to churches and other faith-based places that are considering lobster boils, barbecues, other kinds of ways of that have to do with killing animals to raise funds for their compassionate work. So because it's such a irony and hypocrisy, what we're trying to do is to change that way of thinking with new ways of thinking. We also have put together a letter that went to the National Coalition to End Wildlife Killing Contests. And that also is aimed at churches, because believe it or not, sometimes churches support these wildlife killing contests where they kill the most animals in the short amount of time, and they're doing it to raise funds often. So we're out there trying to change this. We also have worked closely with the plant-based treaty that we've been hearing about today on our campaign to stop animal gifting. Dr. Jane Goodall got involved and submitted a little video statement for us, which is really, really wonderful. And then we have a list of vegan pastors and churches, and we're putting those together in collaboration with allcreatures.org. So here's some things that are coming up that I want to share with you. We've been partnering with the vegan community, and I know we have one of the founders here today, Peter Goldstein is here. And so we're putting together, in combination with them, many events that are going to be happening for the next couple of months. It's called Love and Thrive Through the Holidays. And the idea is to provide support, emotional and spiritual tools through the holidays to animal activists. So that's for all of you, it's for all of us. And there are many different programs that are going on. So I'm going to share some of them with you. So one of them is Meditation Monday. So you can join me every Monday, start with Monday morning or Monday afternoon, depending on where you live. We're going to be doing some meditation. And this is an opportunity to get grounded and centered. And the meditations will relate to the animals, and they'll also relate to our own spiritual well-being and to sending love and kindness around the planet. So please do join us. I'll include the links to all these events in the chat. Another fun event coming up this Thursday, we've got Thomas Jackson, who's back in action. He's got all kinds of fun music going on. He's got a new band called Sunshine Lemonade. And so he is going to be performing and talking all about this new kind of outreach that he's doing with us in an interview this Thursday. Then coming up on November 18th, a group, Peace Advocacy Network. They are part of one of our coalition members, and also Shemaim. They are putting together, hosting this interfaith vegan panel. And that will include, actually, Altamash Saeed, who I mentioned is doing all of that incredible action in Pakistan. And it will also include one of our personal faves, Dr. Sailesh Rao. So this interfaith panel is being sponsored by our coalition and also by our partner, the Animal Interfaith Alliance. And so we will be participating in really a dialogue among these different people to look at the ethical aspects of veganism from different religious perspectives. That will be happening on Monday, next Monday, November 18th. A new member of our coalition, the Arihanta Institute, they are putting together another amazing event that is a course that will start also on November 18th. And it's called Beasts and Beliefs. And this one is going to go through the animals and the origins of vegetarianism in the ancient West. So this we'll have a scholar who's going to be presenting this. Highly recommend this. And there's a special deal. If you take this class, you'll get 2 for 1. There'll be another course that you get for the same price on Jainism and other traditions that hold compassion for animals in high esteem. Another event put together by In Defense of Animals is going to be for World Vegan Month. If you haven't already heard, we're in the midst of World Vegan Month right now. And so we're going to be having an interview between our Farmed Animals campaign coordinator, who is Leah Wilborn, and she will be interviewing Dr. Haraz Farsini, who is actively trying to change the university system to have it be more vegan friendly, to have vegan options in all the cafeterias. So we'll be interviewing him and having a fireside chat with Dr. Haraz Farsini. So you can join us on the 19th of November. And there are a few support groups that will be happening. So on Thanksgiving, if you are feeling down and out or surrounded by non-vegans and you would like some support from other like-minded souls, you can tune in. We'll be having an animal activist online support group, which we have every single Thanksgiving. You can join us there. And there's also the Dharma Voices for Animals, which is a member of our coalition. They are putting together a sangha, a special sangha for animal activists. So it's a meditation. It will be happening. It's almost like a mini retreat that will be happening around that time as well. And I'll put all the dates and everything in the chat. So for anyone who's feeling adventurous and wants to join us, myself, and also through Vegan Spirituality and Vanessa Marceau, who many of you know, who founded Allura Wellness, will be offering a tour to Mexico. We're calling it Mayan Magic. It's going to be an adventure tour. We'll be going into cenotes, these beautiful caves that have water in them. We will be enjoying some of the local vegan cuisine. We're going to be visiting an animal sanctuary and doing a volunteer day there. We've got all kinds of fun things, including going out dancing at night and then some calming things such as yoga and meditation. So it'll be all packaged for you. If you want to join us on this retreat, it will be happening December 6th through the 18th. So you can join us if you're curious. There's a little QR code. You can click there and it'll take you to allurawellness.com where you can find out more. So we do have a little gift for everyone. If the technical gods and goddesses will be kind to us, one of our coalition members who they are calling themselves the World Vegan Assembly or World Vegan Church put together this lovely meditation. So I'm going to do the honors of pushing play and hopefully that will happen.
Well, I don't know.
A discussion and meditation. My fellow climate healers and vegan advocates, let us take this moment in time to focus our hearts and minds on the collective healing that's possible when we join our efforts, energy, and intentions compassionately to veganism and human and animal rights. Let us start by relaxing our bodies and minds while taking deep, controlled breaths. As you inhale, feel increasingly relaxed. As you exhale, let go of any worries or anxiety. Feel each breath bringing harmony and peace throughout your being. Let love sweep through you. Feel the immense power of love. Be present in the moment and aware of the power of our collective energies at work. Now, focus your attention inside your heart space, where true healing takes place. Invoke feelings of gratitude for all who work tirelessly, in person or online, towards shared goals, to heal ourselves and the planet from destruction caused by animal-based industries, which are ravaging our land, water sources, air quality, weather patterns, and ecosystems. Going vegan is essential to reversing climate change, but it is so much more than just cutting out animal products from our diet. It's about creating an overall shift in consciousness that puts compassion first when making decisions about how we consume food and other resources from nature. We can make a difference on an individual level by doing small acts like reducing waste or choosing eco-friendly packaging whenever possible. But what will really tip the scale is if everyone comes together with one unified voice to speak out against injustice wherever it exists, whether in terms of human rights violations, animal abuse, or environmental degradation caused by animal agriculture's industry giants. So let's give thanks to organizations like Climate Healers and their founder, Dr. Sailesh Rao, and all those who endeavor to live in compassionate and sustainable ways, including the animal rights and vegan advocates. It is through loving and ongoing efforts that healing and positive change stands a chance. As you breathe and relax, know that together we are making many positive differences. Together, we are seeing and celebrating the fruits of our labor. Let's keep our love, compassion, and efforts alive as we continue to prompt peaceful, healing, and sustainable change. Breathe and relax as you feel your own healing taking place. Breathe and relax as your energy, creativity, and sense of purpose fill you with confidence and self-love. Carry love and joy in your heart as you visualize a beautiful world full of kindness where animals live freely without fear of exploitation and humans respect each other's individual differences, regardless of race, gender identity, sexual orientation, and religious beliefs. Please know your caring actions are valuable, unique, and needed. May you be blessed, content, and happy. May the universe steer the ship that is you in all the right directions and at all the right times. May all beings be happy, healthy, free, and fed. Long live our exquisite planet Earth. Amen and Namaste Vegan. This program was produced by Julie Griffin for the World Vegan Church in affiliation with the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and Climate Healers.
I wanted to take a moment and thank everyone for joining me on this journey, and especially thank Julie Griffin with the Vegan World Church, or the World Vegan Assembly, for producing that wonderful meditation. And that is like a gift. It's a beautiful gift that she's given all of us. And it's really such a treat to be here with all of you and to share a little bit about our programs that we're putting together in combination with the vegan community through the Love and Thrive. These are the Interfaith Vegan Coalition's contributions towards that program, which is much bigger and includes even more. So I really encourage you to check that out, to learn more about that program, and to tune in for activist support, for resilience, for grounding, healing. And that's what we hope to bring all of you with vegan spirituality and the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. So I want to thank you all so much. We usually close out with a namaste, vegan love. And we can add to that if you want. A wonderful way to ground and connect is something called, it's a butterfly hug. And what you do is you tap your hands on above your heart in this way. And it actually works with your parasympathetic nervous system to help calm us down and bring that kind of peace and well-being. So that's a little practice that you can try for yourself. Many of us are doing it right now in front of you. So just notice that sensation of the tap and feel that connection with your own heartbeat. So thank you all for participating in the butterfly hug and for joining me today. And I will pass the mic to whomever is next.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I always love that.
There's a question about where can they see that video?
Where can we see that video?
Excellent question.
I'd like to have it on Unchained TV.
Okay, well, yeah, you can definitely have the video. The video is on YouTube. I will put all the links in the chat to all the events so you can register for them, and also the link for the YouTube. And I will make sure that Jane gets a copy.
Yay!
Unchained TV.
There, look over there.
Oh,
Right over there.
We're Unchained TV.
Oh my God.
Yay! Do we have a picture of that, of Jenny's fire?
No, we don't.
Okay.
It's a video.
Oh, okay. We're gonna let Lisa get finished with what she's doing there, but is there any other questions or anything for Lisa before I move on to the next? Yeah, we good? Many thanks. Yeah, many thanks to you, Lisa, for your wonderful demonstration, your presentation, and the wonderful hug. Thank you for all the work you're doing for the animals. It's been a pleasure knowing you for so many years, really. Yes. Yes. All right. I feel like I grow up with Lisa, you know, I mean, like a lot of you here. I feel like I just grow up with all of you. All right. So next up we have Jenny. She is going to be doing, it's Reverend Jenny, and she's going to be doing the blessing. Yeah, she's going to be doing the blessing of the animals. It's going to be on video. And I had the opportunity to see her whenever I was at a conference in Sedona, I think, Arizona. And it was just spectacular. So y'all are in for a real treat. Let's roll the video. I don't have. Oh.
That's after the video.
Yeah. Okay. You get me all confused, Rebecca. That's okay. I love being in this state of confusion. It's a lot better than some states. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's roll the video. Thank you.
And comfort you. My name is Reverend Jenny Makita, and I'm an animal chaplain. As you can see from my stole, I've got my chicken and my veal calf prominently displayed. This is a blessing for factory farmed and exploited animals. Beautiful and beloved beings, may you find peace in the shadows of your suffering at the hands of humans. May the love of your Creator lift your spirits and strengthen and comfort your bruised and battered bodies. For each of your weary hearts, may compassion in the hearts of those humans in your midst awaken. And for each of your voices that have been silenced, may the voices of those advocating kindness towards you be heard. May the hands that tend to you learn to nurture, and the hearts that profit from you find their way to empathy. In the face of hardship, may your strength inspire change, and may a world of compassion rise from the depths of your despair. May you know the warmth of gentle care, and may your days someday be filled with sunlight and freedom. To all who walk this earth, may we remember you and strive for a future where love guides all human actions, and factory farmed and exploited animals are freed from captivity to live peaceful lives of sanctuary. May it be so.
BJ, you have no audio.
Up, gone again, no audio again.
Unmute.
Oh, no, now they want me to say that. No?
Now I can hear you.
Place to breathe. Some people will have ceremonies, and some people will be grieving them years later, and some not.
You unmuted me.
So I really appreciate the blessing. I think that helps me when there's a blessing. And so
Yes,
I
they
started
did. They
adding
said, now I can hear her.
some ceremony when I lose someone dear like that. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you want to fix I think you wanted to fix the monitor you said while you were up here earlier?
Yes, yes. Okay, so where are you going to stand?
Are we ready for the Million Vegan Grandmothers? Are they? So while we're waiting for the Million Vegan Grandmothers, do we have anybody else that would like to say anything or have a question?
Okay, so.
Oh, well, I need some help here.
Tammy's ready. Tammy is on the camera, ready to go. Okay, let's welcome Tammy.
Welcome, everyone. I wonder if there's any other grandmothers here. I know that Liz Gary would like to say something and share. And also Carol said she might come on, but I don't know if anyone else would like to share what's going on. Hi, Gabrielle. Would you like to say anything? Is there any other grandmothers that would like to come on? I would like to say a poem, and I'm just going to find that poem now. And I'm wondering if any of the other grandmothers would like to come up. Liz, are you here? Okay, maybe we can bring Liz up. Biscuit. So I'm going to start with a poem while we're waiting for the other grandmothers to come up. I have a lot of vegan poems that I share on allcreatures.org, and I will just choose one for today. So here we go. This one's called The Only Cries. Are we ready? Imagine if the only cries we heard were tears of joy, not pain. And not because we blocked our ears or muffled our noise behind thick walls on borders of towns. Imagine if the only cries we heard were tears of joy, not pain, because they still came from dining rooms, but never slaughterhouses, sprung from celebrations no longer centered from another suffering. Imagine if the cries we heard were only longing for belonging returning, cries for communion, no longer drunk with blood. Imagine if the Christ we breathe blew open the doors of the torture chambers so that none could turn a blind eye. Would we fall to our knees and weep along with those within? And would their tears of pain turn brackish our formerly joyful ones? Two streams, artificially dammed, finally flowing together. But would we take on the work of redemption created by the breaking of that dam? Would we undertake to purify the water and wash away the blood? Imagine if we did. Imagine if the only tears we wept, and they wept, were tears of joy. It's called The Only Cries. It's on allcreatures.org under poetry. There's lots of different poets and all kinds of information on allcreatures.org if you're not familiar with that site. So thank you for letting me share. Go ahead, Liz. Would you like to share something? And I just want to say the Million Vegan Grandmothers meet every Wednesday night at 5:30 Pacific, except for the first Wednesday of the month, which is 9:30 a.m. So 5:30 p.m. and the first is 9:30 a.m. And we just discuss what's going on for us, what's relevant. All the grandmothers are active in their own communities, doing their communion work with their vegan activism. So please join if you're listening and you want to know a little bit about the grandmothers. You don't have to be a grandmother. You can be male, female, youth, elder. And thank you. Go ahead, Liz. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I've been cheering for each and every one of you in the background, listening to all of these amazing, wonderful speakers and feeling the inspiration. I'm going to share again with the open mic program, but I've been busy prepping a set for an altar for the animals for World Vegan Day in 2025, which happens to fall on a Saturday. So it's countdown to World Vegan Day 2025. We're still celebrating World Vegan Month. I just want to thank you, Tammy, for the inspiration and lovely leadership that you've provided in creating this space for conversation and change. And thank you to all of you for your incredible frontline service to creating positive change in the world. And wow, the motivation, the ability, the skills. We got a great recipe for success here, and opportunities continue to unfold. And there's just no lack of opportunity, that's for sure. So thank you all. I am holding out that vision for a compassionate world where we can get control of our change. As you can see from behind me, San Diego Bay is about to have a king tide next weekend. And we're going to see the highest tide of the year, which is like a view of the future with sea level rise. And what we have at the bottom of the hill here is seawater entering the streets, the drainage pipes, and coming up into the streets where Anchorage Lane at the bottom of the hill becomes Anchorage Salt Lake. And our local neighborhood beaches disappear. The docks and the stanchions, the floating docks rise so high that there's only less than a foot of clearance left on the top. So if we don't change things quickly, it's just a matter of time before we have the erosion of our coastlines that makes many of us become climate refugees. Wow. Renee, your story about being a climate refugee really spoke to my heart, and I was really impressed with your story. So yes, we're climate refugees, and the only way we can do anything to help create change and turn it into a positive celebration of wonderful opportunity and joy and great food. So I look forward to the open mic. I'm heading home right now. I'm around the corner. I call this my backyard here, lucky me. And I will come back to you with the candles lit for a preview of my filming, which I'm going to send to Unchained TV. You're going to love it. It's the art of sugar sculling for vegan Dia de los Muertos. And I'm getting the set ready, and I'm going to give you all a sneak preview and talk about what I've been up to. So thank you, Tammy, for the opportunity to share. I'm going to sign off and continue strolling home, enjoying each and every one of the speakers. I'm sorry I haven't been able to react as much as I'd like to or throw out the questions, but trust me, I'm thinking of you. I am cheering for you. You're all doing an amazing job. I love seeing it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Back to you, Renee, for the open mic. And thank you, Renee, for doing such an incredible, incredible job. And all the climate healers there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Liz. Thank you so, so much. It's been a real honor to be here, representing in such a way. It has really blessed my heart. And yes, I totally understand the whole climate change refugee bit. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making that a reality. It is true. All right, next up, we have from meat producing to a committed vegan, a plant paradigm. We're about to hear from James Wilson. James is a former farmer. He now recognizes the devastating impact of domesticated animals on the planet. This plague has led to massive deforestation, James says, destroying natural ecosystems to grow feed for animals, bred for slaughter, all to satisfy a destructive appetite. The consequences are far-reaching: famine, pestilence, desertification, and wars. It drives him to embrace veganism as a path toward healing the earth and ending the cycle of harm. Wow, do I ever relate to this next guest, James Wilson. Let's welcome him to the online presentation. Thank you, James.
Can anyone hear me?
Now we hear you much better. Perfect.
Huh. You wouldn't know how much effort I've gone to get my picture up on the screen. Thank you very much.
We're happy to have you.
Right, off we go.
By the way, you're in New Zealand, correct?
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Long
Excellent.
way from you.
Yeah. We're looking forward to hearing your story.
Thank you very much. Right. Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to describe my perspective on veganism and my observations of what is happening in New Zealand. It may sound that I am disappointed with New Zealand's situation, but that's not the case. I treasure the fact that my family and I live here. I do, however, believe that our small country is a sad microcosm of what is happening around the world. Last year in New Zealand, 18 million fat lambs were slaughtered for meat. This is astounding that at the same time, 125,000 children, about 2.5% of the population of 5 million, were recorded as being underfed. Shockingly, every one of the lambs goes to their slaughter in prime condition, whilst our children go to school hungry. Lambs grow on milk from their mothers, and both mothers and lambs thrive on succulent plant pastures. There is no question that lambs are ruminants, and humans are not. But the advantage humans have over all other species is that we modify our food with cooking, making all vegetation equally edible and beneficial. While our children are often raised on highly processed, commercially modified foods, our lambs grow healthily on plants. Similarly, cows produce unnatural volumes of milk, all from eating vegetation. To continue producing milk each year, they must have a calf every year, generally forced on them through artificial insemination. All the 2 million male calves slaughtered are slaughtered at around 8 days of age. The interesting thing is much of that meat is sold as turkey meat. Around 900 years ago, New Zealand was first colonized by Polynesian people who discovered a pristine country in which they learned to thrive. The population was small, but de-wilding through human interference had started. They brought rats, dogs, and fire, and inevitably initiated changes in the environment. Around 200 years ago, Europeans, my ancestors amongst them, arrived, and in short order caused much greater de-wilding, bringing in millions of alien plants, terrestrial and aquatic animals, whilst clearing 1/3 of forest land and draining 90% of our wetlands, just for the raising of livestock and ultimately many other monocultural activities. Today, more than 75% of our native plants, birds, bats, and fish species are threatened with extinction or are at risk of becoming threatened. I grew up believing that farming was a patriotic activity, as we were feeding Britain in their hour of need, and later we took pride in the funds, in producing wool to keep soldiers in Korea warm. Truth is that we only fed and warmed those who could afford to pay for products produced at the other side of the world and where no environmental costs were ever counted. The New Zealand population, eating large volumes of animal products, tragically suffers from very high incidences of, by world standards, cancer, bone frailty, obesity, heart disease, and many more non-communicative diseases. There are those who express concern about the huge increase in human population. However, the much greater increase in the numbers of farmed livestock is the real worry. Livestock are raised purportedly to feed the human population, while the damage to human health, the destruction of the environment, and the cruelty meted out to the farmed animals are all ignored. My rough estimates of New Zealand's terrestrial biomass, calculated in terms of human body weights, includes humans 5 million, dairy and beef cattle 59 million, sheep 27 million, herded poultry 1.2 million. This adds up to a total equivalent of more than 92 million people now being imposed on a country where 900 years ago had no humans, and prior to that, a 50 million year history of being in ecological balance. Our human population makes up only 4% of the country's introduced biomass, but we are still responsible for the other 96%, which decamp on cleared and drained forests and wetlands, creating soil degradation, fresh water despoilment, and the emission of huge amounts of CO2 and methane, causing a monumental de-wilding on the original flora and fauna. The surrounding seawater has also suffered significant de-wilding through the annual removal of sentient fish with the equivalent weight of 7 million people. What was once a balanced environment is now de-wilded through changes in fish populations and pollution from livestock effluent, runoff of degraded soil, and the human-generated flotsam and jetsam. The very worst aspect of the burgeoning biomass of livestock is the cultural and political credibility given to these industries in the face of the known damage being done to human health, the environment, and the contribution to climate change. It seems New Zealand seems to cling to the concept that meat and milk production are essential for the country's economical survival, and to the idea that we are feeding the world, a fatuous thought. Farmers in New Zealand are contributing nothing to the desperate need for a severe reduction of global warming. Laws pertaining to reductions of greenhouse gases are weak or non-existent. Many forces are now coming together to eliminate the demand for meat, fish, and milk. And with good fortune, our forests, our health, and our children's well-being will return. It is heartening that livestock numbers in many countries appear to have peaked. One hopes that any drop in livestock production will provide opportunities for rewilding. I know that this is an ambitious dream, but I'm impatient to see it come about. I read with optimism the magazine The Economist, reporting on so many exciting non-animal food developments. A recent headline read, "Plant-based alternatives now cheaper than animal products across several categories in Germany." And that surely shows us where we might be heading. Nowadays, many of us are working to rewild much of the countryside but we are hampered due to the severe delineation of boundaries introduced by European colonists and their surveyors. To rewild New Zealand's original wetland and forests will mean that private ownership will have to be forfeited for the good of the endeavour, a monumental task. I regard myself as being incredibly privileged. I grew up living a wonderful life on our family farm. In turn, my wife Barbie and I raised our children on the same farm, giving them a life of outdoor freedom. In the 1970s, the age-old adherence to maintaining mixed pastures of grasses and legumes was disassembled by the intrusion of nitrogenous fertilizers. I disagreed with this retrograde step and so dabbled in regenerative and organic farming, both of which led to improved animal health. But I ultimately learned they did nothing for reductions in carbon or methane emissions. On the farm, I could express much of my creative nature and develop many inventive farming systems, amongst them new farming methods, animal ID systems, and associated databases. While I was promoting products and systems, Barbie took over running the farm. In those days, even this was a revolutionary adaptation. However, a visit to the farm by Prince Charles, now King Charles, gave her great mana. It was a wonderful life until the blinkers were removed. For 68 years of my life, I ate and promulgated the consumption of animal foods. We raised our children to eat like as our parents and theirs before had done. Thanks to Cordell Esselstyn and Colin Campbell and a great many others, I came to learn the folly of eating meat and milk and the joy of living cheaply and healthily on plant-based foods. This joy is severely tempered by the painfully slow uptake of a plant-based whole foods lifestyle by the general population. I am heartened by the many prophets who are bravely predicting an imminent change in our eating habits, but I find the huge amount of old money being spent to resist the inevitable change very concerning. Fonterra, New Zealand's largest company, the 6th largest dairy company in the world, is like its competitors, surreptitiously investing in the development of all forms of vegan food, such as precision fermentation, no doubt in an attempt to maintain their controls in the market, wherever it may go. The obvious disregard for our nation's health, the threat of climate change, and by those with wealth and power, by wealth and power, beggars my belief. We must accept that just as lambs and cows can convert plants into good proteins, so can humans. The proliferation of the ownership of pets does concern me. Having spent many years selectively breeding various species to create a more profitable animal, I now recognize that the dominion over these animals was a reflection of the disregard I held for them. They became mere chattels. There are approximately 2 million dogs and cats registered as companion animals in New Zealand. These animals are all well fed, consuming an average of 200 kilos of meat equivalent per year. This amounts to 400,000 tons of meat that could have been fed to hungry children, or preferably, the land so taken up with this meat production could have grown a surplus of healthy vegetables for the malnourished. Furthermore, in New Zealand, the survival burden of the native fauna, the many ground nesting birds and lizards are tragically easy prey for dogs and cats. And that situation was caused because there had been no land-based predators before human invasion. When I converted to veganism, I was driven by my desire to become healthier. Once that was achieved, I explored the other positive effects of veganism. As I wrote in my book, Plant Paradigm, I came to see that there are 3 prime legs supporting veganism. Human health is one and is very persuasive. The other is the ultimate elimination of herding of animals and the inevitable cruelty to them. It is the herding of alien animals that has led to the mass destruction of the natural flora and fauna in New Zealand. And on reflection, I recognize that through economic necessity and disregard for the sentience of the animals in my care, I was cruel to them in so many ways. I, like all my peers, due to our need to keep control of our assets and to maintain blindness to the sentience of our charges, paid little heed to the golden rule, do unto others as you would have done unto you. We knew that the animals we were treating with barbaric cruelty were incapable of doing the same to us. I ultimately rewrote the rule for me to read, do unto others as only you would have done to your children. In my time, I have whipped and kicked animals to get them to submit to my will. I have also killed every manageable farmed animal, or caused them to be killed for the table or for income. In return, I have been kicked, bitten, bunted, scratched, and pecked by sentient animals in their efforts to defy me. I now recognize that any insensitive action against a sentient being is an act of inexcusable cruelty. Such behavior is not instinctive, it is learned and exemplified by financial necessity and with time becomes normal. It is only by looking back at my past life that I can see this. Present-day farmers with assets and income to preserve and the need to maintain control over their livestock will continue to see this contact as normal, natural, and necessary. Slavery, male dominance, and carnism all share the same philosophical justification of being regarded as normal, natural, and necessary. But as time passes, each of these practices is coming to be seen for what they are, an absurd justification for control over those we want to dominate. The reality is that we were never designed to kill and eat animals. We have no claws, our teeth and guts are designed for eating and digesting plants. Humans only came into making meat a significant part of our diet around 10,000 years ago. That is less than 1% of the time humans have been managing fire and developing their intellect. The herding of animals and developing of efficient methods of killing them is a very recently learned behavior passed down from generation to generation. And the song from South Pacific comes to mind, "You've got to be carefully taught." It applies to many memes we are subjected to. If we survive the present vicissitudes, humans will look back at herding and eating animals as a brief and mistaken period in our history. As Thoreau wrote, "I have no doubt that it is part of the destiny of the human race in its gradual improvement to leave off eating animals, as surely as the savage tribes have left off eating each other when they came into contact with the more civilized." The third prime leg that supports the vegan table is the environment. Destructive de-wilding has been carried out since herding and farming domesticated animals first started. We're now living at a time when the damage to the environment is growing at an exponential rate. Global warming is acknowledged as a very real and huge problem. But the real cause of this is not the burning of fossil fuels. It is a massive adherence to meat and milk production and consumption with the concurrent de-wilding of forests and wetlands. Now is the time to acknowledge that the herding and eating of terrestrial animals, fish, and fowl must cease. I'm very grateful to all the mentors who have guided me to the path I am on. And I'm grateful to Sailesh Rao for opening my eyes to the million vegan grandmothers and to be able to speak at this VCOP19 gathering. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very inspiring talk. Very difficult to hear, but some of it, but I totally understand. And we would just be honored if you would take some questions. You ready to take some questions?
Happy to do that. Happy to do that.
We can't hear him though. Okay. Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions from the audience here or any? Okay, good. The question is, from Deb Thompson, we should stop breeding all animals. It's just another way of forcing them to comply to our system of human domination and hierarchy. Millions of dogs and cats, so-called pets in shelters, are killed every year. So it's a comment by Deb Thompson. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Yeah. How did he come to become a vegan?
Yeah, could you maybe repeat again if you did say it, or if you did? how you came upon, I mean, that crucial moment of when you knew you were going to go vegan.
I had suffered a pulmonary embolism, and I recovered from that adequately. And then about 20 years later, I had a second one. And I was put on warfarin for life. And in those days, I was killing rats and predators with the same product, warfarin. So I decided that warfarin was not for me. And I was determined to give it up. And absolutely coincidentally, with the day I decided to give it up, Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn was being interviewed on the radio. And I heard his interview. And by the end of the interview, we cleaned the house out of everything that was animal, and I went vegan. And since then, I've been
That is so, so awesome.
Thank you, James.
So
Can I ask a question?
As a former cattle rancher myself and my husband, you know, being a multi-generational cattle rancher, I know firsthand, you know, what it's like to kill animals and love them, kill animals and like them. And I heard you say, you know, you've killed just about every imaginable species. And I know for myself, I'm going to get to the question, but I know for myself, once I went vegan on a cattle ranch, the very animals I used to eat, now that they were in my care, the relationship I had towards farm animals was much more heightened than my domesticated cats and dogs. It's like I had a heightened sense of, oh my God, I used to eat the leg, you know, of the chicken, and I was trying to help it walk. Or, oh my God, I'm petting, you know, the cow, and I must have eaten their ribs. You know, I had this heightened awareness. Can you explain maybe any experiences you might have had, you know, similar to that? And I know I can't be unique.
not directly. I was not a good animal lover. I wasn't. My wife Barbie was much better at loving the animals than I did. I treated them with a lot of disrespect. But the sad thing is that I now regard every animal, every piece of livestock, as an intrusion on the environment. And so I have total distaste for any live animal now. They should be. I don't know what we're going to do with them, but they shouldn't be running around destroying the bush and the wetlands. Sorry, don't answer the question well.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Okay.
Allison would like to know, can you mention any signs of change in New Zealand towards a vegan way of life?
Can you mention any signs in New Zealand about a vegan, regarding a vegan change of life?
It's desperately slow, but it is gradually coming. But it's I'm frequently criticized because they say I'm way out there and I shouldn't be forcing veganism on people. But someone's got to be out there. I'm sure there'll be plenty that will treat people more gently. I don't treat people very gently that aren't vegan.
All right.
Rebecca wants to know, did he have challenges with other farmers?
Yeah, Rebecca Allen would like to know if you had challenges with other farmers or ranchers in the community that might have known you prior.
Nothing overt. Friendships have remained.
What's that?
Friendships have remained, but I don't talk about.
Remain good. You know, people ask us that too, and it's so interesting. People think that just because you go vegan as a cattle rancher, that all your cattle ranchers are going to not like you anymore, and that hadn't been our experience either. You know, it's so interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. And here's a question from the chat. This one right here does have a comment and then a question.
Okay, so from Allison Hamji, to James, I want to converse with animal industry workers and help them transition to vegan work, but I'm afraid of physical violence. Could you give me some advice?
Oh, I wouldn't. I think we've got to approach it from the other side, and we've all got to go vegan, and then the people that work with the livestock won't have a job with livestock. I mean, We've got to force it from the bottom up, I think. We've got to just stop buying meat and milk and fish and eggs and chicken.
Stop
I
buying
can't.
meat, milk, fish, eggs.
Yeah, yeah. And if we all did that, the industries would collapse.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience? You got one there, Becky?
Yes, no, audience. I mean, from the online.
Okay, from online. Australia has been ranked the worst when it comes to treatment of farm animals. Is New Zealand close, and is region agriculture being used to dupe public there as well by the industry?
As I was preparing to give this presentation, I reviewed, and I'm not going to go over them, the way I've treated animals in my life, and it's quite hideous. The amount of pain and destruction that I've caused over my life. And I think if you go out onto the farms today, you'll find the same disregard for the sentience of the animals. They're a very good, Barbie was a very good farmer, treated them very well, but nonetheless, through their lives, and I won't go into the descriptions of it, every animal was treated with disdain at different times.
Thank you. So glad for your experience. Do you have a question? Come on.
Hi, I went to New Zealand about 10 years ago, and it was hard for me to find vegan pies or even vegetarian pies. Have they come, I mean, have they come a long way since then? I hope.
I've never found a vegan pie I've liked, because they're all suspect. So I don't eat pies.
Suspect.
It's a vegetarian.
Yeah, probably.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's a few
Got another
questions
one?
coming through.
Any other questions? You have one, Sailesh?
I'd like to ask a question. Oh,
I can hear you.
I have a question, sort of. Hi, everybody. I don't know if you can see me.
I can see you.
I was in New Zealand a number of years ago and went to Hobbiton, and it's a beautiful place. It's nestled in this area where they have all these sheep and thousands of them. And I was vegan at the time, and I was so sad because I know what happens to them, and they were running free and they were nursing. And then I said, how long do those sheep live? And they said, oh, about a year. And I was like, oh, that's terrible. You know, and of course I said it really loud to everybody that was on the bus. And so it was very sad. And they were telling me, oh, the cheese tastes so good here because the cows just, you know, eat grass. So I'm thinking, you know, telling people to just not eat animals and to just not eat that, I don't think that that really works, because you have to give them a replacement. And most people have absolutely no idea how to eat plant-based. It just totally baffles them. And we know because we're in the middle of it. But I've been working with food for a number of years now, and I've talked to thousands of people, and I've just observed a lot, you know. And I know that the horrors originally pushed me away from eating and using and wearing animals. It was a great awakening, like Renee was talking about that. And I came across Renee like 3 months after I went vegan, and I was just totally floored. She said, the vegan journal of a rancher's wife, what? You know, and it was so incredible. And I just love Renee and Tommy so much. And you know, we've seen them many times. So, you know, I'm thinking like if we just go in and tell people like, stop doing this, we can give them reason to stop it. And a lot of people get to the point and they go, well, what am I supposed to do now? So that's why meetings like this and, you know, all the food shows and really showing people and saying, you know, how wonderful it is. And as far as not eating a vegan pie you like, it's probably the way that it's made. And it's probably just wasn't made by a good cook, maybe. I don't know.
But it's still processed. It's
somebody that you know.
It's still it's not plant-based whole food, is it? It's processed. It's over-processed.
Not
That's my point.
not necessarily. There's like, I don't know, there are some great vegan meats coming out now. Beyond Meat just made their burgers healthier, and they even got the seal of approval, you know, from those government or not like, you know, I'm not too happy with our government right now, but it's all gonna get
I agree with what you're saying. And that's why I quoted that headline from the Economist, because every time I see the farmers in New Zealand getting excited because the price of milk powder has gone up or the price of meat's gone up, I say, bravo. The further it goes up, the more easily the fake meat and milk are going to get into the marketplace.
Oh,
and I
and
think
they're always plant-based. Never call it fake, because you don't want to turn people up.
What?
I just say plant meat, and people sometimes look at me funny, but I said plant meat.
Plant meat. Yeah,
People
well,
like well, the big thing was like vegan cheese isn't real cheese, and my answer to that is I tell people, look, cheese and butter, they're basically flavored fat, right? And they agree with that. So we get the fat from plants instead of animals, and it's wonderful. I'm thrilled, and that pretty much turns people around to it. But there's that belief that it's fake, is really important, because that's actually perpetuated by the meat industry. And I think it was mentioned earlier today or yesterday how the meat industry was directly responsible for, being dismissive of plant-based meats. So thank you very much. Sorry to take up so much time.
It's very good.
Thank you, Nancy. So good to see you. Lively conversation there. Thank you. All right, next up is a question by Deepak. And he wants to know if you follow a whole food, plant-based life, and if you do, what's your favorite food? Or just tell us about, your lifestyle.
Well, when we went vegan, when I went vegan, and anyone that knows my wife Barbie would understand this. She's a lovely woman, and she said, I'll go with you, but there were two questions. Who's going to do the cooking? And I said, I'll do all the cooking. And she said, can we drink? And I said, as long as it's vegan, yes. And so ever since then, I've cooked all the meals, or virtually all the meals. And she's a happy vegan, but she breaks the rules occasionally when we go out.
Thank you. And did Tammy have a question? No? All right. Any other questions out here in the audience?
There's a lot of questions.
Anybody else want to?
One more quick comment.
Sailesh has a question. Dr. Rao.
Sorry.
What? All right.
Go ahead, Tammy. Go ahead, Tammy.
Thanks, James. It's really good seeing you again. And, the thing that strikes me, after watching the documentary Milked many years ago that we screened for the Convergence, I really had a whole different view of New Zealand and how a lot of our whey protein comes from there. And they really promote, the free range cattle that run there. But, the water is completely contaminated. And like you said, the wildlife has nowhere to live anymore. It's not a very big country. But the one thing that strikes me the deepest with you, James, is your incredible honesty. And, thank you for that, because, you're just saying it how it's been for you, and you're incredibly honest and saying that you had that big of a disconnect with the animals. And then I see how much even talking about that moves you to tears sometimes. And so thank you so much for your deep honesty and your book and sharing your message. And we will be tuning back in with you at the end of 2026 and see how much New Zealand is vegan.
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
So my question, James, is
hello.
When you went vegan and your wife went vegan with you, what happened to all the animals that you had in the farm? And how did you transition out of that?
We had sold the farm by then.
You had sold everyone?
We'd finished farming before I went vegan. We sold the farm. Did you hear that?
So he sold the farm and all before he went vegan. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. And what is the name of your book? Yes. And how can we get a hold of you?
The book is called Plant Paradigm.
Plant Paradigm.
Yeah. Yep, and it's but as far as I know, it's only available in New Zealand. And is yeah, yeah.
If we want to
I've
get a
se-
hold
I've
of
read-
you, is there a website or something?
Oh, yeah, there's the book. Can you see the book?
Oh, Plant Paradigm. He's showing us the picture. Great.
Yes, yes. Shall I give you my email address?
What?
Shall I give you my email address?
Sure, if you don't mind, we'd appreciate that.
It's James at TPAZ, TIPAZ.NZ.
Can you put that in the chat, maybe? PABZ?
I put it in the chat.
Okay, somebody's
Thank
putting it
you.
in the chat. Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. If there's not any other questions, I guess, what, do you have a question? Oh, Rebecca has another question. Come on down.
Thank you so much, James, for this. I want to look at the interview. Didn't you interview with Tammy?
Yes. I don't
Yes.
know how well it went.
Yes, I mean, I haven't gotten to see it yet, but I'm looking forward to listening to that and learning more. And I wanted to know, what would you like to envision, say, over the next few months? Is there something that you're kind of aspiring to or would like to see from us? You've got lots going on already. You've got your book, but I wonder if there's something else that you're looking for. We're so glad you came to this VCOP.
I'm so glad I came too. I'm getting to be an old man, and I've got my finger in a lot of other pies as well. I keep working on this one though, and promoting it where I can. But over the next few months, I can't envisage any great shift, but I would look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here on Climate Healers. Y'all get the book, Plant Paradigm. I know I'm going to. Yeah, y'all put your hands together for James. Awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
All right, we ready to keep moving? Any other comments from the audience? It's good to see Lisa Barca here with us. Hi, Lisa. Good to see you. Yeah, just again, one more time, just so you all know, those of you that may be just joining, I'm Renee King-Sonnen, the founder and executive director of Rowdy Girl Sanctuary. And we are the first documented beef cattle ranch in the whole wide world. Well, maybe there might be one I'm talking to that might have, we're in touch. It's kind of interesting. There might be one in, is it Austria? Yeah, Australia that may be neck and neck with us that I never. Austria, yeah. So anyway, I'll be telling you more about that because if so, I'm going to be telling their story. I'll be doing it anyway. But my tagline is always that we're the first documented beef cattle ranch in the world to go vegan and live to tell about it. And so anyway, we're glad y'all are here, and I'm just eating radio time right now because we have a few minutes.
Right. And I wonder if he ever met Howard Lyman.
Oh, James?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. He's not on here anymore.
But he may come back on.
James, there he is. Have you ever met Howard Lyman?
No. No.
Do you know him?
No. Where is he from?
Well, he lives in, I think, Montana right now, I believe. He is, if you look up the Mad Cowboy, he is the rancher. He had a factory farm, and he's the rancher that, oh my gosh, he was on Oprah Winfrey. There was all kind of issues about mad cow disease. He got sued along with Oprah Winfrey. They won, and he went vegan, sold his whole operation out. He went vegan because of his health. Yeah. But anyway, a great person to get to know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you, James. It's now time to keep rolling. So up next, we have the right to conscience for vegans. Its legal application in Peru, as presented by Allison Hemji. And a little bit about Allison. As a climate healer, Allison Hemji engages with the complexities of veganism within the framework of rights and legal systems. In 2024, Allison supported a Peruvian vegan attorney and 2 university students in securing international assistance for a constitutional case in Peru. Through this work, Allison is committed to advancing vegan rights and aligning legal efforts with climate action and justice for all beings. Would you please help me welcome to the online stage, Allison Hamji.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So yes, I'm here in Lima, Peru, and I'm so happy to be a part of this convergence. And I must say that I found James Wilson's presentation very moving, very emotional, and I think Tammy hit it right on the head. It's your honesty, James. And so I think I speak for all of us that we'd like to continue to hear more from you. You're an inspiration. I have a presentation I'd like to share, so give me 30 seconds to call it up here. You should be able to see my presentation.
Yes, we see it.
Okay, good. Oh, I just realized I need to call up something else. I'm behind the 8 ball. Hang on one second. I think many of you know me as a climate healer, and others of you may know me for my work here in Peru with the organization called Ollas Comunes Veganas. We were active with the food healers last year, actually it was the year before, probably 2 years ago now, November. And, but most recently, I've gotten involved with a case here in Peru. And so here's my presentation. Welcome to the Right to Conscience for Vegans, a case in point. And since April of this year, some of you have gotten to know me for my role in this legal case known as Takuri and Andrade versus the UNMSM, which I took on not because of my knowledge of law, but because the plaintiffs in this case were looking for a vegan bilingual individual to seek international support for their case. The case involves these 2 university students, which you see on the screen, and they were requesting and were denied a vegan option in their university cafeteria called Universidad Nacional Mayor San Marcos, UNMSM. So with the support of the Institute of Legal Defense here in Peru, these 2 students have sued their university for vegan meals and recognition of their rights as vegans. Here is their story. I like to say that most often legal cases associated with veganism are brought to trial in defense of the rights of animals or in defense of the rights of activists to defend the rights of animals. But there is a growing body of legal cases defending the right to conscience for vegans, and the potential for this legal domain is broad, encompassing the right to conscience for vegans in universities, in hospitals, in jails, and in workplaces, to mention a few important applications. Veganism represents a link between human rights and animal rights. Getting involved with this case has given me a crash course in the rights which vegans have. and one of my strongest allies has been the Vegan Society. Back in April, I contacted Alistair Stewart of PlantBased Universities in London, who immediately said that I needed to get in touch with the Vegan Society. And to my surprise, I discovered that the Vegan Society has legal staff to support vegans to defend their rights. And it also has a network of attorneys, which our attorney here in Peru has subsequently become a member. This network is strategizing and building on cases around the world toward the universal recognition of the rights of vegans. So when I wrote to the Vegan Society, they responded immediately. I think it was the same day. And they responded with great interest and willingness and enthusiasm to support our case. In addition to their expertise, they also maintain a blog to disseminate news on the advancement of rights of vegans. In broad terms, what the Vegan Society has found is a body of legal protections going back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, known as UDHR, signed by 48 countries in 1948. In broad strokes, the Vegan Society documents a progression of declarations, covenants, commissions, cases, and findings since 1948, all revolving around the fundamental right to conscience. I think it's interesting to note that the Vegan Society was founded in 1944, so it shows up first on this timeline, 4 years before the signing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So getting back to our case in Peru, these two students were selected by the representing attorney at the Institute of Legal Defense here to represent the larger population of vegans studying at this UNMSM. Because these two students were committed or are committed, but also they were selected because they are early enough in their studies that they should be able to stay with a likely extended legal process. In other words, their case against the university would no longer be valid were they to graduate before a final resolution to their demands has been secured. Article 2.3 of Peru's Constitution grants individuals freedom of conscience and clearly aligns with internationally agreed principles such as Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 18 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Also, under Article 2.2 of the Peruvian Constitution, discrimination is prohibited. This principle can be applied to support vegans to ensure equitable access to food in public settings like a public university. And failing to accommodate vegans under this Article 2.2 could constitute unequal treatment based on ethical belief. So the initial hearing for this case already took place exactly 2 months ago on September 9th. Present at the hearing were the two plaintiffs, their attorney, 3 international experts, including Dr. Rao of Climate Healers, Dr. Bernard of the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, and Dr. Rowley of the Vegan Society, plus 2 local experts, including a nutritionist and an ethicist, and of course, the attorney for the university, the attorney for the defense, and the public at large. So, what is this university? And what's all this fuss about? Why aren't they providing a simple vegan option? As I said before, most often legal cases associated with veganism are brought to trial in defense of the rights of animals or of the rights of activists to defend the rights of animals. But this case represents a growing body of legal cases defending the right to conscience for vegans. And the potential for this legal domain is actually quite broad, encompassing the right to conscience for vegans in universities, in hospitals, in jails, and workplaces, to mention a few important applications. Veganism represents a link, as I said before, between human rights and animal rights. And each precedent builds on the body of evidence toward a more universal recognition of the right to conscience for vegans. This university, UNMSM, is the oldest continuously operating university in the Americas, and it's known as the Dean of America. It was founded in 1548. It's a public university located here in Lima, Peru's capital city, with both undergraduate and graduate schools offering 66 undergraduate programs and 77 master's degree programs and 27 doctoral programs. The UNMSM is extremely competitive because it's free for all who gain entrance. Currently, over 45,000 students, including their meals and their housing. So here's what the plaintiffs are demanding. First, they request that the Dean of America, UNMSM, provide an option suitable for vegans in its university dining hall, which must also be validated by a nutritionist specialized in vegan nutrition. In addition, they demand that the university establish a registry of vegan students so that the vegan population there acquires objective recognition as a segment of the university population, and that it remain recognized after the two vegan plaintiffs have graduated. Thirdly, they request and demand that veganism be recognized as an ethical principle protected by the right to freedom of conscience. These are the logos of the entities which have endorsed this suit and which are permitting the use of their logo in support of the case. And I should mention that we have just secured the support of PETA, so we'll be adding their logo to this list. The following are some images of the hearing held, like I said, exactly 2 months ago. This is the attorney representing the case. In his own words of conclusion, he says, "Our case is justified because freedom of conscience implies guaranteeing the minimum conditions for the effective exercise of their respect for animals under the principles of equality and non-speciesism." So this attorney did all the groundwork and laid the case before the court on September 9th. After which, Dr. Neil Bernard spoke in summary of a document that he had previously written and submitted to the judge as a friend of the court. And he's shown here with our translator speaking about the nutritional benefits of a plant-based diet. The judge then called on Dr. Jeanette Rowley of the Vegan Society to present the summary of her documentation previously presented to the judge on the right to conscience for the vegan students. Dr. Rao followed with a summary of the documentation that he had presented to the judge on the environmental implications of this case. And Dr. Rao closed stating, therefore, the plaintiff's demand for vegan meals at UNMSM can be seen as an educated response to the urgent environmental crises. Next, this is the plaintiff, Gabriela Santos Takuri, speaking emotionally to the judge. And then the second plaintiff, Luis Florian Andrade, presenting his case to the judge. And meanwhile, outside the judiciary courthouse, students and other people sympathetic to the lawsuit showed their total support to the plaintiffs. So let me say a word about the judicial process here. Where do we go from here? Of course, the hearing was already 2 months ago. So now what we're doing is, as we await the judgment on the case, we are currently submitting supplemental data to the judge from the 3 international experts in support of our case. So we've already submitted additional data from Dr. Rao. Tomorrow we'll be submitting additional data from Dr. Bernard, and we have the written information already from the Vegan Society, but we need to go through the translation process and get that approved. We expect a ruling in the 4th quarter of this year, 2024, or the 1st quarter of 2025. That's one of the things I've learned about the judicial process. I don't think it's just here in Peru. It's arduous, it's slow, and you just have to trudge through it. So no matter who wins when the judgment comes down, whether it's us or whether it's the university, one of us will appeal. So we're expecting that it'll be the university that will have to appeal, assuming that we win. And then there'll be a subsequent hearing, which will involve a whole panel of judges. And after that process, if necessary, there will be a final hearing before the Peruvian Supreme Court. So, what is the relevance of this case? In her support of our case, Dr. Jeanette Rowley, on behalf of the Vegan Society, presented case evidence from rulings in several European countries, including the UK, Denmark, Germany, Italy, and Portugal. Expanding this list of cases with cases like ours outside of Europe will strengthen the breadth of support among the signatories of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And this benefits all of us. Also, the broadening of the scope of these cases involving the right to conscience for vegans from situations in universities, places of work, prisons, hospitals, schools, and more will strengthen the legal grounds of support to vegans defending their right to conscience toward the universal recognition of the rights of vegans to conscience. So that is my presentation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. The idea is that we learn about our rights to conscience and that we find ways to bring other cases to suit as we live our lives as vegans, whether it be in the US, in New Zealand, in the UK, no matter where we are. Renee? We can't hear you, Renee. You're muted. Still can't hear you, Renee. Okay.
Okay. All right. Anyway, thank you again, Allison, and we are going into Q&A now. So yes, Danny.
So, Deb Thompson asks, do you know if there have ever been, or are there currently any other vegan right to conscious cases in Peru or elsewhere?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you hear that?
I heard the question. Yes. And so yes, I do know of another case that's currently in process. It's a case in Spain. There is a group of parents that have organized and have initiated a case in schools where students are not being given vegan options. I'm not sure if they're public schools. I'm guessing they are public schools. So that is a case that's currently in process, and all of their materials are online, but they're in Spanish. And that's the only other one that I know of currently that is in defense of conscience. Other cases, of course, we all know about Jordi Casamajana in the UK, who won his case on the basis of conscience. And there are other cases. I really stress the importance of checking out this website at the Vegan Society. They really have done their research, and you can find more information about the right to conscience for vegans at their website, but also there are other case listings, historic cases. Every year they have a conference. The attorneys that belong to this network of attorneys in support of vegans on the basis of conscience. And they just met last month in Denmark. And they have asked us if we're interested in hosting their conference next year here in Peru.
Welcome to eSchool Solutions SmartFind Express Substitute Management System. SmartFind Express is a telephone and browser-based.
Well. Yeah. Please continue, Allison.
Yeah, so I don't know, does that answer your question?
Does that answer the question? Allison is asking.
Looks like.
All right. Other question, Danny.
Can we lawsuit our way to a vegan world?
Can we lawsuit our way to a vegan world?
I think, thank you for that question. I think that's a good question.
We can't hear her.
You can't hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, Allison.
Okay, good. I think Dr. Rao, I think Sailesh will be talking about that a little bit more later. But the way I see it is our case has been supported by this network of attorneys in other countries that are working on this. And in defending our case here in Peru, they did use case evidence from other situations in other countries. So there is this growing body that is being built. And the more of a foundation that we build of cases, the easier it will become. In this world of lawsuits, which I am not, I'm not an attorney, I'm not very experienced in this. I'm just sharing my own experience with this particular case here in Peru and what I've learned, particularly through the Vegan Society, is that there is this large international network of attorneys that are working on this. They are building this foundation, which we can all use. And I would ask each and every one of you to maybe talk among ourselves about where we are experiencing discrimination, where we feel like our right to conscience is being infringed upon, and to reach out to the Vegan Society, to the attorneys in this network of attorneys, and to see if you, in your place of work, in the hospital where you live, in your workplace, in the jails, in the universities, in the public schools, to see if you have a case that can be put before a judge.
Thank you. Thank you. And we have a question. Lisa Barca has a question.
Yeah,
Come on up
Lisa.
here.
Okay.
Come right on up.
Okay, thanks.
No stranger to the stage.
Okay,
Spotlight.
thank you, I guess so.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, thank you for that wonderful talk. I was wondering if you know if any of these cases have reached outside the issue of food options, which is obviously very important, into other areas of student and educator rights, such as students having to hear and perhaps be practically cornered into accepting outdated speciesist views in their classes.
Yes.
The use of horrific animal testing on so many campuses, and then also professors, right, like me, who try to teach about these currently, unfortunately, very unconventional topics in a way that's not, sugarcoating it. Like, has any of it reached into those areas at all, as far as you know?
Yes.
Thank
Stay
you,
with me.
Lisa.
Stay
Thank
with
you.
me. Oh, okay, I was going to ask Lisa to stay with me there.
Lisa,
But
come here.
Oh, stay there. Okay.
yeah. So here's the deal. Our attorney here is hell-bent on winning this case. It's not just to get vegan meals for these students at the university. It's because he sees that this is the foundation for getting the rights to students in the School of Veterinary Medicine, so that they don't have to study these things, they don't have to study how the different cuts of meat or how to keep animals alive in situations of, the CAFO situation. These are things that veterinary students are required to study and to specialize in order to get their degree. So the attorney here is working on winning the case here just for that very reason, to support students in the School of Veterinary Medicine, in the jails, in the hospitals. He sees this as a foundation for all of these cases going forward, not just here in Peru, but anywhere else in the world. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Thank
you.
Lisa.
Thanks for taking my
Appreciate it.
question. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, that was a great conversation, one that I want to continue thinking about as well. Thank you, Allison. And I know coming straight up, we have Barbara Pearl. Is she ready and on? In 30 seconds. Allison, thank you so much. Thank you
You're
so much for
welcome.
being here on Climate Healers. A warm round of applause for Allison. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to discuss this further in half an hour. But for now, we have Barbara Pearl joining us, and she is going to be presenting for us the joy of origami. As the paper folds, the mind unfolds. I love, love, love that. Barbara Pearl is an award-winning educator, author, and storyteller, and the co-founder of Vegan Seniors Unite. She is the author of Math in Motion, Origami in the Classroom, where she blends creativity and education, where she blends creativity with education through Japanese paper foldings. Barbara's innovative approach, called mindfulness, promotes compassion and environmental awareness by transforming a simple piece of paper into art. Her workshops inspire participants to cultivate mindfulness while learning origami, fostering personal growth and a deeper connection to the planet. I am looking so forward to this, and I'm going to jump on down so I can get my hands on a piece of paper and learn the joy of origami with you. Thank you. Let's give Barbara a round of applause.
Konnichiwa. Thank you, Renee. I'm delighted to be here. I spent the last 2 days at BCOP, and when I had to go out, I took my phone with me and was still listening. So it's really a joy to be here. Can everyone see my screen? I'm doing screen share. Can you see it?
Yep.
Thank you. I spent the days laughing with some of you, chatting with others, and crying with some of the heartbreaking stories. I've been on this journey for over 52 years. I discovered a book while I was in college by Dr. Peter Singer called Animal Liberation. He was the first author to talk about animal exploitation. And I never looked back. And I want to thank Dr. Rao and Climate Healers and all the volunteers for your dedication this weekend, and all the advocates who have been here. It is the greatest transformation in human history. I'm the author of a book called Math in Motion about using origami in classrooms. My background's in mathematics and education. Many of the students I've worked with over the years struggle with learning math. So with my One More Thing, I found a way to integrate the arts, origami, and mathematics. The book is sprinkled with all kinds of activities about being kind, compassionate. I even come out and say, go vegan. And I've had the opportunity to travel all over the country, including internationally in China and Japan, where I've done teacher development, student and family workshops, trying to make a difference like all of you. So thank you for your work that you're doing. Make every day Earth Day is one of my mottos. Together, as we join hands, we're a team. And the crane, if you're not familiar with origami, is a symbol of international hope, healing, and peace. It's based on a children's story, Sadako and 1,000 Paper Cranes. I visited Hiroshima, also known as Hiroshima in Japan, and I found myself going back over and over again to the statue dedicated to the children who lost their lives during the bombing. I advocate peace begins with our plate. As I looked at the lunch that some of you were eating, I thought, aren't we lucky? We have the most amazing, wonderful food to enjoy every single day. So I want to thank you and arigato before we start to fold. Here's my contact information if you'd like to get a hold of me or want any of the information I'm sharing today. I have math lessons that integrate with the origami. So if you're interested in that for yourself or children, grandchildren, or the schools, please contact me. My work was recently endorsed by Dr. Jo Bohler. She's a renowned math professor at Stanford University, and she posted my lessons on her website called U Cubed, YOUCUBED. And I'll share that with you. I'll put it in the chat. How many are familiar with origami? Any of you? Well, if you're not, I call it, Renee, you might appreciate this, yoga for the mind. And as paper folds, the mind unfolds. Many people find it a way to relax. It helps them focus and concentrate. Origami is a Japanese word. And ori means to fold, and gami is Japanese for paper. It's traced back over 1,000 years ago to parts of Europe and China. And some famous European paper folders include Leonardo da Vinci, also known from some historical evidence to be a vegetarian, and Lewis Carroll, the author of Alice in Wonderland. Could you close your eyes for a moment? Try not to peek. Take a deep breath. And as you slowly exhale, can you imagine a time without any televisions or telephones? Is that a scary thought? For some, it might be pleasant. Now, if you were a child, imagine a place without any skateboards, bicycles, or even a video game. Quick, open your eyes. There was a time none of those things existed. And friends, all they had were pieces of gami or paper. And Asian families would gather around just like we are today, except it was the grandparents that would teach the children how to fold. They could create anything you could imagine. Do you know they could take a piece of paper like this one, recycled from a calendar with wings and a tail that could fly? What makes it so special? I like to think it's the minimalist art. You don't need any paste, glue, scissors, tape, rulers, protractors, a compass. Did I leave anything out? Did I say scissors? With 12 sheets of paper, you could make a cube like this. I was living in Manhattan at the time, and I met someone that worked for Apple Computers. And I said, could you send me some of your business cards? And they did. Can you hear the lima beans? Well, I love this one. I have a lot of favorites. Can you see the leaves? Nature is a relentless folder. Nature, birds, even our brain folding. Well, just show you a few more and then we'll get started. I don't know if you can see these little bugs here. You can make all kinds of animals. Like these insects, or action models like this bird and fish. And one of my favorites, this is unit origami. Whenever you put one or more sheet of paper together, you can make the body and the head. Can you see my panda bear? Another action figure. Hugging penguins, hugging penguins. Calculate the possibilities. It's limitless. Yeah. Oh, here's one that maybe all of you will recognize. You may have seen it airborne in a classroom. You remember the paper airplane? Can you see the paper I recycled? After a while, you look for material that will enhance the model. I thought a map was a good idea for a plane. Math in motion. I really enjoyed this one too. This was a gift to me. I was invited to Japan and they often gave me gifts of origami. If you look closely, you might see a little goldfish in the bowl. I think we're ready to get started now. Hopefully you found some time to get 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. I wanted to show you ways you could recycle. So 8.5 by 11 is standard copy paper here in the US, but if you're international, you can use A4. A4 paper will work. I advocate recycling. So when I do programs, I usually make a flyer for me, but note paper, notebook paper can work. I like this quote, believe in second chances, recycle. You can use everything from magazines to newspaper. I'm going to rotate my camera so you can see what I'm doing. If you can't see it, let me know. That's better. So I have one sheet of paper. I pre-crease before I teach so that you can follow my steps. But you want to take one edge of the paper and just fold it over to the other edge. The best place to fold is on a firm surface like a table. If I hold it up, it's just to demonstrate. So again, take one edge of the paper, fold it over to the other edge, and crease sharply. We have to create the shapes we're going to fold. It's fun to work with origami paper, and you can buy it on Amazon or in craft stores. But again, I like to advocate recycling materials you may have at your fingertips, pun intended. Now, this is the portion we need to separate. So you're going to fold it back and forth over the edge of the triangle, back and forth. And again, use the table to get a sharp crease. I suggest at least 3 times, back and forth. It will break down the fibers of the paper. Now you want to gently separate it. Tear it, gently separate it. Hopefully you had some success. It looks like this. Can you guess what shape? We now have a rectangle. So origami isn't just for squares. I like to show that you can use other shapes, including rectangles, triangles, and even squares. I'll give you a few moments to get that paper in place so we can fold it together. If you need me to go slower, let me know. Just shout out. There are many therapeutic benefits to origami. A lot is helping people to focus, concentrate, and some say to relax. You're involved in the creative process. I've just started to do some workshops for seniors at the community centers here locally where I live. My motto is, you're never too old to fold. My oldest student is 92 years old, Louise Platt. My youngest student is 3 years old. So I've taught origami from preschool to seniors. Step 1, I would like to recite a poem for you and let me demonstrate, and then I'll teach it. And I'm going to use traditional origami paper, foil, just to demonstrate. Whenever you're feeling sad and blue and you think there's nothing left to do, remember all you need is paper to start, and with just a few folds, like this, you can make an origami heart. That has 3 steps. It's my basic heart, and I'd like to teach it to you now. So starting with your rectangle, we're going to do what's called a book fold or valley fold. Fold the paper in half widthwise and crease sharply. Remember, at least 3 times. Open up your book, and what do you see down the center? Well, oftentimes I refer to it as a guideline. I've highlighted mine so that you can see it. Some people call it a crease. In math, we call it the line of symmetry because it looks the same on both sides. Take one page of your book and fold it up precisely against the center guideline. First on one side, and take your time, remember to crease sharply, and then repeat it on the other side. If you take a moment, you'll see you are holding a pentagon in your hand. It's exciting. Would you, if you're live, would you look at your neighbor's paper, look to the right and left of you and make sure they're doing it correctly? I call that sharing and helping each other. You can always adjust paper. Thanks, Donna. Thanks for showing me. Good job. Turn the paper over. On the back, you'll see 2 rectangles. And in the corners, we'll fold them over into small triangles. Again, I only want you to make it about half. You don't need to fold it all the way down, just about halfway there. Hope you can see what that looks like. And you want to make 4 of them. 2, 3, and 4. Can you count with me in Japanese? We'll say ichi, ni, san, and shi. Make sure you have 4 triangles before you turn it over and discover your heart. Those online are making it. Do you want to share it with us and show it to us? You're welcome to share your hearts. I always encourage my students to, thank you. Good job. I always encourage my students to open up their hearts. And now you can write a special message inside. Thanks, Gabrielle. Good job. They look great. And after you fold your hearts, it's always a good time to share it. Can you think of messages you could write inside? Some of my favorites are give your heart to art, but I like vegan quotes or put compassion into action, go vegan. I know one time a group of students left them. They wrote messages inside and then left them randomly different places. Can you think of any other good quotes? How about there's no excuse for animal abuse? Renee, I can't hear you. It looks like you're trying to share, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, did you want to see somebody's heart?
Sure, we'd love to see your hearts.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if this is correct, so we know if we're doing it right.
Yes. Can you turn it over so you can see? You're holding it backwards. Just turn it around.
Oh.
Keep turning it.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, hearts, like people, hearts come in different shapes and sizes. Renee, it looks great. Good job.
Good job. Okay. We got somebody else that wants to come up and show their heart.
Great. Share your heart.
Yay. Good job.
Oh, thank you for sharing your heart. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Come on,
And
show
remember,
your heart.
oh, thank you. Oh, great.
Yay.
Compassion in action. Put it into motion. Ray, did you want to share your?
Awesome. All right. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, Ray's showing his heart.
Thank you. Oh, thank you for showing it. And I want to tell you something. When I have the students make it, sometimes I have them glue it to a stir stick. You know, the stir sticks. Next time you're in Starbucks, they have them over on the side. Sometimes I always ask before I take a few to share in my classroom, but I taped it to the back of a stir stick so you could stick it in a flower pot or give it to someone as a gift. Or these floral sticks that you find sometimes in flower shops. I'll ask if I can take a few. Or you could put a piece of tape and wear it on your shirt, wear your heart instead of on your sleeve, you wear it on your heart. I want to let you know that that material I used to make those hearts I just showed you came from my local supermarket. They have lots of magazines outside for free. And so I did invest in a paper cutter. And then the heart that I made from this material is 2 by 6 inches. 2 by 6 inches. So I wanted to share with you a copy of my book too. It's available on Amazon or through my website, Math in Motion. While I'm in Japan, a woman approached me and said, she was married to a Japanese engineer. She said, could I translate your book into Spanish? We never spoke again. And about 3 years later, because we were both working, she translated my book into Spanish. So I'm really delighted to share that with you. We're ready to make the last model. We have about 5 minutes. Take the other piece of paper. Ah, thank you, Samudra. Thank you for sharing. Your heart looks beautiful. So this already has the existing crease for the model we're going to make. I want you to open it up. Okay, I'm going to use one that I've already pre-creased. Again, this is traditional origami paper. It's a little lightweight compared to other paper. And if I was working with a large group, I often have them practice with recycled paper and then transfer it to the origami paper. One of my principles of paper folding, in addition to patience, precision, practice, is practice makes, I say, progress, because this way you're always learning and growing. Hold the square in the shape of a baseball diamond and reinforce the crease, the existing crease that you had for the triangle. Unfold it, and you'll see another guideline, line of symmetry, or crease. There's many ways to describe the same fold or crease. In math, we say, then come up with the best solution to it. The next fold is called a kite fold. I want you to take the edges and fold them precisely against that vertical line of symmetry, first on one side and then on the other. And take your time, but crease at least 3 times. Sometimes it's best to start at the bottom, the narrowest part, and then fan it out. Called the kite fold. There's so many patterns in origami, which is very exciting because every time you unfold the paper, there's another pattern. Godfrey Hardy, one of the premier mathematicians in the world out of the UK, said, math is the study of patterns, which origami lends itself. I want you to take the apex or top point of your triangle and fold it down to the baseline. Again, take the top point of your triangle or apex, fold it down to the baseline. So it makes a smaller triangle. Rotate the whole paper, and you're going to fold it on the existing crease line in half. Just fold it in half. Can anybody guess what we made?
Hang on.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, am I going too fast? Okay.
Yeah.
We have the kite fold.
Okay, now.
Is it a whale?
Donna, you are right. It's a whale. Yes. It's a whale of a tail.
All right.
The next step is to take the top point, fold it down to the baseline. While you're waiting, you can count how many triangles there are right here. How many triangles? We have 1, 2, 3, the one in the middle, 4, and 5. 5 altogether. And then more on the sides. There's triangles everywhere. Isn't that exciting? All right. So then you rotate it, rotate your paper, just fold it in half on the existing crease line. Can you guess which end is the tail? To make the tail, I want you to take a portion of it and fold it straight up to the ceiling. Again, this is what's called a rat fold. R-A-T stands for right about there. When there isn't an exact place to fold it or a guideline, we call it a rat fold, right about there. You can see I put a wiggly eye or googly eye on it. You can draw it if you have a marker. So this very clever mammal, she stood on her head and she became a penguin instead. See if you can separate the paper at the bottom and make your whale stand on her head so she becomes a penguin instead. So you have 2 for 1. Can you see that? You did it. I'm so glad. And thank you for your participation and encouragement. I want to say namaste. And again, thank you for inviting me. I say kind thoughts, kind words, and kind actions. On the whale, I made this in honor of Paul Watson, who's active in saving the whales. So when I spoke to Dr. Rao about it, we thought this would be a good one to incorporate today. And you might put different quotes on your whale saying, be kind to all kinds. Kindness counts. Maybe you could think of others. Celebrate kindness. Arigato. Thank you, Renee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Barbara. What a joy. What fun. Thank you for bringing some fun and some yoga to our mind this afternoon.
Yoga
Thank
for
you.
the mind, yeah.
I love that.
Please share your origami.
Yeah.
Share it with others.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yay. All right. So next up, we are going to be, this is going to be an interesting conversation and discussion. After all of that fun and using our mind, now we get to bring up lawsuits as a strategy. And it's going to be a brainstorming session for all participants led by Dr. Rao. So Dr. Rao, would you come up here and lead us on this journey where we are going to unfold our mind to talk about lawsuits as a strategy? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This actually follows on with from Allison's presentation on what's happening in Peru. And I got involved in it when Allison asked me. And I wrote the brief, an animal agriculture brief, to support the students from an environmental perspective. And I realized that, literally, we are killing the planet, right? We are killing the planet, and they're saying they have the right to kill the planet. And I say, what? I live on this planet too. How come I don't have the right to live on this planet? Because someone else wants to kill the planet. So I think there is something much bigger happening here in terms of the lawsuit strategy. The right to conscience is one way of looking at it. That's from an ethical perspective. But from an environmental perspective, it's literally your home is being destroyed. Your home is being destroyed. Your home is on fire, and people are saying you cannot put out the fire. I've got the fire hose, and I'm not going to use it. In fact, I'm going to pour gasoline in the fire. So from an environmental perspective, I think we have an even stronger case than what the students brought from a right to conscience perspective. So this is why I want to discuss it as a strategy. I'm open to suggestions as to how we go about this. Maybe we can even get Allison on to answer some of the questions that people still had. And then we can go further. You okay with that, Allison? Yeah.
Fine.
I know, Dakota, you had a question for Allison too.
Just wondering, is this the first case? I'm sorry, yeah. I was just wondering, did you say this was the first case of this type in the Americas?
To my knowledge, it's the first case in the Americas, yes. Yeah. I mean, there may have been a case that I'm not aware of, but from everything I've been able to find out, and according to the Vegan Society, and according to the attorney here, it's the first case on the basis of conscience in the Americas. Yeah. Mhm.
Thank you for tackling that and engaging Dr. Rao too.
Yeah. But Sailesh,
Anything
I
else? Alison, did you have any response to that? I mean, I know you've read my brief. You translated it.
yeah, I've been doing a lot of translating. Yeah. Yeah. So just in a contextual sense, here in Peru, veganism is largely based on ethics. That's just the foundation here. Now, there should be more of a broad-based support for veganism on the basis of environmentalism, because here we are, Peru is the headwaters of the Amazon. About half of Peru is Amazon rainforest. But that segment of the vegan population is still young here. So the attorney decided to go and base his suit on the right to conscience. But when it came time to submit the documentation, he was very interested in what you had to say. And we did submit that argument because the students obviously have a right to a future. How can they, in all how can they be students in a university setting studying how to be a relevant leader in the future, toward the future, and not take into account the environmental impact of animal agriculture? So that was the important element, I think, of your presentation, Sailesh, that you said it's the educated choice for students today to be vegan, because not to be vegan is not to have a future. Mm-hmm.
Right. So do you think Isaac would be open to exploring this idea?
I do. And I know he is interested in submitting other cases in other settings. So maybe, I don't know, are you thinking it would be a separate case in a different university, or I mean, he's now become part of this Vegan Society network of attorneys. Okay. So he could take on a case in another country, even, I think, outside of Peru.
Is this something that we can approach the Vegan Society with?
I think we can approach the Vegan Society, absolutely, yeah. And I think you're contemplating becoming part of another lawsuit, and I would expect the Vegan Society to be right there with you for this other lawsuit that you're working on. Mm-hmm. Do you remember that there was a lawsuit in Europe recently that was submitted to, I think, the International Court? It was a group of senior women against their country. I think it was Norway, because Norway was not keeping to its commitments in terms of environmental protections. And they won the case on an environmental basis against the government of Norway, because they said that it was an infringement, particularly on the health of seniors who were more vulnerable to the environmental implications than the rest of the population. Yeah.
Yeah, but for younger people also, they have, they have to live longer on this earth.
Good point. Right? Yeah.
Regulation is happening year by year.
Yeah.
So, any other response to this? Go, come on. Yeah.
Not sure if this is a question directly for Allison, or if it's just a general suggestion, but I'm thinking about those lawsuits that have been brought together by youth activists, brought forward by youth activists against the fossil fuel companies. And so I'm wondering if something similar could be done against, for example, the big meat conglomerates.
Yeah. That is an area that I think the PCRM has been interested in. They have provided support to a number of cases in California. And when you go to their website, you'll see some of the documentation of what they've done in California, supporting legal cases, including the one, I forget the name of the student who was promoting plant-based milk in her school.
Oh, Marielle Williamson.
Yes, yeah, they supported that case. But there have been several other cases in the state of California in support of vegans. And I would think that it would be interesting. I can put you in touch with the attorney at the PCRM who's been supporting us down here. And he'll answer you right away if they would be interested in supporting a case. Of course, one of the things we have to do is we have to find somebody, an attorney, to support us and to take us through this process. So if you have an idea of a case in mind, the Vegan Society and their network may have someone who would take up your case. But a lot of this work is being done pro bono. So there is a cost implication. So we have to find ways to finance the cases, and they do take time. So it's not something that happens quickly. It requires staying with it and pursuing it.
I think part of the legal strategy is
My husband.
yeah, part of the legal strategy is suing public sector entities because they don't have unlimited funds. But when you begin to sue the meat industry, then you're over against literally unlimited funds, unlimited legal resources, and they'll just make it a strategy to run you out of money. So just relatively speaking, I think that's a consideration.
Good point. Yeah. All excellent points. Other thoughts? Oh, okay.
Thank you. I've been thinking about suing people too. You know, I've got a list going, some slaughterhouses around here, and it is, I don't know if it's a right of conscience, because it hurts my conscience when I see people participating in that. And so I don't know, we know that the group DXE and Wayne Shung, who's been doing lawsuits and getting publicity. It certainly gets publicity in the vegan community. I don't know how it's doing worldwide or US wide, but I know in the local community, they certainly know. And we have seen a couple of slaughterhouses close. So have you had thoughts on that? Anyone, you first, we do the sound. You first, Allison, and then we'll see if anybody else in the audience also wants to sue people.
There's someone else here in the room, but I won't say who it is, because if she wants to speak up, she can. But she spoke up recently about billboards showing meat on them. You know, these are large billboards with large images of chopped up animals on them. And, you know, she and the whole community obviously drives in the area. Young children, school buses go by and see these images. So I raised the question with Jim Frieden, who is a friend of, he's an attorney, friend of Climate Healers. If there was a right being infringed upon in that case, and he said he was going to look into it. But in the first instance, he was not feeling like they would have that we would have a good case there, because he said that companies have the right to advertise. And so he didn't feel very encouraged about taking on that kind of a suit. But in terms of the slaughterhouse being in your neighborhood, I think that there are better chances maybe with a slaughterhouse when you look at the environmental impact. When they are destroying the cleanliness of your water, the smell, those aspects in particular, I think, are ripe for lawsuits. And those are the types of suits that have been taken up in the state of North Carolina. There was a film, what's the name of that film? Did you see it, Rebecca?
Smell of money, is that it?
Yeah. Yeah. What is it again?
The Smell of Money?
Smell of Money, yes. That goes into quite a bit of detail, and I think Cory Booker is in that film, right? About those suits that were won in the state of North Carolina, which is notorious for its lack of control of these CAFOs in the state of North Carolina. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I'm thinking about the Anonymous for the Voiceless, who shows images and the uproar that people have. How could you show that to people? And so that billboard idea of putting a billboard up, and people, I can imagine they're saying, how can you do that? So I wonder if they've had any lawsuits for the people putting up.
You're breaking up, Rebecca.
Over here. And
I couldn't hear your question because you were breaking up.
Okay, Allison's trying to speak now. Just a moment, Allison.
No, I was saying I wasn't able to understand you because you were breaking up. What was your question, or what was your statement there at the end?
Thank you. I was recalling Anonymous for the Voiceless, who shows videos of atrocious things that happen, the reality, and people go into an uproar.
Yes.
And so if the billboard idea of all that atrociousness, it seems like people would be in an uproar about that. And I wonder if they try to think about a lawsuit, I mean, something has to be going through their mind. Wait, I'm suing them for showing something that is happening that I'm participating. So I'm just curious about that. And I wonder if you have any comments on that.
You know, Liz Gary has her hand up. Liz, can you come on screen?
Oh, Allison, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yes. I think someone else in the room may have something to say about that, and I wondered if she would be willing to come on screen. She's got her hand raised.
Oh, okay. That'll be great to hear from her. And then we do have another question or comment, because this is a discussion. So we are.
Yeah, like what's the difference between seeing big old slabs and cut up bodies compared to what the
Right. So the people in the audience here are making an observation about how different, how similar things are.
I think Liz must be having trouble with her phone. She was.
It's too atrocious. Okay,
I'm guessing.
Not want to speak right now. So we do have a line coming up, and
I'm guessing Liz is having trouble with her phone because she has her hand up, but she's not. Oh, yeah. She'll probably come back. She must be having trouble with her phone. Okay.
Okay, great. So I'm going to bring up the next person who has a question, and also as the MC. And then I'll bring up Dr. Rao.
Yeah, I was just, living in Texas and passing by this one place all the time that has, every week they have a different batch of baby calves that they use to practice their rodeo skills on. They just every week they're these little calves, and it's a rodeo arena, an old-fashioned Texas rodeo arena, and they're abused. These baby calves are just thrown to the ground, whipped around, no telling if they break their neck or whatever. And then they're just slaughtered. They're just sent to slaughter. And I'm just wondering if there's anything. I always want to stop, and I want to go to these people's house. I want to knock on their door And cause it's like, it's a public highway. And so every day I pass by there and I wonder, is nobody else seeing this? Am I the only one seeing that these babies are like every week there's another batch, no mothers, skin and bones, tags in their ears. And it just makes me sick. I just wish there was something I could do.
So Renee, let me ask you a question. Would you want to approach this from the right of the vegan to conscience, or some other right of the vegan, or is it the right of the animal to?
Well, I think it goes both ways, because my conscience, in my conscience, I want to knock on that door and say exactly what I'm thinking. But I know, being a former cattle rancher living in cattle country, that if I do that, I have a sneaking suspicion that they're not going to value my conscience one bit.
Right.
And, because they're seeing these animals as property that they can throw around and practice their rodeo skills on.
Yeah.
So I just want to know, is there anything I can do? Every time I pass by this place, I literally weep. Tears, my gut, I scream. And I don't feel like I've talked about it here, and my husband's heard me talk about it. And I told him one day I was going to stop by and knock on their door. And he was like, Renee,
Yeah.
because it's just right down the road from us.
Yeah. I think that's where traditionally animal activism has been the way to go in that situation. And, there's so many people, Wayne Shung included, that are experts in that area. So that's something that I would address to Wayne Shung in terms of how to respond to that. Because they will say that they're not infringing upon your right. That's their property, and it's not public property. If it's public property, I think you've got a different case to go on. If it's a public venue, if it's a public activity, that's why schools, hospitals, jails, elementary schools, high schools, all of those public institutions have to make room for the conscience of vegans.
It's a public highway. It's a public highway.
Interesting. Yeah.
I just can't believe there's no other way for me to go.
Yeah, that's right. That's interesting. There's no other way for you to go.
I would just say, as far as the traditional advocacy way, IDA, we can help you.
You can?
Yes, we can do an alert about that. We can send them letters. We can do things like that.
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. We can definitely do it. So we've got that. And then also, I think it is infringing upon your right to liberty, peace, happiness. And these are things that are part of our rights as human beings. So here, unfortunately, not animals included currently in our legal system, but it does seem to me like this is her impacting her experience. And I was thinking of something similar in my neighborhood where they have a barbecue and they have this open, it's not really a pit, it's some sort of canister. But anyway, it's like very unappealing to me. It's terrible to smell this flesh that's burning. And I'm going to reach out to them. But I also was wondering, legally, is that infringing upon my right to peace and happiness and liberty for all?
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, because you made me want to cry just now, because I feel like it is my right to be able to say something about these animals on a public highway that are just going to be thrown around so grown men can act like they're cowboys, and then throw them in a trailer and send them off to be slaughtered.
And the other thing, Renee,
so to answer your question, do you have any answers?
Yes,
for,
I wanted to say that the other thing that should come into our conversation is the right of the children who are exposed to this on the highways, whether it be a billboard. And Liz is now available. If I can bring Liz into the conversation, Um, whoops, we lost the others.
Hi, Allison.
Hi there. Okay, now we're all here. So Liz, has a similar situation. Liz, would you talk about your situation? I think it's quite similar to what Renee is talking about.
Yeah, Renee, we're exposed to things that we shouldn't have to be. And I have a whole laundry list of examples of things that I think could be presented in court. I want to go back to before I became a vegan, I had a career in traditional food service as a consultant and educator. And I worked for the Egg Commission. I did all kinds of stuff for the meat industry. And then I quit because somehow my heart said, I'm done with the food business. I'm going to go back to school. So I got a degree in Spanish and I got a master's degree in management. And I was hired to work in education as a student services recruiter. And I was working as a consultant at the San Onofre nuclear plant. I went from teaching kids how to cook eggs to working in a nuclear plant. And I was very successful in getting grant funding and taking concepts that were given to me. I took notes on a Starbucks napkin from the training director at the San Onofre nuclear plant. He said, I want to get a program in energy technology. I want students in class. I want internships. I want scholarships. And I need you to help make it happen. And guess what? I took that little Starbucks napkin and I sat down at my desk and I made it happen. In about 2 years, I had a full functioning California State Chancellor approved degree in energy technology with students in the pipeline. And it's an interesting story. All consultants were laid off coincidentally the day the tsunami hit Fukushima. And I watched Fukushima melt down with my coworkers at the San Onofre nuclear plant. And when I drove off, I said, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be coming back again to hand out atomic fireball candies at high school career fairs, recruiting kids to work at this plant anymore. And sure enough, about 2 years later, the plant closed. But I had a change in life because I became a vegan my last year of employment at the plant. And I jumped over to work in our community college district and got hired as a faculty, an adjunct faculty member in the culinary arts program for continuing education. I also, at the same time, there was another gal that was hired that taught everything. I went to my interview. I went to the office and I gave the secretary a bag of vegan cookies and I said, I'd like to teach vegan cooking classes. She said, give me all of your paperwork. I'll arrange an interview. They sent me an invitation and they asked me to cook chicken piccata. I paced back and forth. I was like, what do? I bring my own tofu. I cooked the chicken piccata. I did it. I just went ahead and I cooked the chicken piccata for them. The dean, the head of culinary, the office staff, they're all watching me. And I explained the whole time how I'm a vegan. And you know what? Before the meeting was over, the school secretary stood up and said, you're hired. You're hired. And I was like, oh my God, they didn't even get to come to a consensus, but they're telling me I'm hired. I said, I'm going to take it because I'll take any chance I can get. And I went into that program and I worked so hard to refurbish the classroom, get funding, volunteers. I talked to the dean about my idea about getting a plant-based program for chefs. And you know what? I was finally called into her office and she said, if you don't start cooking meat in your class and following the USDA dietary guidelines, I'm not inviting you back. So she let me go.
Wow.
Because I was not cooking meat in my classes. And I accepted the job only on the terms that it was a class titled Eat for a Healthy Lifestyle. And in the curriculum, it said teach healthy sources of protein. I fulfilled that. But yet they told me that if I didn't comply with the full spectrum of USDA dietary recommendations, that I was not welcome as an instructor in their institution. And then come to find out, okay, so there's one lawsuit right there. Don't you think we should be able to hire vegans to teach cooking in our schools? Well, the same case is true in our high schools. I went to look at the career and technical education to apply to become a career and tech ed teacher in culinary arts, and they won't hire me unless I'm a full-fledged meat promoting, seafood promoting instructor. So that's discrimination. I think there's a lawsuit there. We have to give equal opportunity to people who have different perspectives. And I was left behind. You guys, we could have had the earliest plant-based chef program in San Diego. I could have had duplications of the program across the country. I've done it before. I could have pulled it off, but the meat industry and the USDA stood in the way and shut the door on the opportunity there and left me behind. So, you know.
Liz, may I share the photos that you sent me of the billboards in your
Please
neighborhood?
do. These are so awful. And when Jim says that companies have the right to advertise, I brought up the fact that, you know what, the tobacco industry and the alcohol industry are not allowed to advertise like this anymore. But this is what I have to look at.
Yes.
3 of these billboards going to school, 3 of the billboards coming home twice a day or twice in a round trip. That's 6 plus times 2 plus other times I have to go by this location. But this is what I'm looking at every day. And you know what? The San Diego vegan market is located right under the shadows of these signs. And they look like a little blip on the radar compared to this horrific meat industry campaign. Where is this little butcher shop getting all the money for these billboards? And guess what? They're going up all over town. Some of these billboards used to have vegan messages. The Vegan Justice group had a billboard. The Eat Differently campaign had a billboard to help people think and evolve. But now look, this is what we have. This is the next layer on the cake in advertising in San Diego right now. I find it disturbing, upsetting, embarrassing, horrible. And the unlimited resources to provide this advertising. I looked into trying to get a billboard for the San Diego vegan market. It's $3,000 a month for a billboard for 2 sides. And here's this meat place with a half a dozen of them all around me. How do they do it? How many vegan sandwiches do we have to sell to be able to afford a billboard like that, for heaven's sakes? It's just not working out.
So Renee, how about the children in the school buses driving by these places that you're talking about and the billboards that Liz is talking about? You'd think that there would be something there. We've asked Jim Frieden to give us an opinion, but I think we ought to write something up and send it to him, detailing.
Something needs to happen because this is in broad daylight. I bet you every week there's at least 7 or 8 baby calves. Just you can tell they're just torn from their mothers, bought at a sale barn, probably for next to nothing, just so they could be whipped, abused, thrown around, and then killed. And I witness this every week. And I have to pray, I scream, and I know school buses. It's a highway. It's and you see them getting ready for their little rodeo arena. So yeah, anything that we can do, I thank Lisa for offering, and anything you can do, y'all just let me know. So I know there might be other people wanting to ask questions. So I want to 2 minutes to the next one.
People online.
I see there are other
2
questions.
minutes to the next talk. Oh, does anybody else want to say anything about this? Come on. Here's Dakota.
Yeah, just those billboards are disturbing. But it almost seems like the meat industry is doing that thing where, first they ignore you, and then how's that saying go? And then they fight you, laugh at you, and then anyway, yeah. Oh, well, I want everybody to hear me out. It's in front of my mouth.
because I can't hear nobody else when they do this. Anyway, yeah, it just seems like they're scared now, so that's kind of good in a way too. I mean, I'm not happy about these billboards. I'm just saying that when they go crazy like that, I don't know. I think we're doing good work. Let's just keep it up. We're gonna keep it up.
Okay, will you check and see if Allison's getting ready to say something? All right, I'm back in the screen here. So this, we're talking about strategies for a roadmap. And we keep hearing a lot of things that we can do. And so I'm kind of like taking in a whole lot of things. And yes, I can up my actions. But do I need to be talking about people, about lawsuits? You know, for instance, I've been sharing about this one that you're doing, Allison. And now that Renee is talking about that one, and Liz talked about that law, about what ought to be done to those terrible signs. Thank you, Liz, for saying that. I am wondering, would we get the support from the vegan community to do a lawsuit? So if Climate Healers did a lawsuit, you know, if that's what we want to know. Do we have support for you? And what would you want us to do? Do you want us to pick a case, give you a few options to choose from? Here's what's happening, because, you know, like you said, we've had a list of things that are going on. Which state would be best to do a lawsuit? Which city? Where are we going to get the support to make it big? Because we don't want to do something that is just going to cost us a lot of money. I mean, even that's good, of course, but we want something with some big actions. And if we can hear from Allison now, who's online, to hear your comments about that. Just a second, Allison.
I think there may be an opportunity to build a suit in the name of a nonprofit like Climate Healers. I think there's a question there, a strategic question about whether this should be a group action or whether it should be individual action. And I think an attorney would be in a better position to guide us about the best strategy, whether it should be individual cases that you or I would put forth, or whether it would be a case that a group of us would come together and maybe have a stronger case. Like a group of mothers is what's happening in Spain. It's a group of mothers that have come together whose children all study at the same school. So I think that's part of the question. But yeah, I think we could even just go to the Vegan Society and say, hey, we understand you're building a strategy of cases to expand the recognition of the right to conscience or other rights for vegans. And if we were to put our heads together and build a suit against a particular case, what would you think would be the most advantageous case to put forward at this time so that we can be on the same page with you or something like that? I think the Vegan Society would reply to us with a recommendation on what kind of case would be most helpful to build our platform of legal recognition.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding you that if we do come up with some, then we check with those other groups like the Vegan Society and the other groups that are already on board. So yours is a good example for us to follow. And first we have to decide which one to do. And this may be what I just think I heard Dr. Rao say something about the Founding Mothers Movement. Also, they're a large network of people. So if we can get that group also. Dr. Rao, did you want to say anything else at this point? Okay. So pardon? Okay, well, we're going to pursue it is what he said. So
yeah, also Annie has her hand up. I'm gonna,
Dr. Rao, would you check the speaker, please, on for Allison? Thank you. And we also have Annie on here. So Allison, did you want to reply and then Annie?
Yes, I would be inclined, based on my experience with the Vegan Society, I would be inclined to contact them And I've been working with the head of the legal department in London. And so I can scope it out with her. Maybe Dr. Rao and I could get on a Zoom call with her and discuss it as a first step. And then we could see where we go from there. That would be my idea of how we could proceed. Yeah.
Okay.
Annie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Great subject and great comments. Thank you for having me and speak up. I've worked with the LAUSD, and there's so much lawsuit that needs to be, had over there, obviously. When a child has allergies or is vegetarian, vegan, there's absolutely no care about that child. They literally forced kids to take the milk. They were told, take it and throw it in the trash. To me, this was a huge issue. So I practically all the time, I had major issues with anyone who I expressed my frustration. I'm like, you're basically killing babies so that you take their milk and throw them away. Another thing, the trashing of the food. They would bring the milk, baby milks that they stole, the baby cow milk. They would be frozen. Kids would they try to drink, they couldn't drink it. So it ended up in the trash. And I would watch the cafeteria throw boxes and boxes away. There's so much trashing of our tax money while murdering baby calves and mothers, while destroying our environment. There's so many cases. So I know PCRM had made a case with, I believe, Marianne Williamson, that young girl, 15 years old. She had a lawsuit. What if we could join forces and have a big class action? Because there's a couple of different cases like this, and all to unite and say enough is enough. This is our tax money, our right. And I know Free From Harm, they're doing incredible work confronting, risking themselves all the time. The XC does this all the time. PETA does it. Why can't we have everybody ideate, everybody join in? And enormous shake, because these are mobsters. To me, I see them as mobs. They've taken over our government offices or officials, controlling them. In Plant Pure Nation, this is very, very clear how much of a play they have in the game. They literally, change everything around from yes to a no. Even though their eyes, their ears, they see in front of their eyes, people are witnessing 10 days and my blood pressure is gone. 10 days and I don't have to take my, diabetes medication. 10 days and I lost my weight. I feel better, this and that. So there's huge potential. And I feel that small actions are great, but I feel we need enormous one, like all united and do a thing that will shake them out of their foundation. Because foundationally, they're really comfortable where they are. They have put a huge hole in our pocket from our taxes. Billions, 250 billion plus is going in their pocket every year.
Yeah. So I hear a couple of things from you, Annie. One is the right to conscience when it comes to vegetarians or vegans in school environments where they're being served these, the dairy and those things. That's the right to conscience. And then there's the other thing, which is the right to health, which is what the PCRM is supporting. So there are different rights that we have to defend there. And I think that, we can work with some of these institutions that are already approaching these questions from a legal standpoint, whether it's the PCRM or whether it's the Vegan Society, and there are others. And we could put something together and create a team effort. And maybe it's, something that we could all participate in nationwide, each of us in our own location. Yeah.
Class action. We need a class action.
Awesome
Yes.
feedback, your questions. Allison, always good to hear from you. It's that time, y'all. We thank you so much. It's that time where we're going to get feedback from all of you. We've had an amazing 2 days, and a lot of people are inspired, motivated, and encouraged to come up to the microphone and talk about their experience. And we want to open up the floor here and also online so that we can just kind of segue into what is it that you're inspired to do now that you have been a part of such an amazing conference that really is not quite over yet. Dr. Rao is going to come back up here and do another keynote here all about the Climate Healer Manual. So y'all stick around for that. But we are going to talk about all of our feelings, our experiences. What do we think we can do to help further promote a vegan world by 2026? So who wants to line up? You want to come on up? Awesome. It's Gabriel, right?
Peter.
Peter. Where was the Gabriel? There was a Gabriel. Peter Gabriel.
Here
we go. We got Peter. There you go.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Renee, and thank you for all the inspiration that you spread. You have such an amazing story. I so enjoyed hearing it. I've known about you and your work, but I had no idea what the whole story was. It's absolutely amazing.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's my honor at this point. Dr. Rao invited me to create a declaration and to invite people to sign it. And our work is about uniting the vegan world. And I've heard so many people refer to how it is that we really need a community, a united vegan community. There's so many facets, there's so many people doing such amazing work that our mission has been to unite the vegan world. And he invited me to create a declaration, which I brought with me. And I'm asking people to come to the back of the room and sign the declaration. Our work with the vegan community is about bringing together the vegan world, about education, about helping us all be better advocates and ambassadors for the vegan movement, and do it all in one place. And with our work, we're creating this community that will welcome the vegan curious. So really also creating a landing place for those who are not quite vegan yet, who are interested, who are curious, so we can together bring them on board and show them all a loving place and all the many aspects of being vegan, whether it's for animal justice, the climate, for health, or for spirituality. So please come to the back of the room and sign the declaration, and also online at thevegancommunity.com. So thank you all so much.
We'd like for you to read it. Do you want me to hold it, or do you want somebody to read it?
Somebody to read it?
Yeah, Dr. Rao?
Okay, yeah, sure. That'd be wonderful. Have somebody read it.
Yeah, would you like to read it?
You want me to?
Yes, please.
No, it's up to you. I mean, Dr.
I would love for you to read it. Sure.
All right. The Declaration for Uniting the Vegan World. I remember this. I was there. We declare our enthusiastic support for unity in the vegan movement through respecting each other and all our diverse approaches as we work together cooperatively to positively transform our society through education and action that promotes the liberation of animals from the millennia-old attitudes and institutions that legitimize the exploitation and abuse of animals. Whereas the underlying and core mission of the vegan movement is liberating animals from human exploitation and abuse. And whereas many corporate, financial, and cultural forces operating in our society are resisting and undermining the liberation of animals. And whereas there are also many varieties of strategies and styles of advocacy within the vegan movement working for the liberation of animals. And whereas some focus their advocacy efforts on the human health aspects of animal liberation by raising awareness about the benefits of shifting to completely plant to plant source foods and products, and whereas some focus their advocacy efforts on the environmental benefits of animal liberation by raising awareness about the devastating impacts of animal agriculture and fishing operations to planetary ecological health across a broad spectrum of areas, and that the world going vegan can significantly reduce these harms. And whereas some focus their advocacy efforts on the moral and ethical demand for animal liberation by raising awareness about the unconscionable, severe physical and emotional abuse routinely inflicted on animals and the humans tasked with performing that abuse. And whereas some focus their advocacy efforts on the spiritual benefits of animal liberation by raising awareness about the importance of animal liberation for human freedom, justice, peace, and inner wisdom and harmony. And whereas the vegan movement is one of respect and inclusion of animals and of humans, and of each person's freedom of thought and action to pursue the liberation of animals as they feel so called. We therefore affirm our dedication to doing our best to embody the essence of the vegan ethic, which is kindness and respect for all living beings, especially reflecting this in our relations with each other. Thank you.
No. Thank you.
That's mouthful.
That's a mouthful, a few mouthfuls, and
Yeah.
thank you for reading it so beautifully. So please come to the back of the room, and we would like to record a few seconds of your thoughts of why it is important that we all unite the vegan world. So thank you, and look forward to having lots of people signing it and changing the world together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I see, Donna, you'll be unmuted in just a moment.
I was telling my guys to turn off the football game. Was there a phrase in there, whereas, that talks about the meat industry or something? Could you look at that again? Everything seems to be so unifying. And then there was this one little thing about, oh, we got an enemy and we gotta work on them. And I just like to think about maybe taking that out. Could you see what I'm talking about? Or did I miss it?
May I ask you to repeat? There's a lot of whereases. So to find the whereas that you're interested in.
Which one?
There was something about the meat industry that there's.
Which one are you wanting?
It was the only one that I heard that wasn't like, we need to support this, we support this, we support this. There was one that I thought was saying that the meat industry or there's lobby, something about what's not good. Would you post it online? Is it possible to put it in the chat?
Whereas many corporate, financial, and cultural forces, is it that one?
What's the rest of that?
Whereas there are also many corporate, financial, and cultural forces operating in our society are resisting and undermining this liberation of animals.
I think we need to take that out if we're going to have a unifying support and not point out, look at what they're doing. We got to work on them. Take that out so that we can have a unifying, supportive statement. Anyway.
Dr. Rao said he's okay with that. Oh, wow.
Well, now I'm signing up.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who else wants to come up and share some experience, strength, and hope? Anybody? James, I'm sure you do, don't you? Come on up here. I can tell you are just waiting. We met this young man sitting here, we had dinner, this evening. And this young man is so amazing. Come over here. This is James, and look at his shirt. Don't eat the homies. And anyway, he lives here in Arizona, and he's got quite the story. Why don't you tell us about your question and your comments and about you?
All right, I don't really have any questions, but I want to thank everybody for all their wonderful speaking today. I've never done this before, but I have a real passion for plant-based living, veganism, all that. I actually think I want to talk more about the health side of all this. You know, if you care about the environment, then, you know, obviously we need to move to more plant-forward eating, because that's one of the big major components to destroying our environment is animal agriculture. I'm pretty sure anybody watching this already understands that, but a lot of people don't know how detrimental these animal foods are for our health. Like from the start to the finish, you know, children being raised eating these foods, it's not good for them. It literally sets them up for disaster. It's like they're ticking time bombs. And, you know, we have like the biggest epidemic of childhood obesity already. You know, none of this is normal, you know, and it's been normalized. And I mean, we need to educate ourselves on it, because, you know, you're not going to learn it at school. They're not teaching in our elementary schools. It should be a main focal point with math and science and all this. This should be taught from day one, you know, but we've been taught the pyramid thing, which is all now, it's been changed over and over again within the last like 20 years. It's changed like 4 or 5 times. They keep on eliminating things and moving things around. So we know that that's bogus. Like it's not the real science. What it is these major corporations, these, you know, factory farming industries, these big businesses, they're keeping this stuff in there because they have their hand in the government's pocket, you know, so they're all in it together, you know, it's all together. And you know, if you don't want to see your children end up with maybe a disease that you've had in your life, then maybe, you know, think about it. You know, what's the common denominator? You know, maybe you got something that your father had or your mother had. And so it's not a genetic thing, really. You know, a lot of it is people, we've been taught, you know, brainwashed to thinking that it's based off of genetics, and that, oh, well, my dad had diabetes, so yeah, you know, I'm just going to get it. No, it's not. That's not even the way how this works. Like there's a small factor of genes that play into it, but you literally can control it. You know, you can reverse this stuff, or prevent it is the best thing. You can prevent it so that you never have to take these drugs that you see your family members having to take, you know, pharmaceuticals, and it's expensive to be sick. You know, people talk about, oh, it's expensive to eat healthy. Like, you know, you rather invest in your health first. And also that's not even true either. It doesn't have to be expensive. You know, there's many ways to go about it, and there's many sources that you can find that show you that, like, it's not the most expensive way to live. You think about it, and if by living this way, you're automatically, you're not spending all this money on meat, you're not spending all this money on dairy and eggs, and so really you're taking a lot of money and you're able to put it into another area, which is putting it into your health by eating these, you know, plant foods that were actually designed for our human bodies. They do wonderful things for you, and it just makes sense, you know. Like I don't know what else to say. Like
Thank you so much, James. Thank you for coming up, and welcome to your first time. All right, who else wants to come up and share some of their experience, strength, and hope about this conference?
Okay.
Do you have something else?
Yes, I have something else while we wait for these other people that are thinking about coming up. Thank you, Renee. This is the roadmap to 2026. And I'm of a couple of minds. I remember Dr. T. Colin Campbell writing that it's really hard to explain exactly what nutrient does what in your body, and what if you eat this and this and that, because everything is so different, and it does so many different things in your body once it gets in the system. And so he said he's not even going to worry about it. He's just going to eat a lot of plants or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but it's very complicated, and yet we just have to keep doing the right thing and not know which nutrient, you know, which little thing. Now, this is not to go against what James is saying. This is health is very important. What I'm saying is that the vegan movement also can be everything going on. I remember reading about a vegan think tank, and they said all their conclusions after all their study was, well, we got to do everything. So I'm saying that because we want a roadmap, and part of me wants to just keep doing what I'm doing and yet amp it up. But also, I think it would be nice to see a roadmap. What do we project would happen if we did this, the lawsuits? What do we project would happen if we keep doing on the food healers? What do we project will happen if we keep talking to people individually? What will happen if we keep, you know, how do we put that in a model that can see what is the best, or can we put that in a model? And we really don't have time to write models, because models take years, I think, to figure out. So I think I'm just, this is part of the discussion. I'm just letting you know some of the things that are going through my mind about how to plan it. And for me, I like graphs, so I would like to have it plotted out. You know, open a book and say, oh, okay, here's what's going to happen if we do this. Here's what's going to happen if we do that. Here's some steps. So that's what was on my mind today. Thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you. Great stuff.
Thank you.
I love listening to you, Rebecca. I'm so honored to live in your backyard. Yay. All right. We have Johnny that wants to come up and share a few words. So Johnny, come on up. He's here from Arizona.
Yes. Ooh, it's loud. Yes, my name is Johnny, and I live in Arizona. Started my vegan journey and activist journey as well in California. I'm looking right into that, right?
Yeah,
okay,
you are.
And what inspired me about this visit? Well, one, I love anything convergence, vegan community related, and I didn't even know that this was going on until yesterday. I think when I messaged some friends that found out that they're in Scottsdale on a convergence, and so I came, lucky enough to have some friends that came along with me, and you know, just anytime that there's communities within or communities or groups that I don't know about within my community, I love just discovering, you know, ones that I didn't know existed. I mean, I know Sailesh Rao and climate healers and whatnot. I just didn't know that it's just a part of the community I'm unaware of. I'm more of a street activist, and we do, you know, holding the signs and doing all the crazy stuff. And so it's just really nice to know that there's just other bubbles in this, you know, amazing community that I'm part of. It's inspiring, and you know, I have hopes that that groups like this and groups like mine just merge together and assist each other in spreading our message. I have hopes. You know, I've always had, you know, a blind hope of taking down animal agriculture at some point in my lifetime, but you know, maybe, yeah, maybe not, but I can tell you that there is a portion of animal agriculture that we can take down, and that would be foie gras. Foie gras, yeah, foie gras is an actual, there's a nationwide movement right now to pressure restaurants, businesses to get them to drop foie gras off their menu. And it's actually, yeah. There's like 60 restaurants or so nationwide that have already dropped it because of pressure, you know, and we've seen pressure campaigns from big organizations and that have been effective, but we're actually seeing grassroots activists getting them to drop it and sign a foie gras free policy. And you know, the state has a lot of targets we're finding out, and you know, we're gonna at least pressure them to take that ugly item off their menu and you know, eliminate it forever. And so, you know, just seeing this group, it only empowers me more to continue this incredible journey that we're about to go into in the state of Arizona.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing with us. Awesome. Right here in Arizona, y'all. Let's get down and rowdy. All right, next up we have Jay O'Shea.
So in addition to all these amazing ideas about grassroots activism. Something I'm also inspired by moving forward from this conference is the possibility of institutional activism. As a few of us talked about over these 2 days, their US government agencies are set up to promote the consumption and cheap production of animal products. And specifically, the USDA has an inbuilt conflict of interest where it's designed to promote production and consumption, specifically of animal foods, and also it's in charge of the nutritional guidelines. So Jane of Climate Diet and I have been in a conversation about starting a campaign to move the dietary guidelines, the production of the dietary guidelines from the USDA to the Department of Health and Human Services. So if anyone wants to be part of that campaign, please reach out and let's make it happen.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I think that's a fantastic thing. And here's Renee's got something for you.
Oh, man, do we ever have a treat in store for you? Wait up, wait up. Don't go nowhere. And if you got anybody out there, bring them back in. Bring them back in. Tell them to come on. We got Lisa Barca in the house, so she's fixing to come up and sing a song for us. But a while ago, I meant to share with y'all this 10th anniversary calendar that Rowdy Girl Sanctuary has. And it's our very 10th anniversary. And you can get it at our store online. And I forgot to tell y'all to do that when I was up here earlier. And so somebody on my team messaged me and told me I should share this. So y'all, this is our one of our December fundraisers. So if you would get online, get your calendar. If you're here locally, get your calendar. It will warm your heart. All right. Next up, we have I have had the privilege of hearing Lisa in person, and I have had the privilege of getting to know her. So Lisa, get up here close. Y'all put your hands together for Lisa Barca. Yay!
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got, thank you.
Yay!
Okay. Thank you. Oh,
I need to hold the mic.
well, I don't know. I mean, my voice carries pretty well, but I don't know. You could. Oh, they can't hear me without the mic. Okay. All right. So, I feel like I have the paparazzi over here sitting there. Right? Okay. Wow. All right, everybody. Well, it's really an honor to be here today. I'm really grateful that these gatherings are happening in person again. And barbecue protest. And it's about being vegan in a world where we're surrounded by signs of speciesist violence and actual speciesist violence. And I'm so glad that Jane is here, because when we released the video for this in 2020, Jane was a huge champion of it.
Yay!
Helped us get it out there. So anyway, here it goes. Maybe some of you might know it and sing along. Okay. Sorry, guys. I thought I had it tuned up nice before. Okay. Have to be good enough. Okay. Okay. I've been on the outside for a long time, which makes me less concerned about your approval. If my vision beats with your derision, you'll be flagged for removal. Yeah. Cause I don't mind walking on my own. I don't mind deleting you from my phone. We're all born and die alone anyway. Like the feeling beings we kill for food today. So I want to go to the barbecue. I don't want to go cause it makes me blue. Now that you know, are we still friends? Sorry, I can't bend.
before you unfollow me, will you hear what I have to say? There's nothing more hollow see than looking the other way. You don't want to hear unpopular opinions, and I don't have a megaphone or minions. I make nice, pretend it doesn't bother me, but that's another me. The real one says, oh, I don't want to go to the barbecue. I don't want to go because it makes me lose. And now that you know, are we still friends? And I don't mind finally taking a stand. We'll find me in Hamburglar land, not by my dollar or my hand. Woo! I don't want to go to your barbecue. Are we allowed to swear? I still don't want to go in a year or two. All right, I'm gonna let one fly. I don't want to go to your fucking barbecue. I ain't gonna go no matter what you do. But you know, are we still friends? Or is this the end?
Lockhart, Texas. We need to bring it to Lockhart. Do you know Lockhart, Texas is the barbecue capital of Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Bring that song to Texas.
Oh, yeah. Do you ever go play it outside of some Texan barbecue restaurant? Like,
yes. You can do it.
I'm strong. I mean, I work out, you know.
Yeah. Or you could teach it to me and I'll go sing it there for you on your
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Yay.
Renee sings really well. I would love to sing a song with you.
Oh, so fun. You can come on.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Lisa.
Thank you for that song. That's so perfect for me today and just helped my heart because just before we came, I was journaling on the plane because like the church, couple churches I go to and people I live with, they send an email and they're like, we're having dinner church Sunday night. And, it's taco night. Of course, it's, full of ground beef. But then they said, and then we're having dinner church in 2 more weeks. We're gonna have fried turkey. I was like, oh, yeah. And anyway, I've been trying to see if they would do vegan potlucks forever now. And anyway, and so I just quit going. Well, they still give me a little bit of trying to give me guilt trips about not attending anymore because it's a small group. And I'm like, I don't want to go to your barbecue anymore.
You know what? I just had a flashback. Last week, there was the barbecue festival in Lockhart, Texas. I mean, I was going to get my husband, Tommy, a banh mi sandwich at Hey Darling Vegan Food Truck there at Good Things in Lockhart, Texas. And I went to get him one. And all I could see was massive cars. And I had to swim, literally walk through barbecue trucks, barbecue everywhere in order to get my husband a vegan burger at Good Things. And I did it. But I wish I'd have had that song right there. I'd have been singing it all the way through. I don't want to go to your barbecue. I mean, and it's got to be like her. I mean, she does this punk thing, right? He has this punk thing going.
What thing? Oh, punk thing?
Punk thing.
I've tried to sing different ways. I don't know, it just comes out punk.
I love it. I want to do it. I don't want to go.
It doesn't work.
Come here. I want you to show me how you do that.
Oh, do what?
I don't want to go to your...
Oh, just sing it?
Show me that.
I don't want to go to the barbecue. I don't want to go because it makes me blue. You're throwing a little like song.
I don't want to go
to the barbecue. I don't want to go because it makes me blue. Let's keep going. You want to do it one more time?
I don't want to go to your barbecue. I don't want to go because it makes you blue.
Sorry, I changed the lyrics.
Get it together. We do that. All right. Anybody else?
Red Trailer Park that.
Red Trailer? Oh my gosh.
I just gonna quickly say, so when I wrote the song, I hadn't been vegan very long. Oh, when I wrote the song, I hadn't been vegan very long. And I was like, just like, holy fuck, you know, because people were so like unsupportive and stuff. And I didn't, when I was writing it, I didn't realize that so many people felt the same way. And it was just because the song is kind of taken off, you know, since it came out in 2020 in the vegan community. It was just very it's very affirming for me to be like, yeah, you know, we're a movement. We do experience a lot of the same things, you know, just the personal, interpersonal aspects of being vegan. And it was just amazing to see like, wow, so many people feel this way. So thanks for letting me play it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Comment. Yeah, is there anybody online that wants to comment, have a question before I keep singing?
I definitely would like to come in.
Is it what? Is it?
Gotta have a sequel.
Oh, a sequel song. Let's go to the vegan barbecue. That's the sequel.
Yeah, that's the thing I realized. It's like, well, there are vegan barbecues now, you know, right
There is.
after I'd written it, vegan barbecues were becoming a big thing. I'm like, oh no, is this gonna like invalidate the songs? But I think everyone knows.
Yeah, no, they were talking about.
That's, you know, the barbecue stands in metonymically for all of the, you know, horrible violence. Oh, well, I didn't know if I was still on stage. Okay.
Say what you just said again, please.
Oh, about the vegan barbecues?
Yes.
Oh, I was just kind of chit-chatting, like, you know, right after I wrote the song in 2017, vegan barbecues became a big thing. And I was like, oh yeah, there are vegan barbecues. Like, do I have to specify now? But I think everyone gets it, that the barbecue kind of stands in metonymically, you know, for all of these things that we have to go to or have to be surrounded by. Just walking across the parking lot, I had to see horrible things, you know, lobster, barbecue, you know, like just there's no real escape from it. And I think we all have so much, you know, or at least some degree of secondary trauma around all of this, around the traumatic knowledge of what the animals go through, and to just have it in your face like that. Every second of every day, you know, you have to repress it somewhat, right, just to function. And it can kind of build up. So
yeah, that's
why I like to yell.
Where can we find your music? Tell us where we can. Lisa Barca is her name.
That is my name. So if people want to find more of this particular kind of music, this vegan music, it's under the name of Scarlet Rescue, which is the band that I was working with at the time when we made the video. There's a music video for it on YouTube. If you want to look it up, Scarlet Rescue, and barbecue is spelled out. It's BARBE with a C. Bargain. Oh, Scarlet with one T. Barbecue spelled out with a C. But if you just search Scarlet Rescue barbecue, it should show up. Yeah, there's a really cute video for it on YouTube. It's filmed at a sanctuary. There's all these adorable sanctuary animals in it. So we wanted to do that. We didn't want to go with the gore or depictions of the violence. There's like a real place for that, but with this one, we wanted it to just be more fun and cathartic and celebrate the animals, put the animals front and center. So that's what we did with the video.
And let everybody know, by God, we're not going to a.
Do you think you'll write a sequel song about a happy going to a vegan barbecue?
Oh, we could all write it together right now.
Yeah, we could. We could do all kinds of things right now.
I mean, I know there are other things on the agenda, but I mean,
is there? I mean, yeah, I don't want to suppose. Is there anybody else wanting to? Is anybody else out in the audience? Is anybody wanting to come and share their experience? Come on up. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to leave room for others to share out.
Danny? Everything's good in Techland. Danny, y'all, Danny has been behind the scenes in Techland. Y'all need to, I mean, really, she has just been behind the scenes, making sure everything's going right in Zoom land, and all your comments, all your questions get answered. So y'all, please think of Danny and give her a round of applause as well. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, I was just about to say, our floor manager, more like our freaking director over here. Rebecca Allen is, just an amazing force. So kind, so gentle, but by God, you better do it.
Oh, yeah.
On the nose. It's 4 o'clock.
It's a tight ship
It's
here.
4 o'clock. We got 1 minute. Renee? And you know what? I mean, she's somebody that can keep this rider girl in place, okay? So Rebecca, thank you for your awesome, way of keeping us in shape around here. Yeah.
Say something with James. James, well, you can come with me. Okay.
I was getting ready to say something about you.
Oh, all right. Well, that's nice. But James, you come here and you can hold the micro camera. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But you roll. Yeah. I just wanted to say, people say, what's going to come out of this? So we're videotaping a lot of the speeches. We're going to edit them. Thanks to James. He's doing a great job. He's videotaping. I'm videotaping, but he's doing a lot of great videotaping. And he agreed to edit, which is the hardest part. He's agreed to edit some of these videos together, and I will help. We will do it together on Zoom, but that will get this out to a lot more people. And we can also say that thousands of people have watched on TikTok. So several thousand people watched us today on TikTok. Your speech and various other speeches, and we're going to continue to go live when Dr. Rao speaks again. So we are getting out there through the edited videos, the TikTok, and we also went live on Unchained TV on the opening session for an hour and 15 minutes. You spoke, and then Dr. Rao spoke. So that's also available on Unchained TV as live coverage. And that also went on Facebook as well as X and LinkedIn and YouTube. So we're getting it out there.
Wow. I was just about to say, Jane is tireless. I mean, she's a force in the vegan community. She's one of my greatest mentors and a sister from another mother, for sure. And I don't think I'd be where I am today. And I say this with all due respect. I don't think I'd be where I am today without Jane's voice in my ears, encouraging me when things were difficult. You don't have a cattle ranch and go vegan in Texas without some kind of bull crap, happening from time to time. A lot of hate sometimes, but yeah. But Jane has been a real force for me to continue growing.
Download Unchained TV. It's free.
And download Unchained TV. It's free. Right. Yeah. Did you want to say something?
All right. Y'all, thank you so much for being great participants in laughter yoga, y'all. And it's wonderful to meet everyone here. I came in from Atlanta, and that's the way it is in the vegan community, very welcoming, and we all come together and we make a difference, a huge difference. I mean, we do small things, but they're not small. They might look small, but they're making a huge impact. And when we come together, we can change the world. So I'm very grateful for everything you all are doing every single day. And I love y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, Marquita.
Let's do some more laughter.
And I want to say a big thank you to, of course, Dr. Rao, his energy, his tireless devotion and persistence of bringing a vegan world to the world, a vegan world by 2026. Y'all imagine, y'all visualize for a moment that the book that's come through me, that's being birthed, it's supposed to happen in 2026. Let's hope that happens on the precipice of this vegan world, and I also just want to say that I want to recognize Janie Janie, the energy that is in the room that I just feel graciously permeate every ounce of Dr. Rao. And I really do appreciate you and the presence and the force you hold here, the space you hold. So thank you. And yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. That's right. So if there's did you want to say something on your page?
This is exactly what I was going to say. Behind every great man is an incredible woman. So we couldn't have done this without you, Janie, from organizing and ordering food and checking in with us and all the behind the scenes things. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to tell anybody about the behind the scenes things you do. Anyway.
And I wanted to add, yes, for, cheers for Janie too, because Dr. Rao tells us all the time that when he watched that Inconvenient Truth and he learned about the climate and then he started researching and then he learned the real inconvenient truth. And that Janie said, if you think you can do something about it, go for it. And look at what we got going now. Thanks to both of the Raos.
Yay! All right. Anybody else? Kim, did you want to come say something? You have said nothing, and I know you're bursting at the seams.
Thank you. It's so easy to get that Southern accent going once you hear it a lot. Thank you so much. I am just so pleased to be here, and I'm so pleased to meet. Like, I was Facebook friends with Marakita for many years, and I get to meet her in person, and she's even more awesome in person. And yeah, and Johnny, who used to live in LA, and we've been Facebook friends for years, and now came all the way to Phoenix and I get to meet him and I got to meet everyone and got to get to know everyone. We stayed in a Airbnb, about what, 9 or 10 of us or something, had a great time. And yeah,
and it ain't over.
That's right. We're still having a great time, but I'm so inspired. Thank you, Dr. Rao, for all you do and everyone else who helps him do it. And that's it. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Tim. I think Dharma does. Then you have something? No? Okay, you're good. All right. Yes.
Okay. Hello again. I was just going over our schedule and thinking about all the wonderful things that we have already done to kind of refresh our memories. We heard from Hanuman Das. We heard from Jay O'Shea. We heard from Nish Nubasha. We heard from Musisi Mike. We heard from Brittany Bunk and Annette Hadaway. We heard from Lisa Levinson, Carol Manetta, Stefan Martinovic, Marakita Solis, the Founding Mothers Movement. And the women there, Laura George, Ejna Flory, and Karuna. We heard from Gerard Wedderburn Bishop. We heard from Renee. We heard from James Wilson. We heard from Allison Hamji. We heard from Barbara Pearl, and we had fun there. And let's see, I hope I'm not leaving anybody. Oh, and then we had these beautiful opening prayers and ceremonies in the morning from Tammy and from you, Dakota, and from Lisa Levinson and Jane Velez Mitchell, my gosh. And so I just wanted to kind of bring those back together during this part of our reflection about all the things that we've done. And I hope that you enjoy going back and looking at the videos again and sharing them with your friends and family.
I'm looking forward to doing that for sure. Thank you, BJ. Thank you so much. Okay, so where are we in space and time, Rebecca? How much time do we have for what?
7 minutes and then Dr. Brown starts.
So we have 7 minutes. If there's anyone online at all that wants to talk about what you've experienced, you want to leave us with any comments, experience, strength, hope. Oh, Brittany Bunk has raised her hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I kind of was asked what the transition to the vegan economy would look like. So after talking with everyone, I created a diagram.
I think they need to turn on the mic. They're not hearing you.
Are you sure? Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
I can hear you, but they can't hear you in Scottsdale.
How do I make sure they can
You just
hear me?
wait. They're working on it.
Okay.
We can hear
So
you.
just wait. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Brittany.
Yay.
Okay.
You can hear me now? Yay. I was just saying that after speaking with people, there were some that were asking me for a diagram of what the shift to the vegan economy would look like, and I realized I didn't put that in my presentation. So I posted it in the chat and also on my website so people could look at what it fully entails. And it's like it's a series of like donut economies, and like the donut's like that present state, and then there's the potential for growth, and it's like everything kind of.
Uh-oh, did we lose her?
Oh no, it's okay. Somehow it got like refreshed. Yeah, so Ray is showing what it looks like. Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so it's like the shift from like the carnism, because with carnism, eventually, like if you destroy everything, you got no economy. So there's like this 0 point in the donut of carnism. But starting from 0, if you like stretch out, then the vegan economy would go on infinitely. You know, there's just all the growth and potential, and that's where all the opportunity is for everyone to be a part of. You know, veganism is quite in its infancy economically. It's somewhat established, but there's still so much room to grow. So yeah, how can you make money if you just take something that's a dying industry and try to get the little crumbs of it that's left until there's nothing, when you could go towards something that might not have much right now, but is going to continue to give, and that's the direction you want to be in. You don't want to be in obsolete industries. You want to be in the new industries that have more permanence. The newer it is, the more permanent it can be. So there you go. I created upon request.
When do we get to go through that loop de loop?
Right? We're all in it right now. We're just building up veganism day by day,
Make a good tattoo.
All right. Thank you so much. And for the last 3 minutes, we're going to bring Lisa Barca back up here, and she's going to do another song for us. So y'all put your hands together for this amazing woman in the room. Come on, Lisa.
Wow, thanks everybody. All right. I haven't played this one as recently, but it is. I think I'll be all right with that. I mean, well, yeah. Let's see how loud it is. Okay. So anyway, this one's a little sarcastic too. It's called Gold Star Revolution. You got a gold star from your institution. The system gave you a gold star. You got a gold star for your contribution. Your collusion got you a gold star. Sorry, I'm like messing it up so bad. I should just focus on the vocals, maybe. Support the revolution that's popular. Fight the revolution that's trending now. Support the revolution that's popular. Branded by the industry, it's trending now. Trending now. Trending now. Trending now. Just don't interrupt the cash flow. Don't, I'm just gonna sing the lyrics. It's hard to do the picking at this. Don't interrupt the cash flow. Don't disrupt the corporate partnership. Don't interrupt the cash flow. That's not the revolution they want. Support the revolution that's popular. Fight the revolution that's trending now. Support the revolution that's popular. Hear it on TMZ, it's trending now. Trending now. Trending now. Trending now. I gotta be a little less loose-lipped about the brainwash antidote I sipped. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I gotta be a little less loose-lipped. I might get sideswiped. I might get tripped. Support the revolution that's popular. Fight the revolution that's trending now. Trending now. Trending now. Trending now. Our revolution isn't popular. Our revolution isn't popular. Our revolution isn't popular. Our revolution. Yay! Nice. You guys are a great audience. I like messed it up from here till Tuesday. Yeah. So yeah, that song's awesome. It's called Gold Star Revolution. It's under Scarlet Rescue, also on Spotify and the other places. So no, we don't have a video for it yet. We have a studio recording, but we don't have a video yet. But I think maybe it's time.
I wanna do a vegan revolution now. Yes.
Steve has been talking about doing a video for that one.
All right, way to go, Lisa. Thank you so much for dropping in and
stuff. It's like really resonates with
and sharing so much your wonderful love of music with us. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's take a deep breath and exhale. Let's bring in a moment of silence for a moment. We're gonna bring in the fabulous and awesome keynote speaker, Dr. Sailesh Rao, who is going to be speaking to us all about the Climate Healers Manual. And so I am looking so forward to hearing what you got to say about this. And if there's nothing else I need to say about it, would you come right over here, Dr. Rao, and do us the honor of gracing us with your presence and your words.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this weekend. Has been amazing. I hope everyone feels the same way, you know. And thank you for honoring the rock of our family.
You're gonna have to hold this one. I apologize, but you're just.
Oh, I have to hold this one too.
Like
Okay.
this, though, not crackling, just like, yeah.
Like this?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it. Not covering your face, either one.
Okay,
Thank you.
neither one. So thank you all for being here. Actually, I was calling it the Climate Healers Manual, but Jane, as she always does, at every one of these, she comes up with something that undermines what I said. She calls it the Master of Vegan Advocacy. That's what I had in mind, Master Vegan Advocacy. Just a manual, basically a course that helps us become effective at what we do. Because we want to see a vegan world as quickly as possible. 2026 is just a timeline says, you know, we have to do it by then. Absolutely, we have to do it by then. So when we have a timeline like that, everyone works towards that timeline. I've seen this in engineering projects that I've worked on. If we don't have a timeline, it never gets done. People just float around, not doing much. But when you put a timeline in place, everyone works towards that. Now, in any engineering project that I've run, I've always looked at whether it can be done or not. Can we meet this by 2026? And I looked at it from for the Vegan World project, and I said, why not? What does it take to stop killing animals? What does it take to stop bringing them into this world unnecessarily? What Jane calls the rape, abduction, murder. Okay, what does it take to stop that? Nothing. We can do it tomorrow if we want to. So it can be done. So you start with the feasibility. Can it be done? We say, yes, it can be done. And of course, a lot of people are going to lose their jobs when you do that. So take care of them. What does it take to give them food? What does it take to give them shelter? What does it take to give them clothing? It can be done. So let's do it. So that's how you sort of figure out whether this can be done or not. And once you realize it can be done, then you ask, will it be done? What is making us do it? And the environment, nature is screaming at us to create a vegan world as soon as possible. I was reading an interview with Johan Rockström, who came up with the concept of the 9 planetary boundaries. And in the interview, he says that, we may have tripped a number of tipping points already. We may have tripped a number of tipping points already. Okay, so which means it may be in a point of no return already. Several of these feedback loops in the climate system, not only in the climate system, in the entire ecological system. There are several feedback loops that may have been tripped already. And then he goes on to say, this means that people in Europe have to stop eating 700 grams of meat per week and instead go down to 150 grams of meat per week, or red meat, but only red meat only. So I wrote to him saying, you said it could have been tripped already. Then how did you come up with this estimate of going from 700 to 150? What is the scientific basis for that? Because as an engineer, if you tell me we may have tripped some already, I would say go vegan as quickly as possible, start sucking down the CO2 from the atmosphere, bring back the trees, and let us see if the system responds properly. If it responds properly, then we are good, right? If it is stable, it's still stable, it hasn't tripped, then maybe after a couple of years, go back to it if you want to do it. But maybe after a couple of years, you may not want to do it. You see, we have to see this as, this is the rational thing to do as an engineer. I would tell you, you cannot be playing with these feedback loops as if they don't matter. They absolutely matter. These are life support systems on the planet that we are messing with. And when you have life support systems that may have been tripped, you have to take every action possible so that we have a viable planet for our children and grandchildren. That's our responsibility as adults, to do this. And to convey this message to everybody and get buy-in, because again, it's about asking climate scientists like this, who say this, and asking them, what is the basis for what you're saying? Where is the rationality? And he hasn't replied to me yet. Yeah, I wrote to him. For there to be a vegan world as quickly as possible. It is going to happen because we are a rational species. Okay. Now, Jane doesn't agree. Jane says Jane has been talking about this, Jane and I talked about it yesterday when we went to dinner together. And in any project that I've run that has been successful, I've always assumed that it's done. Once you realize it can be done, I assume it is done by that timeline that I put in place. And I ask my team members, can we make that timeline? What do you have to do to make that timeline? It can be done. What does it take? If those who are advocating for this convey the impression that it cannot be done, why would anyone follow us? Why would anyone think that it can be done? So if you want to get the best out of everyone around you, you have to project that it can be done, that it will be done, not just can be done. It will be done. There will be a vegan world by 2026. Okay? When you project that, they will then look at, okay, if that is going to happen, what is my role in this? Do I want to be left behind? The fear of missing out. Okay? So that's the way to get everyone else to act in the right way, get everyone else to contribute to this project, for us to have the confidence that it will be done. Right? So, but if because ultimately, people around us are going to take something from us. And if we say, oh, I don't think it can be done, I don't think it will be done, and so on, if we get a negative vibe from us, they will say, then I can, she doesn't believe it, or he doesn't believe it, therefore, why should I think about it? But if we say it will be done, it is going to happen, because we are not going to let a planet go under just because what? We didn't find the right thing to eat. There are thousands of dishes we can prepare that are healthy and tasty. We know that. And if people don't know how to prepare those dishes, well, those of us who know how to prepare those dishes have the responsibility to help them. This is the idea behind food healers. Because I say that the road to someone's heart is through their stomach. Mm-hmm. Okay? It's not the mind that needs to be changed. A lot of minds have already internalized that the world is going vegan, because they see that happening around them. Okay? This is why the meat industry is fighting us tooth and nail. So there are a lot of closeted vegans. There are a lot of ex-vegans. And there are a lot of households that are consuming plant-based milk because they know it has to be done. They know that that's where the trend is. Okay? And they're still dipping their toe on the other side too. Which means the potential for a massive tipping point to a vegan world is right there in front of us. So it's up to us to seize it. It's up to us to project that it will be done and therefore seize it. It will happen. So I go to sleep thinking about Vegan World 2026. I wake up thinking about Vegan World 2026. I'm obsessed about it. And Janie will tell you that that's the way I do my work. I have a one-track mind. When I get stuck on something, I don't let go. Okay? And she knows that I cannot multitask. I do one thing at a time. And this one thing I've been doing now for, 18 years? And so we just have 2 more years. Let's get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Oh, wow. I mean, I could have kept listening,
Yes.
It can be done. We just have to project it, right? I was talking about that earlier with that projector, projecting that which you want to see onto your screen. You got to project it. And that's what we're doing. That's why we're here. We're here in this room and we're out there. And the more that you share what's in here, what's being seen on Zoom, the more a vegan world by 2026 will be projected globally into everybody's home. So y'all please share this, share it out. All right, Rebecca, what are we up to next? I don't have my my thing.
Any comments, we do a closing ceremony.
Okay. Does anybody else have any? Okay. You have a comment, Dakota?
Got a comment?
Come on.
Didn't even ask for me yet. Okay. Hey, Brett, I just want to say thank you for your talk, Dr. Rao. And I love when you say that, you know, you're right, because you got to believe it or other people are just going to not take you seriously. But I could see that trend that you're talking about already too, because in my little town where I feel like I'm the only vegan there, I know there's probably closet vegans. And even in the house I'm staying at now, my friends that, you know, I don't know how many animals a week they're cooking, but they have plant milk in the fridge, and the husband is diabetic on all kind of meds. They're both on depression meds, blood pressure meds, all this stuff, right? Cholesterol. But I cook one night a week and they're actually starting to eat it, and he likes it. And he's actually like, what are you cooking this week? So they're starting to see different recipes. And then, but I also like what you said. It's like, I'll tell him sometimes when we talk, you know, I'll say, well, you know, the thing about it is it's just completely unsustainable anymore. And everybody knows it. I just be like, everybody knows it. You know, we can't use half the land of the planet just to graze and feed animals, keep cutting down the rainforest, just everything we're doing. You know, just talk about all that stuff. We can't feed animals to 8 billion people. So might as well start learning these dishes now, and everybody will feel better, and you won't need those shots anymore and all this stuff. So it's like they get it, you know? So anyway, I'm excited what you're saying is true, and we are right there. 2026.
Okay, so I'm going to be doing the closing ceremony, and I did want to, like, just before I did that, Rebecca, would it be all right to just recognize everybody that's participated in putting this wonderful conference on? I think that would be a great thing to do. Everybody that had anything to do with putting on this conference, could y'all please come up here to the front? Come on, and then let's get a group photo before I do the closing. Come on up here. Come on, if you had anything to do with putting this conference on, come up here. Come up here. And then we'll get somebody to take a picture.
Okay, move over here. Move over here. Here I am directing again.
Dr. Rao. Can somebody take a picture here? We'll,
Yeah,
There's the presenters.
Oh, you get some, hey, baby, take a picture. Oh,
There we
and
go.
Allison's there on screen. Hi, Allison. So Allison may want to say something. Allison, if you'll wait, because the.
Anybody that presented?
I think that's part of it. Presented your song.
There you go.
All right, here we go.
And all of our Zoom presenters.
Uh-oh.
Wait, come up here.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, it's down in the front.
Like this.
Oh, yeah,
maybe we can
okay.
go like this. Have that.
We'll be with you in a minute, Allison.
Oh, what about James?
And all of our Zoom presenters.
James, get over here.
Everybody in the room come up.
Yeah, right. Everybody in the room.
You can take a picture on screen
Everybody relax a second.
to include all your presenters.
Wait, why don't you bring your camera?
We gotta stretch in a little bit.
There we go. There we go. Right.
Okay, let's get down here so they can.
1, 2, 3. Another one. Cheese.
Vegan cheese.
And a happy picture make some.
Woo! Vegan world 2026. Get over here.
Get some technology.
Vegan world 2026.
Thank you.
All right. Yay.
Oh my goodness. Now we're gonna try to turn mine.
Yay, our Zoom friends. We love you, Zoom friends.
The tech team, let's get.
We get the picture of our tech team. Everybody come on. Tech team on Zoom.
Tech team on Zoom. Everybody on the tech team.
Okay.
All right.
We love you, Zoomers.
So I got, and then I got to get this.
I'm gonna spotlight everybody that's on the tech team. And Ray.
Rebecca, what's happening? Rebecca, tell me what's happening. Can we hear her?
Hey, there you go.
Yeah. Do you want me to still do the closing? We need to do a closing still, right?
This is doing VW, vegan world.
Oh, okay.
I like that, vegan world.
Oh, okay.
VW.
Y'all, we're still gonna.
So
do
who's taking the
closing.
picture? Somebody taking the picture?
Thank you. I took
Everyone's
a picture.
posing.
Thank
Oh,
you
did.
so
Donna, we don't
much.
see you.
Donna, you have to come on camera.
Thank you.
Donna is not suited for camera. Donna was not part of the team, but thank
All
you.
right.
We got
All
that
right,
right.
I think we're about to close up.
What's happening?
And we're gonna do the closing ceremony. All right, everybody, can we go, everybody come over here, like get in the center here. Y'all took all the chairs away. Let's all get over here and we're gonna close the ceremony. I'm gonna do this, with the interfaith vegan. Lisa, can you tell me again the name of interfaith? I don't want to.
Interfaith Vegan Coalition.
I didn't want to mess it up. Okay, Interfaith Vegan Coalition.
Wait a minute, you need to get Madhuri. Get Madhuri in there.
Also, this amazing conference.
Guys,
All right,
spotlight
let's just,
Madhuri.
take a deep breath.
Guys,
Can we turn off the
there we go.
lights, maybe? Or dim the lights?
Oh. Vegan World 2026.
All right.
Yes,
Dimming the
oh,
lights.
that's too much, now we can't stand.
Okay, there you go. Is that okay?
Halfway.
Halfway.
Go vegan.
All right, let's just take a moment to ground our energy down through our feet.
Oh my gosh.
Ground it down through our feet. And feel the amazing impact that we have made on this planet. Take a moment and feel, like Dr. Rao said, we're projecting for about 2026. So take this moment and ground everything we've learned, everything we've experienced into the earth. Let the roots grow deep. Let the roots grow deep. And imagine that we are that tree of life. That we are that tree that is going to birth a multitude of trees. That we collectively are a tree, the tree of life, that is going to birth a revolution, that is going to birth a transformation. Imagine your roots growing deep, and just like the mushrooms and the mycelium and all that stuff that interconnects, the way trees talk to each other underground. Imagine your roots growing deep down and connecting to everybody out there that has the same vision for this world. Feel that vision permeating through the ground, connecting through the roots of our planet. We are here, we are one. We are all here to birth this revolution. And now bring that awareness of that sap, the earth, the heartbeat, the blood of our mother, up through our feet, up through our veins. Our veins are like the roots, y'all. All of our veins. Feel your veins permeating with that life, that force from this earth. Bring it up into your heart. Feel it moving into your heart. Feel your heart softening and being receptive to be whatever it is you need to be, to open and embrace whatever it is you need to be the voice for this movement. We all have a voice, each one of us, and our voice is here to project those voices that are screaming in silence, those voices that cannot be heard around the world behind closed doors. Our voices are here not to project the voiceless, but to project the screams. We've got to get bold, we've got to get loud, and we've got to be their voice. Bring that voice up into your throat. Feel your throat chakra. Move anything that's blocking that force out of your throat. Feel the earth, feel the blood, feel all of it coming through. Feel it coming into your throat now, releasing your throat of any trauma, any past, anything that might be preventing you from being that voice. Forget the lies. Forget the lies. The truth is the truth. We are here. We are here for this purpose, right here, right now, to birth this revolution, a vegan world by 2026. Bring it into the back of your eyes, into that third eye, the eye that sees all, the eye that is connected to our mother. See with real eyes, REALEYES, and realize that that is why you're here. You are here to see with real eyes. Realize that and take that awareness up into the very top of your crown chakra and burst that awareness into the stratosphere, into the universe, through the grids, through our entire planetary orb. Feel yourself rooted, grounded, and at the same time moving with so much grace that you are able to hear, see, feel, and know the vision with clarity, maybe for the first time. But be this change. As we leave here today, each and every one of you have the imprint of a vegan world by 2026, surging through your veins, the heartbeat and the roots of Mother Earth. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Om Bhuvaswaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dio Yona Prachodayat Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May the entire universe be filled with peace and joy, love and light. Everybody say victory to that light. Victory to that light. Jai Shri Sakadu Maharaj Ki. Jai. That's it. Thank you all. We are going to the world by 2026. Let's go do it. Awesome. Thank you. Turn off your camera. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Y'all please all reach out to me, email me. Come on, I wish you were all here so I could give each and every one of you online a hug. Thank you so much for experiencing this conference with us. And I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you. And on behalf of the Vegan World by 2026, Climate Healers and Food Healers and Dr. Sailesh Rao, thank you.
That was the closing ceremony of Vegan World 2026. Come with us, be a part of it. It's a much better way of living. You can never look back. Happy.
Good job, y'all.
and suffering in your body.
Hey,
Hi,
Beck.
everybody.
Hi,
See you all
Henry. Hi.
soon.
Hi.
We'll all miss you guys. Yeah, you guys did amazing. Yeah.
Annie.
Travels.
Pleasure spending the weekend with you.
Have a great weekend. Yes.
Same here.
Travels.
Amazing work.
Excellent weekend. Thank you.
Hey.
I love you.
Oh,
Thank you all. Thank you all so much.
Hi, Dr. Madhuri.
thank you.
So we're suggesting before we make such a system, the microphone, really quick about signing that thing.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll have to attend the next one in person, so maybe I should start
Oh,
walking.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, Danny. Everyone.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Ray.
Someone take a picture. Come in. Yay!
Now, are there multiple pages? There are multiple pages. Let's see. I don't know how to. We go say hi to Danny. Danny, do you want to say?
BJ? BJ, did you say bye? Did you say bye?
Download on Shane TV. Download it, baby.
See you,
You haven't
Jay.
downloaded it. Anybody online? We're gonna hold up the last year. What? What? Let it go. What are you? The weekend, it was a lot of good stuff.
You know, we're not a perfect community. We're not.
Oh, hi, everybody. I'm sorry, Janie and everybody over there. Can you come over here for 1 second? I think it's super important. I have to get this for legal reasons. Yeah, but hold on. Wait a second. I got something else. Okay, so just come on here. Just can everybody gather, please, for 1 second? Where did he go? Why did he go? God. I just wanted to get everybody. Can you please come over here? Yes. I just wanted to get everybody here. So we have been videotaping this entire event, and I want to make sure everybody's cool with it being on camera, because this isn't necessarily like a public park. Can you come over? Thank you. It's okay to show on Unchained TV and all of the associated channels, many channels that we're involved with. You guys just want to make sure that everybody's cool. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I have to ask that and just have it on camera. Thank you. Yes. Now, what about the lady in the back?
I get it.
Yes, she said.
You said yes.
She said yes.
Yes, okay.
Every time you see on reality TV when somebody's face is blurred out, that's
Thank you. I have to do that, otherwise.
That's a good idea.
What's that, Ray?
whenever you see somebody's face blurred out on reality TV, it's because they didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then
Consent?
it gets permission.
Lovely idea.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, I just did it for you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
I think if somebody doesn't want
Yeah,
to be in the
okay.
picture, then we can
So there
replace
we
with
go.
each
Wow.
of the animal
Quite a-
cartoon image,
Emoji.
like the chicken, fish, cows,
Yes, he was that.
like representing animals.
They close their camera.
Wow.
Oh,
Great job, everybody.
oh
You
yeah.
guys are the ones You are the rock behind all of this, the backbone of all this. Well done. Amazing work.
Very
Amazing,
dedicated team they have, yes.
amazing team. Yes. Thank you.
Really, we made it amazing. Yeah.
Yes.
Sending you
Marco,
all
hope
much
you
love.
feel better, Marco. Feeling better?
Yeah, I laid down to cover my eyes from the migraine, and then I got a little nap. The Lisa singing "Barbecue" woke me up.
Is everybody able to hear a guitar?
I could hear parts of it, certain notes. They needed to turn on original music for musicians, but there was, no way to tell them.
Isn't it noise canceling from my own settings that's causing me not to be able to hear the guitar?
No, it would be theirs.
Zoom is trained for human
But
voice.
certain frequencies or get through.
Yeah.
So that's why you might hear part of the guitar.
Brittany said she turned off her noise canceling so that she was able to hear the guitar normally.
I tried toggling it on and off. It didn't make any difference for me.
I remember when in the V Cup somebody was playing a flute. Said, let's do a little flute music to pass the time, and they took out their flute and it made no sound whatsoever through the Zoom. So we're like, okay, I guess we'll just wait this out.
Well, great seeing you all. Much love. Take care, everybody.
We're still recording on YouTube.
Are we? Oh yeah.
Are you? Oh, and we should start the performance now then. The party after party.
Yeah.
All right. Much love. I'm gonna head on. Thanks again and keep up the amazing work. Sending you all much love and your loved ones too. Take care.
Thank you, Annie.
Annie.
See you everywhere.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. See you.
Everybody remember to save the chat.
So other remaining are the diehard people who are always the last to leave the party, or they've already fallen asleep. Good night, Jill.
Good night, Ray.